fiscal recovery funds, and then the presentation of the legislation 0257-21. But before we get things going, let's go ahead and get this meeting called to order. Again, if you could please take your seats. Are we good online? No feedback? We're good to go. It's a little muffled in here, but I think we can still understand each other on that. Sounds like a speaker's blown here. But let's go ahead and get it started. This is a Naabik'íyáti committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is a work session via telecommunications. We're here at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort here on the Navajo Nation. Today's date is Wednesday, December 1st, 2021. The time now, as of right now, is 9:31 a.m. We will be working tomorrow too as well, Thursday, December 2nd, 2021. Tomorrow we're starting at 9 a.m. This is a work session agenda here presented before us. The draft agenda just until we approve it. Actually, it doesn't need to be approved. This is a work session. Presiding is myself, Seth Thaman, a speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let's go ahead again, call this meeting to order at 9:31 a.m. If I could get a roll call.
Here it goes. Good morning, Naabik'íyáti committee members. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay is present. Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton present. Honorable Amber Knasbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knasbach-Crotty is excused. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning. I'm here. I'm on the line.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland is present. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona is present. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio is excused. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So is present. Honorable Daniel So.
Hold on. Everybody, please stand. Nomination President Jonathan Nez just walked in the room. can sit down, Mr. Sosi.
So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So is present. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So is present. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
I am here by phone. Good morning, everybody. Can hardly hear you all, speakers.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Going back up, Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay is present. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not answer roll call. Chair Damon, you have 18 present, 1 not answering, and 4 excused.
Okay. We had you down as all the Budget Finance Committee members are excused. So, but okay. We have you, Madam Chair, as being present. So that's 19. 19 members present. Can you hear me? Oh, there it is. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for that. 19 members present here for a roll call. Let me go ahead and, as a blessing, have Honorable Wanika. Honorable Wanika, you mind doing an invocation for us this morning?
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Navajo Nation Council, and all the staff, and President, Vice President, and executive staff. Aron deta adeda ismoltsang gilto di penibigi kasi kuro digime bechi hated needs. We could all bow our heads and say a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before Thee this morning. We're so thankful for this beautiful morning, another day for us to take care of the things that's most important to us as leadership and to the people of the Navajo Nation, and as far as the county, the state, and the federal government, pertaining to the decisions that we're going to be addressing today. We're so thankful for our nation presidency, our president and our vice president, and the Navajo Nation Council. We're so thankful for the trust that the people has put in us to provide them the guidance that is needed as far as our nation is concerned. We're so thankful for the responsibility that we have, and I hope that we are in tune with Thee, that we are saying our prayers on a daily basis, because as far as working with the people, we are all different. We don't know each and every one of them as far as their needs, but Thou knows each and every one of them. And we can't discern that on our own, but through our prayers, we can be able to understand the needs of our people more fully and the decisions that we need to make things better for them. And as we discuss the issues this morning and this afternoon, we ask thee that thou will be with us, that we might be able to address those issues in a manner that will be effective and efficient for the people. And let us be one in addressing these issues, that we might agree on all those items that will help our people, and be with our children, with our loved ones, with our grandparents, and with the elders, Father, and our veterans. And we're so thankful for all the many blessings that we have in this life. Be with us now as we address the items on the agenda. And we ask thee that we might do so with thy Spirit. We humbly pray in thy Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Edison Winika, for that wonderful prayer. Again, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We're having the Naabik'íyáti Committee work session, and right now we're going on the second item on our agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. This time, colleagues, are there any recognitions? If there are none, let's continue on down. That, colleagues, we're continuing on item number 3 on our work session topic, introduction and purpose of the work session presented by myself, Seth Damon, 24th Navajo Nation Council, discussion of legislation 0257-21s and action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $1,166,300,000 of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund expenditure plan for water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, bathroom addition projects, and hardship assistance. That, colleagues, there's going to be a presentation on the ARPA non-fiscal recovery of these funds. And there's going to be 3 different presentations that's going to be given this on this legislation. First on this is going to be the presentation on the ARPA non-fiscal recovery funds. And what that means is all the dollars that are given to the nation that's outside the $2.1 billion that was actually funded to the nation. The Navajo Nation received an additional, up to somewhat of an additional $500 million that will be going to present. And these dollars are given like to DODI, Division of Social Services, the Transportation Program, the HASDA programs, everything else to the Navajo Nation. So we're going to hear an update from that first on everything that's given outside of the funding package of the $2.1 billion that was given to the nation. So we're going to hear first from Mr. Paulson Chaco, who's the Chief of Staff, and Mr. Tom Potero, who's the FRF Office Executive Director, and then the Executive Branch Division Directors and Consultants are actually going to be bringing forth their presentation too as well to help. And last but not least, Mr. Cordell Shorty, who oversees our contracts office. I hope Mr. Shorty is here. I haven't seen him. Oh, he's online. Good morning, Mr. Shorty. I wish you were here with us, but if Dominic didn't let you go, come, please let us know. Again, good morning, everyone. So I'll try this time, Mr. President. I don't know if you want to say something first as an opening before I turn it over to Mr. Paulson Chaco as the opening of the presentation on the non-fiscal recovery funds. This is just explaining everything that the nation has received outside the 2.1 million, then you can turn it over to your chief of staff for the full presentation. Mr. President, floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Speaker Damon, Otto, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It's good to see you. I hope you all had a great Thanksgiving with your families. I know for some of us it was a little sad because we lost family members throughout the duration of this pandemic, either from COVID or from other things. I know during the holidays it's very difficult, but as it says in the Word of God, you know, we'll one day see them once again. And those of us that are left here on earth, we have a job to do, right? We have a job to do. So our condolences to those who lost loved ones. And of course, our council delegate, Pernell Halona, our condolences to you and your family as well, and many others. And so today we are going to be giving you an overview of the great work that we all have been doing. I know that the Navajo Nation Council, 24 Navajo Nation Council, has been engaged on these discussions, and I appreciate Speaker Damon's leadership when it came to all these work sessions starting at the early part of the year. And a lot of those discussions, much of those discussions, if not all, are incorporated into what is being presented today. So don't just think it's all executive. It's been a lot of dialogue coming from the Navajo Nation Council, all those meetings that you have done. And we much appreciate that. Vice President and I have been part of a lot of these discussions as well as you all. Vice President will say a few words as well. I just want to say thank you too to our Vice President for his leadership. He's got the Navajo Nation Economic Recovery Work Group. Yesterday he was in Page. I'm sure he'll talk about that in a little bit. Looking at places here on the Navajo Nation to boost up our economy and create economic development. So with his expertise in business and the economy, I am fully confident in his leadership on the Economic Work Group. I also want to say thank you to Paulson Chaco, our Chief of Staff, our Deputy Chief of Staff, Dr. James Davis, and all our division directors. Many of the division directors are going to be presenting today. Garrett Silversmith, Dr. Pearl Yellowman, Dr. Fowler, Perfilia Fowler, Valinda Shirley, our Attorney General, our Doreen McPaul, our Deputy Attorney General, Kimberly Dutcher, our Controller, Elizabeth Gay, and as you know, we also sit on the Investment Committee, so we're going back and forth, just like the Budget and Finance Committee. Deanna Neswood Gishi, Superintendent Ghani, J.T. Willie, Santi Lewis, Christopher Vicente, Dr. Jim. Just to let you know, Dr. Jim will be coming on virtually. There's so many meetings, as you all know. The Navajo area IHS budget formulation meeting is going on right now as well. I did the welcoming address this morning, and they're right now fully engaged in that presentation. So Dr. Jim will be coming in virtually. Jesse Delmar will be presenting. And last but not least, and a big thank you to our enterprises. Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, NTUA. We see Walter Haas here too. Thank you. Also the Navajo Engineering Construction Authority, Brett Grubbs and his team. You know, these are the ones, the movers and shakers, if you want to call it. They're out there right now as we speak, getting these projects from the CARES Act to some of the CSN projects. And of course, we're looking forward to the ARPA dollars going directly to improving the quality of life for our Navajo citizens. And thank you. And then Jim Zerline as well will be doing a presentation in regards to housing today. Of course, all the division directors have been fully engaged today. as well as throughout the duration of the year. So, so I'm just going by an agenda that was presented to me. So if these names are not correct, then that was what's presented from Paulson Chaco. RDC, we appreciate the right-of-way, all the work that's been done in regards to streamlining the processes. As you all know, at the forefront, a lot of lessons learned from the CARES Act, ARPA, and now into infrastructure. And yesterday we met with the RDC for a bit and appreciate their leadership under Chairman Nez to streamline a lot of the Navajo Nation processes, Resource Development Committee, so that we can get these projects done quicker. We already sent a white paper up to Washington, D.C., and want to change some of the, I shouldn't say change, update some of the federal regulations and policies pertaining to right-of-ways, leasing process. You know, there's got to be a lot more that can be, the powers returned back to the Navajo Nation. And that's what we've been working on with the White House and Department of Interior and others. The White House Council of Native American Affairs has been engaged in these discussions. This not only will help us, it'll help all the 574 tribes throughout the country. And thank you, RDC, for doing that. Budget and Finance Committee, of course, you all have approved the process, the FRF, the project process, and those are being forwarded over to Department of Justice, and Department of Justice vets those, gives us the approval, and we move forward on the projects. Those projects, those vetted projects will be presented to you all today as well. Appreciate the Naabik'íyáti committee for their support. You know, administrative costs, FRF office is being established. As you all know, Tom Platero is the interim director for the FRF office. Out of that $180 million, that 10% set aside for administrative costs, we deemed that $140 million is needed due to administrative costs. A lot of the budgets are submitted. Tom Platero will give us an update on that. So the remaining $40 million out of the 180 was put back into the pot, and the administrative costs is just going to be only 40 million, a lot less than the 10% that was projected. So today we will be talking about the expenditure plans, water, wastewater, broadband, home electricity connection, housing, bathroom additions, and the connections, and then also the hardship assistance. Most of it is hardship and infrastructure. And so we'll be discussing that further. We did send a memo to Speaker and the Council. I think it's very important that we get these expenditure plans in place before we even begin to talk about additional allocation of general fund dollars. You know, those are our own general fund dollars. But I am confident that we will be able to get all these expenditure plans done, and then we can look at other additional projects into the future. The goal would be to get these expenditure plans done so our team, we all can begin to get those projects moving, because, you know, there is a timeline, and we want to be able to make sure that these projects are done correctly and quickly. So and the one other component to the presentation that was developed is that we're going to also give you an overview of the additional dollars that are available, not just the money that went directly to the Navajo Nation government, over $2 billion. There's also additional monies that are out there. And we're going to be doing town hall meetings to let the Navajo citizens know that there's other available monies that they have to apply for. You know, they have to apply for. Much of the money that came in, the 2 billion, we have oversight over it as a government, but there's additional dollars that are there that are available for direct relief. You know, I know that hardship has been a discussion, but there's also monies available for helping people pay their electricity on another pot. And so these additional monies would help our citizens right now that are struggling, and we'll give you an overview of that. And so lastly, CARES Act, as you know, the CARES Act allocation, we're working with, as well as you all are working with the controller for the closeout. December 31st of this year is end date. You know, there are over, Elizabeth is not here, she's next door. There's over 7,000 checks that are still have not yet been, accepted. And that's over, I think she said, maybe a little bit over $8 million. And so we need to find these people, right, that applied. Maybe some of them may have left us. We need to know, because that would be $7 to $8 million access, and we don't want the CARES Act dollars to be given back to the federal government. So if there's an opportunity here, find those people, let's do it, give them their check. If not, then we can do other projects with that money before the end of the year. So something to think about, council members, in the back of your mind about those additional or unspent monies from the CARES Act. Now we're in ARPA. ARPA is moving forward. We appreciate that. We also need to begin to strategize on infrastructure. I know Garrett Silversmith, Navajo Department of Transportation, is already looking at the road projects based on, RDC's dialogue and council delegates. And so those are things that we have to start to plan for into the future. Remember, for the infrastructure dollars, there's not much direct allocation to tribes, right? Other than the water rights settlement, we know that over 200 million is going to the Navajo-Utah Water Rights Settlement Act. We know that for sure for the water lines there. We also know that IHS will get money for water infrastructure projects. And then we also know that there's going to be funding for travel transportation, but it's not directly earmarked for tribes. So we're going to have to apply for that. And yesterday I testified before Treasury. I said competitive grants shouldn't be the future. It should be based on what we did with CARES and ARPA, right? Based on the land size, based on the enrollment, based on the employees. And if it's COVID related, then it should be also, how hard a tribe was hit by COVID-19 too. That should be the Treasury criteria. Yesterday's tribal consultation to the U.S. Treasury, we made those comments. And also to incorporate in the strategic plan tribes. It doesn't mention anything about tribes, the last 4-year strategic plan. Now they're talking about the next 4 years. Doesn't mention anything about tribes. And so yesterday we said tribal government should be included in the plans for the future. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And we appreciate the time. Of course, I think speakers, some of us, all of us, we have so many meetings. I just want to let you know we'll be stepping in and out on some meetings. I think speaker may be leaving, getting on the call at 2, right? For a redistricting meeting with Speaker Egoff, New Mexico, regarding our maps. And then at 5 o'clock this evening, we also have an Arizona Redistricting Commission meeting regarding our maps, advocating for the Native American voting eligible population, making that determination and making sure that it's equitable. But it's not about balance between parties. It's about having as much Native American population in the district based on the Voting Rights Act, Section 2 and Section 5. So those are just examples of things, I guess, an announcement of what we are going to be doing today. So we'll be in and out. But most of the presentation is going to be coming from our Chief of Staff here and our Division Director. So I'm going to turn the time over to our Vice President, Speaker Damon, if that's okay, to also add to our address. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, NABI committee members. It's good to be here. Thank you for the opening prayer. You're right. We will be successful. We submit all these plans to our Creator, Shajati, and God, and we will be successful. Real quick, yesterday there was a term coined, hardship against infrastructure. You know, being a businessman, I guess I represent the private sector out there where we've been fighting lack for 40 years, 50 years. It's been well documented. When I was on the outside looking in, I used to joke we were 30 years behind the times in the Navajo Nation. Now that I'm on the inside, we're 40 years behind the times, simply for that fact. You know, we all have we share the same constituents. And it was my desire and the President's desire to put all of this $1 point some odd billion into economic and business development infrastructure. Simply for the fact that you're dealing from negative capacity almost. Big box stores want to come and relocate here. You don't have capacity. You don't have all the necessary infrastructure to build out readily. So again, but today we'll talk about that, right? So we all are the leaders that will do and bring all of these topics for discussion. Appreciate the work of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and in this case, the NABI committee there for putting together this legislation that we'll be talking about here. So the fact that hardship does get legislated into this, the President mentioned I was in Page, Arizona yesterday, taking a tour of economic development opportunities. That is in a hotbed or a mecca of opportunity zone potential, we feel, in that area. The tourism, 2 million people, readily going there already. Nothing we have to do to add anything to ask more people to come. It's already there. It's the proverbial low-hanging fruit, if there ever was any. So the fact that, the maximum amount of infrastructure dollars doesn't get put forward and that some hardship is made available to the people, again, they do need it. But when you're fighting from a place of need, it's just a matter of priority, which needs get addressed. You and I know, and it's been well documented. Thank you, Chief of Staff, and your team there. We have over 19,000. We have over 9,000 projects valued at over almost $20 billion, and so a lot of these needs aren't going to get met. And so, as a private citizen, as a private businessman, I've always been leading my life with contingency plans. You have one plan of what you want to see happen, but you have plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, because your life depends on it. The wherewithal of your family depends on it. So if the original plan doesn't come through, you have plan A, plan B, plan C again already planned out. So these opportunity zones, I feel like, if we're not able to advance all of these monies, the $1.1 billion into all economic and business infrastructure, then the contingency is money that's out there, the billions of dollars that's out there, looking for places like Navajo to invest, to bring forward social impact projects, to bring forth environmental impact projects. And those are out there. We have a myriad of potential projects here on Navajo. And so I guess I just wanted to say, if hardship is against infrastructure, even though we have our needs here, we're working feverishly to bring forward many more opportunities, or as I say, contingency plans. So we're willing to work with all of our 24th Navajo Nation delegates for your regions, projects that you're thinking about, whether it's Pinta Road, whether it's the Chi Chapter, whether it's Eastern Agency. Eastern Agency has a lot of potential for projects. I was just recently there in Torreon, Pueblo Pintado, Counselor, Rincon Marcus, and that place is ripe for potential. If we need to have discussions, we can do that. But these are in opportunity zones. So we have a gentleman here who flourishes in opportunity zones, flourishes in opportunity zones that are in Indian country. So if you want to have a discussion, we can do that. And I just say that the slate we can create our own canvas here. And yesterday, President mentioned he testified before the U.S. Department of Treasury. In yesterday's Treasury consultation, there are available monies, and that's what I'm alluding to, whether it's grant funding, external funding, opportunity zones, using other people's money. This gets a businessman excited. Using other people's money. Yeah, it's a great tagline, it's a great term, it's a powerful term if you know how to use it. So these opportunity zones rent that, and so we just want you to know that those opportunity zones that are out there were advocated yesterday in the tribal consultation letter, that these opportunity zones should be enhanced. And because in the past, Indian country really wasn't put forward in a strong stance, that we hopefully should be able to do that again in another round of figuring out better, more impactful census tracts to bring opportunity zone monies, billions, if not trillions of dollars into. And I believe we can marshal in a great change for economic development in Indian country, not only in the Navajo Nation, but all of our 574 federally recognized tribes. So those are just some of the things that are happening kind of out of the limelight, so to speak, but they are still very much important. And so we're willing and ready to take up all of those discussions going forward. So with that, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And all of you all, let's have a great Navi session here. God bless. Oh, Paulson Chaco, Chief of Staff, is coming up here next.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief. Chief of Staff, you, Mr. Otero, you guys come up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and also President and Vice President, all the division directors that are in the audience, the enterprises that are here. ARPA funds tahoti na to budget tahoti shenanda ikodo yeah kodo hawa aiki and then thank you for the prayer council delegate Onika. Yeah, as you see on the agenda, Shenandai, on presentation on the ARPA non-fiscal recovery fund. Back in April, I believe, is when the president directed all of the division directors to begin looking at all of the funds that were coming from ARPA. Not necessarily the $2 billion the Navajo Nation received, but non-ARPA funds. President issued a directive to all of the division directors. Based on that directive, most of the division directors sought and applied for grants, which was the non-ARPA grant dollars, which we're going to be describing here shortly. I believe, Tim, as you can see on the screen there, Shanantai, we're scrolling to the dollar amounts, and which we're going to be describing here shortly. As you can see up there, there's $622 million that the nation has received so far, in addition to the $2 billion. And that $622 million is what each one of these division directors will be going over. As President indicated, we do have a list of presenters this morning. For social services, we do have Deanna Niswit-Gishi. For education, we have Pat Ghani for education. Division of Economic Development, we have J.T. Willie. Division of Community Development, Dr. Yellowman. We have the Navajo Nation Washington office, Santee Lewis. We have Transportation Director Garrett Silversmith. Broadband, we have Chris Vicente. Health Services, we have Dr. Jill Jim. And Public Safety, we have Jesse Delmar, who will be presenting what is on the screen, which is the $622 million worth of projects that we have acquired for the Navajo Nation. So I wanted to, Speaker, if I could, give the floor over to those division directors that can describe the non-FRF dollars. And we will go first of all with Dr. Ghani with education, and then we'll go back to Deanna Nesbitt-Gishi. So if I may, Speaker, if we can start, Dr. Ghani, could you go ahead and do your presentation on the non-FRF dollars? Thank you.
Madam Chair, Amber Cruddy, can you speak into a mic? Okay.
Test. Test.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I'm just, for this meeting, for this work session, since it's Nabi, we need documents. You're presenting a $1.1 billion legislation. We need to know what's the breakdown of this legislation, Speaker. So I know we have consultants. I want to know what Tim knows about my nation. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, thank you. We'll get that information for you on those documents, but at this time, Madam Chair, we're on item number 1, and we're talking about non-fiscal recovery funds. So that's what they're going over right now, is non-fiscal recovery. By the time we get to item number 3 on the presentation of the expenditure plan of legislation 0257-21, Mr. Chaco, can you and your team members make sure you have a printout of that information that Madam Chair is talking about? But for the non-fiscal recovery funds is what they're going over that. So this is everything else beside that's not included in the $2.1 billion that the nation received. This is everything else. So I know that the Budget and Finance Committee got this information prior, and that's the reason why we're going over this information now. Do you guys have this document printed out? Where's it at? The one that was just now up? Or can you email? You emailed it to them? When did you email it? Who emailed it? When was the email? There was a document. Who was the email from? Tim, from Tim. What's your email address? I'll send it to Manny. So they're sending this first document out, which is talking about the non-fiscal recovery fund, Madam Chair, to all the colleagues. And that information is being sent out right now by Mr. Rico. Ms. Connie, floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Yaat ehepene. Ado achahat kwaike asahni klinigi. Che ya Pat Gani Yanishiedo, Acting Superintendent Shananish, Department of the Net Education. Good morning, leadership. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide information on the non-fiscal recovery funds under the umbrella of education. On the screen there, you will see that Head Start did receive some funding in the amount of $1 million. And I wanted to provide an update for leadership here. More specifically, these funds are made available, 1.6 million. It covers a time frame of April 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2023. It's my understanding that you want to have a status update on these funds that the nation has received. We do have 15 projects that are in process under these funds for requests for proposals. We do have 4 projects also pending. There are inclusions of personnel under these funds, personnel for finance, 3 temporary positions there. There's also a need for temporary social worker positions as well. The allowable costs under this ARPA fund that was made available by Office of Head Start pertains to expanding the program's capacity to reach families, in addition to acquiring technology that is needed to conduct virtual home visitations, families access to Wi-Fi, cell phone minutes, and then also supplies that are inclusive of diapering supplies, hand soap, food, sanitizers.
Ms. Guiney, hold on real quick. There's are you raising a point of order?
Yes. I know staff is trying to get information out to the council. We need the document.
Time you recognize
We
Honorable
need
Otto
it,
Sutton.
and before we move forth, I think that way we can relate to it. If we don't have the document in front of us, and we won't have the information that's being related to. So at least if we can't get that, maybe call for recess until we get the documents. And this is a work session. I'm thinking that all documents are here. Thank you.
Speaker?
Honorable Otto, so that information was sent out to you in your email. There's been confirmation that document has been received. Is anybody requesting a hard copy of this document? A hard copy. copies are coming. But again, it has been emailed to you. That, go back to Ms. Connie. What was yours?
Speaker. Moving along, we also do have the BIE Learning Management System. These are dollars that are already at the school levels. The figure there that you see, we do have a table in terms of the specific allocation amounts for our K-12 schools located on Navajo Nation. So that should be inclusive of your presentation that you have in email. Just yesterday as well, we did receive confirmation from U.S. Department of Education and approval of this grant here, American Indian Resilience and Education AIR, in the amount of $463,780. This is a 3-year grant. I do want to mention that this was a competitive grant that was placed out there. Department of the Net Education collaborated with Navajo Prep staff members to secure this funding. One of the hot topics as part of the education recovery efforts is social emotional learning and student direct services. COVID-19 there's a degree of impact on our students on the basis of loss that they may have experienced within their families. The state's education departments of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Social emotional learning standards. Rather than reinventing the wheel, so to speak, we're taking those standards through this funding to employ the work of teachers from the schools across Navajo Nation to embed the Dene language culture standards. Those grade level standards met we will create a registry that school teachers are able to tap into as a resource in teaching and providing adequate social emotional support to our students across Navajo Nation. So indeed, it is an important project. It recognizes that our teaching staff, our school leaders on Navajo Nation have the capacity and skill sets to be responsive to the needs of our children. So we're proud to see that these funds have been approved for us. And I also just am now in process of hearing from leadership, Dr. Russell from Dene College and Dr. Guy from Navajo Technical University, who have received funding.
Ms. Connie, hold on real quick. Hold on real quick, Ms. Connie. There's a question of privilege by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Can someone give him a mic? Those mics do not work yet. Those standalone mics are not working yet.
Good morning.
Still trying to hook them up.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, Speaker.
Vice Chair Smith, I need you to speak in the mic. Ms. Connie, can you turn yours off? Maybe that's the reason why.
Thank you. Naabik'íyáti, Ashwaditsa. Okay, my question of privilege is we were geared to go into legislation 25721, and I think the stage should have been set saying we're going to be reviewing these. I'm trying to keep it in line and keep up with what's going on. But I thought we were going to go right directly into 257 and start discussing this on 257 on where we're at, what we're going to do, and what's going to take place. I've got a form here, thank for Legislative Chief Counsel giving us a copy of this. Why are we discussing this? Is there a reason why we're discussing this? Is that anything to do with 257? I think that should be clarified. That way we don't mix apples and oranges. That's my question of privilege, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for that question of privilege. Vice Chair Smith, the reason there was a request. This information was delivered to the committee, but this information has not been presented to the Navajo Nation Council overall or Naabik'íyáti Committee. There's been your colleagues who have asked what other money has been given to the nation, and these are the other funds outside of the $2.1 billion that has been given to the nation. To verify that was why this presentation is on here, to know that there's other dollars. So let's say that if there's no money that you see that's going to education, you'll know at this time the reason why that there's no money to education in the first legislation, or there's no money that's going to Department of Agriculture or Department of Transportation, because these other funds have been already given to the nation directly to these programs. So that's the reason why the colleagues wanted to know this information outside the scope of the work that's of the 2.1 million. And this agenda has been posted online for the past 3 days so that we could go ahead and verify. So the presentation right now that we're getting is on the ARPA non-fiscal recovery funds, the non-FRF dollars. The FRF dollars is the one that we passed to approve to go ahead and be part of the 2.1 billion. These are the dollars that have not been going through the process that were directly given to the programs, just like 638 funds. And that's the reason why colleagues wanted to know what was funded through these programs and what they're actually doing. So Ms. Ghani's our first presenter on it. She's going over that. These are the dollars that were given directly to Dodie. And it's basically on here for your information, Vice Chair Smith. That's the reason why, so that we're not mixing apples and oranges. We're actually giving the presentation to say that this money is already allocated to them outside of the FRF funds. I hope that answers your question. Go ahead, Ms. Connie, floor is yours.
Thank you again, Speaker, and everyone. I just want to make clarification that Department of the Net Education has not received any of these funds directly. The education na students but na nashigi beso Navajo Nation ban Naabik'íyáti ebahanet. So Head Start received the 1.3 million. BIE schools also received 171 million. Allocate Italia. Out of the air grant that I just finished describing, Yadodi collaborated with Navajo Prep, and that will be the first grant that we will be administrating. The NA College and NTU each received their funding as well. Dodi dopan nede da ajawataho oltaigi chiyosh. So that comprises the share out from Department of the Net Education as to funds that have reached the nation for education purposes.
Speaker?
That going on down, instead with Naabik'íyáti. But I did hear, let's say speaker.
Sir, this is Edmund. Can you hear me?
Chairman Yazi, is that you?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Speaker, I'll go ahead and wait for on my questions, okay, sir? If you can hear me, I'll go back on mute, sir.
You know.
Okay. No, I just wanted to share something real quick, but I know we should wait until we have questions. But I wanted to say something before President Nez and Vice President Leiser takes off. So I'll go ahead and wait. Okay.
President and Vice President are still here, so they're here.
Can I say something real quick then before they take off?
Honorable Chairman Yazzie, I'm trying to do the presentation
Okay.
first.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, I'll wait.
Okay. Honorable Eugene, so colleagues, I'm trying to get the presentation through the presentation, and then after the presentation, you're more than able to answer some questions, just like a normal presentation.
That the NATO wells and the rest, who's talking to us? Who's that one that's making the presentation? Can I see your hand? We're here? Okay. I'll stand this way.
Honorable Eugene, so we're not doing questions right now.
Okay.
Until after the presentation's over, then you can do some questions.
By that time, I might have more.
That's okay. We're going to do this individually. If you want to do it individually, there's more colleagues that want to ask questions. Ms. Ghani first. With that, Chairman Yazzie, you have any questions for Ms. Ghani?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, go ahead. Floor is yours. Then I'm going to Honorable Eugene So. And this is for Ms.
Okay.
Ghani
Well,
on her
right.
presentation.
Speaker. Okay. Speaker, members of the council, everyone that's listening online, good morning. I am calling from my residence, which is located in Coolidge, New Mexico, allotment number 748-17. My question, I appreciate the question here on the education part. My question is that on the funds, can we allocate, I know this is a work session, can we allocate and appropriate more funds to Fort Wingate for their cell towers? Okay, currently we're working with Sacred Winds with Tico. And so I just want, just that thought I wanted to share. And since I have the line real quick, President and Vice President, I'm asking if you can hear me, sir. We're talking about fundings that have been given to departments, and I hope JT Willie is there. We are trying and struggling for the hotel fund, for Crown Point, setbacks from the office, sir. And I've said this many times, and since you're indicating that there's millions and millions of dollars going to departments.
Point of order. Chairman Yazzie, hold on. There's a point of order by Madam Chair.
Okay, all right. I thought there was no point of order in NABI, sir. But anyway, I'll go ahead and leave it at that.
We are talking about education, so can we get back to the topic of education, Speaker? Thank you.
Yes, Chairman Yazzie, we are on Ms. Ghani's education
Okay.
presentation.
That's fine. I agree. I mean, I know Nabi, we could talk about everything, but okay, I'll respect that. So, all right, sir.
On Ms. Patricia Ghani's presentation on education, on non-FRF funds, Honorable Eugene So.
Shut the chair. Biko peso, and tehigi, and tehete. I like to speak Navajo, so that way. The Nazi start on side, like I say, that's true. The are peso the net, be a the American, and they needing that the air. So out of the neck car, so Navajo technical college, that ain't no tahagi. There has only betas only like I nasa. Ejiji asati shadin nesi. So like example, some 638 funds all you betas tobias on hit up in on Michigi. So the beas only best 20 could never cut, never care up beyond it, or shit at that a yon and cut together. So other reorganized tribe, village it's better for them to use those funds. But out that on even a bus route, money work shade, it's going to take longer and the roads are different too. There's a lot of maintenance on it. But I don't know how far these bus runs and how much we need for maintenance when it comes back to. And also the net actually the Peragi, I always wanted to look at those 638. Are we behind, or is it the recent data that we have to get these money? Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So. That, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. On Ms. Ghani's presentation.
Hello. Oh, Shitsila, Speaker Damon, thank you for the recognition, and Ms. Gotti, thank you for the presentation. I just have two quick questions. One is, you did state that the funds have not been distributed. What is the timeline for distribution, and what does your department or your division have to do to receive those funding? That's my first question. Second one is, what is your plan for where these funds will be allocated? Do you have a plan in place right now on how you want to distribute out $1 million to Head Start, $171 million to BIE, Learning Management System, facility related, and then all the way down the list here? And I know that I guess my last question would be, with the funds going to Dina College and Navajo Technical University, I'm assuming that the funds go directly to the school. And so can you clarify, I guess in that case, how the funds would be allocated to our institutions of higher learning? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Any other further questions for Ms. Ghani in our presentation? Honorable Otto So.
Yeah. The other thing is that we're talking about funds that are directed to programs on Navajo that should be coming in down the pipeline. And my concern is like with NTU or the Net College, they already have a slice of, that's just an example. They already have a slice in of funding. And I guess as these dollars are appropriated from them directly from Congress, do we have the information on what these entities are going to be utilizing these for? Because they're going to be coming to the council. We need it for this, we need it for that. But I'm looking at it as a form of double dipping. Alcohol, and then that's another thing I think Mel should look at, Department of Justice, the double dipping portion. They receive these federal dollars allocation directly from the federal government. The Navajo Nation receive our share pertaining to ARPA from the federal government. And will that be recognized as double dipping? Because the need out there for the Navajo people is needed out there. And what I really didn't see anything here is what you spoke to from Ms. Ghani pertaining to education. We have seniors out there on their 4th year. We have individuals that are going through grad school and going to their doctoral school and struggling for money. And I think that we have to really look at that in your plan for your request for ARPA. And this is just something that I see, and I know that our tribal colleges will be coming to the council. They're going to be knocking on the door, and they're going to say, hey, the ones that exhausted their scholarships, that are struggling out there to try to make ends meet to pay for their tuition, or to try to meet rent, or try to buy grocery, wherever they're going to school. So it is not, yeah.
So let me go back to Ms. Ghani at this time. Then I'll go on to our next group of individuals. Ms. Ghani?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for those questions. To the request from Eugene, so Shannon, while I understand your request is the peso anigi for higher education institution, peso behas anchi don inkigi na tosia had neigi wishte. I will furnish those documents that describe the allowable costs for the funds that did reach already the NA College and NTU. So thank you for that request. To Madam Charles Newton, you ask when and how Doty will be distributing these funds. I mentioned in Navajo that these funds on the screen, Tim, if you can pull that back up, the 171 million BIE learning management, those already reached the schools. Doty does not receive BIE funds. BIE works with those dollars, and they are allocated and distributed to the schools. And they also devise their own individual plans based on their school needs to put those dollars toward costs according to allowable expenditures. Head Start also already received their 1.3 million as well. There is a plan as part of the grant proposal. I described that there are some additional positions being requested. Part of that is to support pushing through the funds within the financial sector of the program. Some additional positions for mental health services to children and families, auto contracted services, operations. That's how those funds were allocated and approved. And the only grant application that Doty will begin to manage is the American Indian Resilience and Education Grant, $463,780. That's the first funding that we'll begin to manage. And I described the abstract for that grant. It is to provide professional development utilizing the expertise of teachers who will take the social emotional learning standards from the state education departments and weaving that with the Navajo language and culture standards. And then also having teachers create curriculum maps, and we will serve as a repository for those curriculum maps at Doty for any teacher across Navajo to access so that we can effectuate a support of social emotional learning for our students on Navajo. I hope that answers the questions for you, ma'am. To Delegate Otto So, indeed, it is correct that NTU and Dene College are the recipients directly of these funds. We are in communication with the leadership there to understand how these funds are being appropriated at their own institutions. The concern that you share with us this morning and recognizing that our college students are struggling financially, indeed, we are cognizant of that. So you will see, if I may remind you, that the ARPA projects that were submitted by Department of Dene Education includes funding for college students. A lot of our students were displaced. They've had to leave their institutions and find a safe place to be. We still have multi-generational homes. In addition to that, some of our students have had to secure wireless internet connectivity and devices on their own as well. There are subscriptions that are paid by the month. That is coming through as part of our project proposals for ARPA for Department of Dene Education. Thank you again for the questions and concerns. I hope that answers your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ghani. This is a follow-up. Honorable Otto, so what we'll do is I'll have Office of the Speaker write a memo to Dene College and NTU asking them to ask them what they're going to be utilizing their funds for as a formal presentation. I'll come back to you, Honorable Otto So and Madam Chair Charles Dugan. I do have, this is the lineup for Ms. Ghani for your questions. I'm Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Vince James, and Honorable Keon Begay, and then Honorable Helena. And then I'm back to Madam Chair Charles Dugan, and then yourself. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
It works. Oh, good enough. Okay, do yat nana, ado speaker, okay, share ado situdo Ms. Ghani, do yat your presentation. I have a question. The first one is on the BIE learning management system. Since all the chapters that I represent regarding Dalcon, Saba, Greasewood School, Winslow Residential, and Issaquah, they all got some fundings. Right now, we're working on my District 7, which includes Dalcon, Tisto, and the Wells Cone and Greasewood chapters. We're working on a broadband. So we have a design-build plan and ready for construction, which was given to us from the BIA, gave us an award that saying that this proposal is ready for construction. So we've been working with Arizona Department of Commerce on broadband. They gave us an application to apply for Arizona $100 million grant for broadband. But we understand or learned that it requires a matching of $1 million to apply for this grant. But they want us to do it, but So does this mean that if this fund didn't go through Doty, so we can work with the schools, our own, see if we can give us some fundings? If they already got some fundings right now, they can be utilized for education, for broadband, to give us the 10% to help us out with the broadband. That's the first question. The second one is I have we don't know who to talk to since you're with education and that program is under you. Navajo Traditional Apprenticeship Project within your department, and with working with the Net College and working with NTU regarding some under vocational training and adult education. Can this somehow, this program that I mentioned, Navajo Traditional Apprenticeship Project, can this be work directly with your office? See if this money can be used for training another Hatasi. Because right now, we don't know who to talk to. How can we, because we lost them as we know that from my area, we lost about 5 traditional practitioners. Nobody is there to compensate the kids, the family. They have no benefits. They have no insurance. All this time, that's what they were doing. They didn't went to work. Right now, I have some more Hatatis that are out there. Once their family or their mom and dad were doing these ceremonies, when they were about to leave, they were told to hang on to this and do it, so they just started learning. So right now, they never went to work. So when something happens, what's the benefit? I would understand if there was Hatati that are already working. They have benefits for the family. So that's my question. Where does this fit? And this education, vocational training, and then adult education that is within your program. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Alma Brigade. There's a question of privilege by Chairman Chairman Daniel So. I was looking at Chairman Nez. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
And I, Honorable Edison Wanika, thank you for that wonderful prayer. Ado, President Nez, Vice President. Ado, Shabik Aho Eya, Yat Ehin Hidini Dole. Kudo, Yisishat it Ahigi Oyo, to Ajon hits that deal with the Chiban says case, so this spreadsheet quaki. Chateau Eya, that art it's clearly base of it and Hulia, a catasto. Ado Koje, Washington, that nonish, but Otasto, Egi Ajet, a catnadasto. Of course, that they hot that Navajo dollars a kaiki are 80 by Yadi pure shot. The one that pertains to legislation 0257-21. So the IAD, the BIE, Department of Health and Human Services, peso, that comes to the divisions. No matter what we say about it, we're not going to change that number. The one where we have effect is the one that's going to be in 0257-21. Of course, even Sastui Sazani, delegates of the Navajo Nation Council, if we could just focus on that, it would really help us to move forward. Now, so I'm having side discussions about how should we proceed. So if we could, Speaker Satilla, if we could go in that direction, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So again, colleagues, this was a request to have the presentation for all additional non-FRF dollars that was given to the nation. There was only one committee that got this presentation, and our colleagues asked why wasn't this given to everybody else. That's the reason why this presentation is given at this time. It was asked of it, and that's the reason why it's on the agenda, colleagues. But again, as Chairman Daniel so indicated, these dollars are going directly to the program, and those dollars are automatically been granted, similar to $638. They have guidelines, and those guidelines have to be met. So with that, colleagues, let me go on down the line. Thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade, for those questions. I have Honorable Vince James next. Honorable James, on the presentation from Ms. Ghani.
Yate, Janelle, Speaker. Ado Nana da Shema, Sky Ako, Paikit a Miskani. NTU bonds, NTU bonds, and on this case ako. So, the listing, which in tas lay down his Ishana in la later. That American Indian silence, the education, iki. There, where is that on the listing that was provided to us? Dobakata. Nana, in regards to CJY 4121, there was expenditure bill number 1, expenditure bill number 2, expenditure bill number 3. And in each of those expenditures, you've indicated education. In regards to that, are any of these 5 items that you went over under those expenditure bill that is under CJY 4121? My next question is in regards to what is listed here on the screen. Was that under the CARES defunded projects, or is this something new? Were these 5 items under the defunded CARES project? Nana Kwado Beshma sa anani liniki documents you need, kid. Some of us, we keep the documents. I don't know some of my colleagues, I don't know what they do with the documents, but what plan does Head Start have? What documents are you talking about that when they receive the $1 million, or are they going to use that? Because I don't want Head Start to come back in regards to what my Nali, Honorable Otto So has stated. They're going to come back and ask for some funding. And at that time, if we have the documents, we can relay back to that document on what was already funded. Same goes with the funds that went to the school lay 171,000 Nikki, the BIE on learning management system. You indicated that went to the schools. What are they using the funds on? The documents that you forward, we can reference back to that. Nana, the exact same thing for the Net College and NTU. Did they submit documents to you, or at least a draft on where they're going to spend these funds? And those funds, Ziki, are we going to take out those funds from the CJY 4121, where they indicated they wanted funds under expenditure bill number 1? Nana, my last one is the 463,780. The Nana stuff, the one I said that wasn't on the listing. Where is the plan? I know you indicated that you're going to use this funds for professional development for State Department with Navajo language. Which school are going to be using these funds? And then the curriculum map. There's so many curriculum maps out there. The esto bahotligo, kunde 463,000. You guys want to start another curriculum map. There's so many curriculum maps that our educators are overwhelmed with. A new superintendent comes in, put out curriculum map, that superintendent leaves, a delegated comes in, out of curriculum map, those are the comments that we receive from the educators at the local level. So how many curriculum maps do we actually need for the Navajo Nation? Another speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. So that, let me move on down. We'll pass the mic over to Honorable Naabik'íyáti.
Yate, Speaker. Ado kudos nanta natin di bismasan hit nobin hit ochihiki. Ado President Nez, Vice President Lizer. Good morning. Ado Division Director Nagidano Sporto. Di kudo nido sato bahata isi joha ila isi benach kudo di ne la peso ke akoko laten has ade ajiego khatahatil ne hobani khay, which is good. Akon laten has chini thatnal de hikin le pagaton le ulthat akwa kiego na hote do and has take at Kisbahozan ikon ke zeda that as Bali Benache. Akoko to hayulsa dan linde ulthat ndato kahaki. Akon la te pepa paholongo ulthat lindgit ande hawanto jo eko jepe chi do nche be الخنة إلى تاير patient سكيسة آتا بجيكي إلى خيت إيجو كتيك أجل ساتو بخاطرنا لا إلى خيت ساتو بنا النش. I guess what I'm saying is we build up a lot of these programs in a centralized area, but a lot of our Navajo students lives in the rural part of each of the community, 110 communities. But yet we aren't sincerely implementing the infrastructure relates to broadband, internet, landline, and you name it. But yet we're still trying to figure out how to utilize the 2 billion, and we're almost about a year into after receiving it. Ako halet elat ehin soban test case. Ako kodo oltha ajbel khaz aniki dik a data. How much of our young kids are actually had fall behind? I think that really needs to be brought to light to justify and to say that enough is enough of us talking about it. Let's get this work done. Halet aj akodik at Head Start hahoji. And then locally, we got the public schools, we got the BIA school, and then we got community schools. Ako edik at on the Navajo Nation, a lot of our communities are lacking broadband infrastructure. And several, I don't know how many, out of about 5 of my chapter, one doesn't have a permanent cell tower in which is Low Mountain. And then other communities do have it, but there's only about 3 or 4 mile radius. But a lot of our community lives further off off the main road. At Head Start, 1 million. The BIE, 171 million. Ado the AIRE, 463,000. The NACOL at 16 million. NTU, 16 million. Halet Sato Ijehish Satosh Ije Halet Adi la Hazon Hichetato Kwaki Baby Nashet Shohe, and especially of our region, agency by agency, Hajala. So maybe those that are going off the reservation, going to school again may be benefiting more. But again, once they get back to the home, that are on the reservation, Ako agit atin the yego shit ashanan no senegi hashit out ni. We got NTU AW, and then we got cellular and the sacred wind. You get all of these programs or entities that are still, again, not doing much. Akoko Dana, we met with the land department, one-stop shop, based on the dot. I think no. But the thing is that at Koja, there's a lot of broadband service could be initiated with a simple switch once a signature or certain document had been acted on. He did not be yet here. Accord on here internally, it's not because on it all you'd up it in that seat. Oh, he thought that to be at the end, which in a hunt out at door. So again, going back to our kids, Hachinan Lenegi, Kate Ala Aj, the Kodo Dara, the Shenenegi, by each of the sector of public school, BIA school and community school and others, homeschool, maybe provide that us, and we can cross-reference in the area of how these schools are asking for funding. Based on the Tunigo, she be Bonet Zanson, Stoquake, a core baby Nachigo Codot arts, Hojaquake, or could the Sad and Dinigito, Skine, Kahaki, Oban, Dinig, Latin hit a nappy, hot, a hackit, hot, a hackit, cut a hot, a copen Nachigo Codo, a digitious Zindo, Ego Codo, Bahana, sit on the speaker, here, Codosha, that's the unagain.
Thank you, Honorable Naabik'íyáti. With that, let me go back over to, this is the lineup. I'm going to go to Honorable Otto for a follow-up, then Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then I got Honorable Halona, then Honorable Freeland, and then Honorable Wanika. Honorable Otto So.
Again, pertaining to the funds that are funded by the federal government directly to the federal agencies that provide services to the Navajo Nation, such as Head Start, and BIE Learning Management System Facility related, and American Indian Resilience and in Education, the Net College, and NTU. And as the Net Education, what type of oversight in reporting mechanism do you have that these entities report to you on how these dollars are used? Because these entities are using our Navajo children. They get those numbers. For instance, whoever's going to school at Little Singer School, they're counting that child there. How is these programs such as the BIE, the Net Education, or correction, the Net College and NTU are providing that service to our Navajo children? Because census number, the enrollment number, Washington, de peso chihtit ahi, beta inish, late aden hitatin da has age. In my community in Tuba City, we have Tuba City Boarding School, we have the Gray Hills High School, we have Tuba City Public School System. But not yet late Washington, de peso chihtit ahna. How is their grading system? What is their grading system on the educational services they're providing to our children? Instant. Ako ate go height ego gosh ate and hibik is it the Nadishnini, you head a department that is very vital on the Navajo Nation. You have 110 chapters that serve schools out there. There's schools out there in the federal facility, the grant schools, and the public school. Ako eba yashke hashit ash ebik isito do ade ni hitch not ape ni benadishnini. As I came into council 7 years ago, I really haven't got that information from Dodie. And then maybe to the oversight at HES, but that's just a 6-member oversight. There's 24 members. Just as an example, CARES Act. How much CARES Act was given to, CARES Act funding was directly funded to Tuba City Boarding School. That reporting mechanism or that funding from the CARES Act, how much money was funded to Rough Rock Demonstration School? Ako inache le de patahis le de nadahi kaho eba yashki. Ako ade bikidin ikito ade niado ta inishiki halek ego et nabet nahanna na dashni et nan lini kodopi yaliki naha bik nihich nadi nihich cheti taho the never base of endahnish. That reporting mechanism halek ala ito ay aro ade no khit yaligi adatin tehi bikisato Hish yati de bikidest a peso it achon la tato ne. Ako de bena dish kit. Because Department of Education is a big department that I think that really needs to be a little more transparent. This is this from me. I'm just one of 24. Ko o hot a be nash e de hot a yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So with that, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, for follow-up.
Thank you, Speaker, and also, once again, Ms. Ghani. I asked my question in English. As you stated, you explained it in Navajo. I'm well aware of the explanation. So I will repeat my question in English, hoping that you will be able to answer my questions. Number one, you stated that funds have not been distributed, but you came back and you said funds were distributed. What I want to know is, what is the timeline for full distribution? Number two, where are these funds going to be allocated? I would like to know specifically which communities, which Head Starts are going to receive funding. I want to know, is Shiprock going to receive funding? How many of the Head Starts in Northern Agency are going to receive funding? You did answer my last question regarding the institutions of higher learning, but I'm hoping that with this clarification and the questions that I've asked, that you'll be able to answer so that I have an understanding. Seeing $1 million Head Start doesn't tell me anything. And I believe one of my colleagues has requested a high-level summary of where these funds will be allocated, and that's a request that I would like to make to you at this time, is can I get a high-level summary of your allocations and where these funds will be going so that we have an understanding of which communities are going to be receiving assistance. With the funds that are posted here on the top of the screen, $1 million to Head Start, $171 million for, well, I guess that BIE doesn't apply to you, but the American Indian Resilience and Education, $463,780. So I hope that I'm clear in the request and the questions that I'm asking, and I hope that I can get a response from you in regards to the allocations and how and who is making those decisions on which communities will be receiving assistance. In addition to that, I know that we're talking about non-FRF funding, and this might be, it might be off topic, so I apologize, Shaja, Honorable Daniel, but in the TIBIC meeting that was attended a few weeks ago, I learned that a lot of our grant schools were receiving funding from CARES and ARPA. And each one of the schools, my colleagues, each one of your schools and your communities were listed on this list. So we have all of the schools, the grant schools for Shiprock, all of the grant schools for every community on the Navajo Nation that was listed for BIE ARPA funds. In that meeting with TIBIC, it was explained to us that when the funds were distributed, that there should be information on how much, or not how much, but where those funds would be going. For instance, I learned that Shiprock Dormitory was going to receive $672,810. That Shiprock Atebiyaj, $2,777,110. What I would like to know is how involved is DOTI in ensuring that these funds will be spent properly? And I believe that it's a similar question to what Honorable Otto so raised. And how are those funds, how are they incorporated into these funds that you're talking about today? So I apologize, I am not on HES, and I with the various schools that are here on the Navajo Nation, I can tell you that that full listing is available on the I believe it's the BIE website, and you can see all of the breakdown of how much each community is receiving for funding when it comes to schools. So if I can get that information, and I guess it's just a clear yes or no answer. Are those fundings included in this amount that you're sharing with us today in regards to non-FRF funding? Because technically, it's non-FRF funding that have been distributed to the Navajo Nation if they're being directly distributed to the schools. And so what I want to know is how involved is DOTI and what are their plans in making sure that these funds get spent correctly? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With that, let me go back to Ms. Connie, and then I'll come back to the floor again. Ms. Connie?
Speaker, and thank you again for those follow-up questions. To Delegate Naabik'íyáti, you raised a question about working with the Commerce from Arizona Department of Commerce for a broadband build-out in your communities, and whether your community should be working directly with the schools as they have received the funds as identified on the screen. So the purpose of the funds that went to the school, they 171 million bakaigi, they received it to improve situation and scenarios at the respective schools. If that school needs to have more students online and there's a need for devices to be secured so that students have reliable internet service to access online learning, then that's what it is allowable for. Unfortunately, what we have seen is that the schools are not putting those dollars toward infrastructure. AD fiber optic lines done does to increase bandwidth to the schools. That begs the need for Navajo Nation and leadership here to recognize that there needs to be that conversation about how do we get homes, internet access, AD broadband presentation, you will see where these funds are going. So the bottom line from education perspective is when all of those projects have been implemented, how many homes will have internet access for students? So indeed, we are challenged to have that conversation at a larger level to make sure that more homes have students in them, have internet access. So working directly with the schools to see how your project will blend with theirs based on what these funds are allowable costs are identified is important. You also asked Delegate Yazi about the Navajo Apprenticeship Project. The Office of Standards Assessment and Curriculum Development, OSCAD, has a traditional practitioners apprenticeship program, which has been thriving. Adi the nek echo in higi to the zendo ajit inda al inigi. Those who are interested have been signing up and working alongside apprentices. And so that would be the proper department to partner with in order for us to continue to support these efforts. Akotaho Otaod in Higiya, Oyot Abe in Dahadski. So indeed, we should be conversating with those respective departments and programs. I also am aware of the Navajo, the Nebazad subcommittee. So it's a matter of collaborating and having conversations so that there are blended funds for these projects. Ms. Vera Johnson is the point of contact for that program. Chairman So, I do recognize your concern. These funds, as identified up here, those dollars already went to the program. So if I misspoke and said they haven't reached Navajo, that is my mistake. These dollars are already at Navajo Nation with the exception of air. We got the notice of award. So we'll be going through the 164 review process to accept that award in the amount of $463,780. Delegate James, thank you for your question, Shiaj. Where in the air project is a plan, was your question. So Grant Hajdaleko, you describe how you will expend those funds. And now that we have been approved for these dollars, we will place them on the Navajo Nation's Form 2. We spell out by categories, purchase services, if we're going to secure consultants to do certain aspects of work, or if it's operating supplies, that's what we utilize as our overarching plan. We also have quarterly reports that we work towards. These are all aside from what we are presenting a proposal for under ARPA. Grantors, external funding sources, funds that went to the school, what are they using it for? It mostly, when we read the allowable costs for these funds, especially for the BIE learning management, AD COVID-19 how will they protect continuation of learning without significant interruption? Devices clean sanitizers plexiglass they were initially made available as an allowable cost under CARES Act. There is a heavy emphasis on these funds for the learning management system. How do we invest in a system so that students' learning does not become interrupted? Our plan is to convert to online learning exclusively. So when that happens, the schools have already received the funds to make those expenditures and to procure the proper services and devices so that we protect that online learning. As far as the Net College and NTU, they are separate enterprises. BIE schools nahalong asati directly beso bahinde. Akodi need Dr. Guy do Dr. Monty Russell. Highlight beso chosin. Ado hanazago holjish ashat ende ekpochosin. Are there balances? We did an outreach to Dene College and NTU so that we have an understanding about where we are with the implementation. I know that early on, under CARES Act and then also the ARPA dollars, our students have been displaced. They have a need to incur additional costs on their own. Some were doing college work study. I know there's a lot of direct relief aids that have been given to our students using these dollars. There again, we are continuing a conversation with Dr. Charles Russell as well to see how we can put funds together. E-rate project, AD fiber optic lines, certain Head Start centers, auto chapter houses, AA yan di pelato at the Desiki, A do dane. But how on Navajo Nation do we have a plan so that we can get internet in the homes of our students, which is the priority? That is the purpose of these ARPA dollars that have reached our schools. And also Navajo Nation, how do we get internet in the homes? So indeed, a lot of collaboration and conversations needing to happen there as well. The AIR plan, I can share and forward the abstract from the grant application that was recently awarded Chiage, Delegate James, so that you have familiarity with how we are utilizing that. We did not recognize this community. All we have done is given a general overview in that grant application to say and describe that we will solicit X number of teachers from all of the school types. X number of teachers. Social emotional learning standards, a Navajo language and culture standards, AD teachers and units. We will place those units on Department of the Net Education's website for any teacher to access. We are faced with a crisis and moving through the process of recovery. In order to get to our children, the belief is that we speak to them in our Navajo language. Social alert, emotional learning standards. So we're adding the language and culture standards in that so that our teachers have the capacity to speak and address those social emotional learning needs for the entire mental health well-being of our students who have been impacted by COVID. So that is the plan behind these funds under the American Indian Resilience in Education application that we have submitted. Grade level that's why we're soliciting their help to help us create these. And I do recognize that in school settings, but we're recognizing the need. There are these social emotional learning standards from the State Department or BIE because of the direct oversight of the instructional programs within the respective schools. So our input to that process is so that we can see that it's close here to our heart and that it's meaningful for our students here on Navajo Nation. So that was the thinking behind the submission, Chiage. To Delegate Key Allen Begay, thank you for your questions as well. Certainly, we do have families who continue to want online learning only for their children. Ado abe yan teke sige et a akwa ege shachin chinata so akwado of kado lehin zinigi halon o ako di beso ya khait cho for internet hatnigi. As I mentioned specifically, BIE Learning Management System, the Net College, NTU, those are dollars that have reached these schools with an emphasis to get our students to maintain learning. If that is online, what is the need there? Is it service? Is it devices? How do we do that? And they have the flexibility on that's how we are aware of these funds that have been placed forward out there. How much of our students have fallen behind? It's a great question. We continue to ask our school leaders to implement a formative assessment. Formative assessment. Sometimes that's twice a year, sometimes that's 3 times a year. For Department of the Net Education to say this is how you're going to measurement is difficult. On the basis that there are so many different types of formative assessments that schools are choosing. Galileo dog, yes. NWEA dog, yes. What we're encouraging our school leaders to do is indeed assess your students. How significantly have they fallen backwards on the basis of comparing it to the year before's assessment? Last year, we were all exclusively online. And some of the schools have administered formative assessment remotely. Some were very cautious because you might have siblings or parent who is taking the assessment for the student if they were taking it from home. So in a lot of cases, these assessments were suspended. Summative assessment, with many high stakes testing at the end of the year. Typically, that measures the academic learning standards. The Lagana Bazad, what reading, the Lagana Bazad, for writing, Ado Atinai, those mathematics skills, those science, that was Adia itne Haned, not the standard place for who he So, because we were exclusively online for the spring of 2020, we did not test our students using that methodology. We also did not do that for spring 2021. We're trying to place our finger on how do we accurately identify how much learning loss there is. So in absence of that data on process, what we're encouraging our school leaders to do is assess them on the basis of your chosen formative assessment. At the beginning of the year, baseline data, and it's measuring the student against their own capability, and that's what's good about a formative assessment. End of the year, how much gain did they make up the so so this would be the first time the spring of 2022 that we are able to compile some sort of data from the respective schools. Again, I just want to note that the difficulty and challenge is that every school has latitude to choose whatever kind of assessment that they choose to utilize. But we will collect those and make some sort of meaning and share. How are we going to help and coordinate internet? Thank you for recognizing the need to do so, Delegate Begay. the internet in the home, as we are looking at the build out of broadband and how some of these funded projects have proprietary rights over those projects and that we're not easily able to add on to these fiber optic line installed across Navajo. So, but indeed, we should be talking about those. Let me continue. I went on to a second page with the questions here. Delegate Otto, thank you for your follow-up question. How is DOTI monitoring the expenditures where our students are used to generate those funds? The $171 billion for learning management that went to DIE. Average daily membership, average daily attendance. They use a 3-year average for each respective school. And they take that as a student weight count to generate funding for schools. 3-year average. And when schools submit that information from the attendance record, school leaders, teachers to take attendance, they ask and make sure that parents are sending their children in because that's how the funding is generated. Students being present on the basis of the average daily membership. So that is how our students are generating these funds. And the question of how is DOTI monitoring that? On the basis that public schools are receiving their dollars in this manner, average daily attendance and membership, they're working directly with their oversight for the DIE funded schools, the boarding schools, or tribally controlled grant schools are DIE funded. So where is your plan to expense these dollars? So in the most recent past, we at the Department of Education are asking for access. Native Star was it's an online access where schools upload their plans and their budget plans as well. School improvement. So we are asking to have access to that so that we have a greater involvement in how these schools, how is DOTI asserting its position that our students must benefit academically and be successful, and we showed and shown progress of our children. That's one way to get to it is to get access. So we are talking about that with our BIE partners. And then also our state education LEA. Every year we conduct tribal consultations. That's our relationship with the public school system. So just apprising everybody as to the current mechanism that we have in place to ask and be apprised about how our students are doing, as it indeed it is true. And then also, how much CARES Act was given to the city. There is a registry. If you go to BIE's website, and I think we pulled it down. The audit, when you go to BIE's website, it will pull down all of the BIE schools across the nation. What the staff members have done and furnished is that we've extracted just those schools on Navajo. So Tim, if you want to pull that up. So the top portion is the Bureau operated schools. And the specific schools are receiving the allocations you will find there. The second part of it, tribal control grant schools. So those are part of the PowerPoint presentations that I'm sure Tim is updating and sharing as well. So that's what we have, and how do people know? That's a very great question. What I saw is that there's a large concern from communities that parents have a great involvement at the schools. Today, under Title I funds that all of our schools, on the basis that our children are generating these dollars, disadvantaged students, Title I, we fall under that on the basis of socioeconomic status, free reduced lunch numbers of our students on Navajo Nation project. So there's a requirement of our schools to involve parents. So if our communities do not know what the schools are doing, what has changed, and what the needs are, the community and the parents are their greatest ally and stakeholder. So I would encourage, we encourage the school leaders, make sure you're working with your families. And the access that I say we want in Native Star for BIE, they are the parent involvement on both sides. So there is a set aside of 1% off the top. The Title I, schools are supposed to set that aside right off the top, 1% for parent involvement efforts. So schools have an obligation directly to the parents that they serve and the communities that they serve. And so we hope to have a greater monitoring and decision-making and input to the process as we gain this access. Delegate Charles Newton, thank you for your questions. You asked, what is the timeline for full distribution and where will they be allocated? So this here is shown for the BIE schools. Those have already reached the schools. They've been distributed. As for Head Start already received its 1.3 million as well. And as Form 2, when we accept dollars in the nation, I understand that we create those goals, auto quarterly reports, and I can share those documents that accompany the plan to extend those dollars for Head Start there. The American Indian Resilience Plan, I can also share the abstract that shares the scope of the project itself and how many teachers and the plan behind that. The strategy is to look at all of the agencies on Navajo Nation to be sure that there's equal representation from the school type, from the agencies across Navajo Nation. So and then in Head Start, there's a lot of the funds, to your question, Madam Charles Newton, which Head Start will be receiving the funds as indicated there. I don't think we've identified them by communities because it's like purchase professional services of a mental health specialist coming in, training the teachers as to how to work with these youngsters who are 3 years of age, 4 and 5 respectively. So it's really looking at the entirety and expanding the capacity of Navajo Head Start program and services. So we can share that Form 2, which is the plan of the grant. I hope that answers all of the questions in these follow-ups. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues, Ms. Ghani, for answering my colleagues' questions. Colleagues, I do have in the queue still for Ms. Ghani, Honorable Halona, then Honorable Freeland, then also a follow-up from Chairman Naabik'íyáti. Colleagues, we have been on this for 1 hour and 50 minutes. There are 9 more presentations. So just think about that, colleagues, on just the non-FRF funds. So And time is of the essence too as well, as we only have today and tomorrow. And we really tried to get as much done as we can today from not only this update, but also Ms. Barbara and Mel and Ms. Lowell and what they needed to do as well. And I know there's going to be much questions on the expenditure plan on legislation 05257-21. So let me go, Ms. Ghani, there's still some more questions. Honorable Halona, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Damon, and our committee members, 24th Navajo Nation Council, thank you, and all division directors, thank you and welcome for being here. And President Nez and Vice President Lizer, for your kind words, I appreciate that. I just have quick questions on that. You answered several questions that I was already going to ask, but the main one I want to find out is the money that's been given to Diné College and into you, who is going to follow that money, make sure that all the money is being spent right, and what kind of programs, plan of operation do they have for that? And I understand that's forthcoming. And what is Doty's funding? I understand that's that $400,000. Is there a plan of operation for that as well as how are you going to spend that funding? That's the thing I want to find out. And then who is overseeing the funds that all the BIA schools are getting? We always run into trouble when we have these funds allocated and they spend them the wrong way and they're not in line with the program. So I'd like to see if there's a plan of operations for any of the schools. Are they directed to make a plan of operations for the spending? And so those are my couple of questions that I did have, and I'm not going to take up very much of your time, but I wanted to find out those two things and see where we're at with it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland, where's yours? Is there a mic for Honorable Freeland?
Testing.
Good morning, President, Vice President, Speaker, my colleagues, Mr. Chaco, division directors, and all of our staff here that are gathered this morning. Thank you for this discussion and this very important presentation. Thank you, Ms. Ghani, for that presentation as well. I have 5 schools in my area. 3 of them are federally funded, and 2 of them are grant or tribally controlled schools. And I do talk to them. I do talk to my school boards. It's real important that we have these discussions and these communications established with our local school boards, just to see the need and to hear the need that's out there, especially for the rural communities that I have. You know, the grant school, the biggest school that I have, of course, is Otka, Crown Point Community. And just to show that figures that you had up there, they have receiving 4.3 million, which is understandable. That's the largest of the schools. That's a federally operated school. And then looking at Titlan at 2.6 and Hanutle at 982,000. And then these 2 I really pay attention to, especially Tehe'ai Community School, home of the Navajo Wranglers, built in 1934, $1.1 million. And I want to say thank you to everyone that was, especially Santee, everyone that was a part of Tehe'ai being placed back onto the priority list on BIE as #1. They're back on the list for a new school, and we are so thankful for that. If you ever go to Tehe'ai, and you all can come out anytime, 90% of this school is portable buildings. And to see the community's involvement, to see the school board's involvement, and to see the chapter's involvement was very something to witness. And I'm very proud of that community. I'm very proud of the school board. Velvet Calico, if you can hear me, thank you. As well as the administrator, Mr. Donald Pine, the principal, thank you. Everyone that's been a part of this. So Ms. Ghani, I'm gonna really need your help to continue to prioritize Tehe'ai community as #1 to get them a new school built, please. I'm gonna ask that of my colleagues of HES. Please, we need your help to get this done through the finish line. They deserve a new school. Tehe'ai is a very unique community. When you go out there in the wintertime and you see the kids participating in physical education on the blacktop, no gymnasium. When you see the basketball team practicing on a blacktop in the snow, no gymnasium. That's dedication. That's dedication of the parents, the teachers, and more importantly, the children. And I'm so happy that they're gonna be getting a new school. And the community was so thankful as well. So please help us cross that one. The other one I pay attention to is Lake Valley, home of the mighty Lakers, $781,440. If there's a way that we can have these funds enhance, more importantly, education, the quality of education, but also the facilities and build better schools, we should be able to attract, retain, and also increase the population of our students at these schools. We lost a lot of students during the COVID time. A lot of them transferred out, and that was hard to hearing that from the school boards. We lost a lot of our students. They wanted to go participate in the public schools, basketball or football, extracurricular activities that were available for them. And we lost a lot of our students to that. So if there's a way we can bring that back, and our kids excel at extracurricular activities. I mentioned Tehe'ai, they don't have a gymnasium, but they won the basketball regional. They were also champions at cross country as well. So, we all should be thankful for our schools and be proud of our communities that we represent, and these community schools play a big part of this. So I just wanted to mention that, Speaker, I know we're on a time constraint, but I want to say thank you to all of the communities. I want to say thank you to all of the parents. I want to say thank you to all the students that are part of these unique schools that we have out there. When you have a community that's very rural, when you see these buses going out there early in the morning, 6 o'clock, 6:30, you see the buses running out there on the highway. They're getting up early. You see the parents park with the side of the road, sitting waiting for the bus, or you see little kids waiting on the side of the road. That's something that tells us, that speaks volume. That speaks a lot of volume to our area, especially when they're very remote areas. So I want to continue to advocate for not only my area, but all the remote schools that are out there that are serving a purpose, giving quality education to our children as well. It's real important that we support them continually. So, Eddie, Speaker, I just wanted to make those comments and say thank you, and my colleagues, everyone. I have one request. Does anyone have any Advil or any aspirins? I need 2 of them, please, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. Chairman Yazzie.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you again, and everyone that's listening, my colleagues there at Twin Arrows, President Vice. Now, I just want to say, I already had to say what I want to say about the cell tower for the bear den. I know when it comes to funds that are going back to our areas, there's always going to be a lot of talks and a lot of discussions about how we're going to spend the funds. Yeah, we are thankful, like what Mr. Freeland had indicated, who advocated for Standing Rock. And so anyhow, no other questions, sir, and I'll go ahead and work with Hesse and getting the cell tower up for Fort Wingate High School and Elementary, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, any other further comments or questions to Ms. Ghani at this time? Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair, you have to speak in the mic for the record.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Speaker, you just stated that we've been in this presentation now for over an hour and a half now. A lot of the questions are not on topic to what we've been presented here. Is it possible, Speaker, that we can get through the 9 presentations and then at the end hold off on questions? And as delegates, we can write down our questions as presentations are provided to us. Otherwise, we're going to be here well into the morning. So I would like to request as one delegate that we get all 9 presentations at this time and hold off on questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Newton. That was the intention when we first started, but there was delegates that wanted to immediately speak. So we're on that path now. So let's go back. If there's no other further questions, Ms. Gandhi, I know we had one question from Honorable Halona, if you want to address that question. Hold on. Honorable Halona. Ms. Gandhi, go ahead.
Thank you for your follow-up question, Honorable Halona. You asked who is monitoring the spending of schools. BIE, when they fund the schools, they conduct monitoring. And schools are also required to conduct annual single-year audits. So Department of the Net Education, Board of Education reauthorizes those schools. The audit result, CD, it comes before the board. Reauthorization. So we're connected and overseeing matters, but on an annual basis, BIE audits and monitors. BIE monitors the schools for spending, and schools secure an audit firm to audit their expenditures. Department of the Net Education receives those audit reports, furnishes it to the Board of Education for action and consideration as part of reauthorization of our schools. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ghani. With that, colleagues, we're going to go into a recess for 30 minutes to have lunch. With that, if this table goes first, if you would exit out the gentleman standing by the exit door, could you please, by Chris Vicente. What's his name? Lorenzo, where's your hand? Go out that way, that door, then this table, and then finally Dana's table. Sorry, Dana, you're last. Oh, Mr. President, we have a special menu for you, but go ahead and go. 30-minute recess, 12:06, we're coming back at 12:36.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Okay. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. 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 Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test. Test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
If you haven't got a plate, please, there's nobody in line now. All right, colleagues, thank you very much. Time is now 12:35 p.m. We're coming out of recess. And if you're just joining us, are we recording? Are we live? We're live. So again, we're having an Naabik'íyáti committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session. We're starting off on our work session with the ARPA non-fiscal recovery funds. Just as an update, colleagues, we just got done with the presentation on education. We do have Ms. Naabik'íyáti, who's going to go over social services next, and then economic development by Mr. J.T. Willie, then Division of Community Development by Dr. Yellowman, and then Ms. Santee Lewis is going to go over the housing, and then from there, Mr. Garrett Silversmith just upgraded you to Dr. Silversmith. It's going to go over transportation, and then Mr. Chris Vicente is going to go over broadband, and Dr. Jill Chim, I do think she's remote, she's going to go over health services, and then last but not least, Mr. Jesse Delmore is going to go over public safety. So with that, colleagues, we are moving down back out of recess on our work session. So let me turn at this time. I know Paulson, I do believe we have Ms. Naabik'íyáti, who's going to present at this time. Ms. Naabik'íyáti on social services. The floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you, Speaker, members of Council, President, Vice President, my colleagues. Diana Naabik'íyáti, Tachin Elishan, Sinjukine Bashichin, Finajini Dashiche, Nanaseja Tanja Chanala. I'm currently the Division of Social Services Executive Director. And so within the Division of Social Services, we received 8 different funding directly for our social services programs. The first one is the Child Care Development Block Grant, $31,374,517. A notice of award for October 1, 2020 to September 30, 2024 was received, and a budget was entered into the FMIS with a distribution of $4.7 million for administration and $26.6 million for direct services. A total budget, no expenditures have been done to date. Funding can be used to provide child care assistance to healthcare sector employees, emergency responders, sanitation workers, and other workers deemed essential during the response to the pandemic without regard to the income eligibility requirement. Once an expenditure plan is developed, the tribal plan needs to be amended to incorporate into the plan. The next one is the Child Care Stabilization Fund, $49,257,349. A notice of award for the period of October 1, 2020 to September 30, 2023 was received, and a budget was entered into the FMIS with a distribution of $7.3 million for administration and $41.8 million for direct services. No expenditures to date. The Department of Child Care and Development is still in the planning stages of developing a plan on how to use the funding. The purpose of the funding is to provide stabilization grants to child care providers. Funding can be used for operating expenses such as wages and benefits, rent and utilities, cleaning and sanitation, supplies and services. Once an expenditure plan is developed, the tribal plan needs to be amended to incorporate into the plan. Next is the Family Violence Prevention and Services Program, $2,115,226. An application was submitted, but the Navajo Nation has not received a notice of award yet. When the funding is received, the nation will use the funds with 7 subcontracted domestic violence vendors to reimburse their operating costs related to a number of bed nights for victims, support services such as transportation and counseling. The next funding is the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. You may have heard it as LIHEAP, $1,893,803. A notice of award was received for which a budget was processed and is posted in the FMIS. The funding will expire on September 30, 2022. Due to the CARE Act LIHEAP funding of September 30, 2021, and reaching the funding cap, about 1,000 CARES Act LIHEAP applications were not served, and nearly 400 requests for direct payment was returned. So the CARES Act LIHEAP applications that were date stamped on or before September 30, 2021 and returned RDPs will be first priority for the ARPA LIHEAP funding. The financial assistance includes heating, which is for electricity, propane, natural gas, pellet, or firewood and coal, cooling assistance, crisis, minor home repairs, and weatherization assistance to reduce home energy burden. Weatherization assistance could be if they're needing a wood stove or pellet stove. Next is the Low-Income Home Water Assistance Program. We're calling it LIWAP, $2,354,305. The nomination received a notice of award and the budget is being processed through the 164 review process. The funding will expire September 30, 2023. Low-income households with water and wastewater bills that pay a high portion of household income for drinking water and wastewater services will be assisted. Payments will be made directly to owners and operators of public water systems or treatment to reduce arrearages of and rates charged to such households for such services. Division of Social Services and NTA are having ongoing strategy sessions aimed at coordinating and simplified payment systems for eligible households approved for LIHEAP and LIWAP. Division of Social Services will be reaching out to other water and wastewater providers that serve Navajo communities. The next one is the Pandemic Emergency Assistance Fund, $8,064,017. The Department for Self-Reliance, which is our TANF program, received a notice of award and spent 70% of the funding as of October 30, 2021. TANF recipients are provided a one-time financial assistance of $2,500 to each eligible family. A total of 3,225 families will be served by September 30, 2022. We also received the Indian House Services Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families had received $601,701. This one is very specific to serve individuals that are impacted by the COVID-19, and so I don't have a complete update on that at this point. Next is the BIA Social Services, $3,609,878. So that was divided into two areas. One of them was for the BIA RPA Social Services, which is, one of them is to provide ongoing software case management to develop, purchase, and then Department of Family Services will receive one-time funding and has begun using the fund to reimburse subcontract adult and elderly facility vendors. Then also, the Navajo Family Assistance Services is providing financial assistance for burial assistance. And so with this one being 638, there are stringent eligibility requirements, such as the person has to be an Indian, which is in the eligibility for the CFR. And then they have to be indigent, meaning that they have no resources to pay for their final expenses. And then residency is one of the areas that we have to tackle with. So that concludes my report, Speaker. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Naabik'íyáti, for giving the update on the social services of the non-FRF funding. That, I do have Honorable Keon Begay. Jay, what was yours? Then Honorable Freeland and Honorable Otto So. No. I tried that, but your colleagues have voted to continue this way. Madam Chair. Okay, Honorable Keon, floor is yours.
Yana tehto lesla. Jo lead nashila da is to ade. Ja des go hit a kodo in hat lenigi. Nahana hat ado nahot jo hat shilosla. Ya benet dan long kodo da is a koko di. Jo based on that a koko jo to lahit kodo nasnet nije ki beben nache. Look at there's 110 chapters. That's one area kodo di yan linigi hajugoshi because hadina that a lot of them for one purpose that the Christian base of bunny and deho or accumulate on ne land and so yet ban such case. I do appreciate your staff, Ms. Begay, Rosin Begay, Kodo, yesterday the scheduled to meet with with my 5 chapters. Danda, I appreciate that. In going over the Lahi program. Now, that comes to my question, Kodo, Speaker Do, our Legislative Council. Akoko jod nikita na en linigit o kayu kodo light bill linigi kodo nikita email iishla. Akoko elahit a sato bebaka aliyedla. Because if you go through some other areas, if you go down, people living in the city are getting assistance for rental. Some other programs, kodo bebaka ta iye. Akon hin hiten na akilahit what ehki bebiche bebaka de jahla. Dot been session and not lendigi dig at the low income program that only a particular group of our Navajo people will only qualify. But what about other working individuals that are also struggling to meet the ends? Dikodo nahot iki yohandanel sa. Ako diki lahit to dikat low income do light bill. I know I've already heard that it's a responsibility of individual our community to need. But I want to make a position or stand on to say that NTUA is here, and I did provide this information to them to say that let's help our Navajo. Based on 100, whatever area. Light bill is one area that I think that we really need to help our Navajo people. It's just a simple light bill that will be taken to your office and say that, can you send this off to NTUA and have them clear my light bill? Then there was also a question came back to me. Okay, what about some of us that are paying on time? So those are some areas I think that we need to somehow provide some incentive or programs of putting aside some fundings for the Navajo people. Now the other one, I know this is a really appropriate time to discuss this this in the next area. Septic system. Oh, you could don't hit not source. Then don't hit I know IHS and OAH, and I'm sure some at NTUA. I believe Naka Kona has Khana. I'm not sure. If they're going to be coming back, naka ako we talk about health, we talk about If you look at one of the picture, septic system, right there, you have a toy set. So, I mean, just imagine what our Navajo people are going through is that they can't fix it. It averages about 7,000 to 8,000. That's another area that I really want for this council to allocate some funding, and I did reach out to IHS and the OEH and say that, okay, how many is out there, and how much money is needed that will take care of this, or up the other IHS standards, and I like to see a lot of those area. The other area is the social service. The Department of Health, a lot of our Navajo people, diabetic, there's one located for the nearest one in the central part is in Chinle. The facility needs update. Because I mean, I'm not ashamed to say that a lot of my relatives, my own brothers, or my own sisters, yes, not that. Diabetic, facility improve at on the other slide, it said you have 2 million for facility improvement. I'm not sure which facility you're talking about, Ada. So I think the Navajo Nation really, really needs to look at all of our dialysis centers. If you haven't gone there, go in there. I mean, right, just even walking towards the door, you can see, smell this. I guess it's the medication. Or just even ishin kudo the nada the tendo nabaka a ye the no that quack and nake it the honiho and the has town. So I think we all need to go back to our local situation. So this is the area that I'm being told, and this is what is being discussed to me. Nonsense. But what end, I think those are some areas that we really need to look into, and those are some areas that I want to have the Navajo Nation Council to set aside these specific programs. So what I could do, speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiambiye. Let me move on down. Again, colleagues, we are on social services. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Speaker Lieutenant, colleagues, and President, Vice President, and staff. Nana, thank you, Ms. Naabik'íyáti, for that presentation. I feel, and I know my colleagues would probably agree, this is probably one of the most important non-FRF presentations we have to hear. And I say this because a lot of our Navajo people, especially the underserved, are in a lot of challenging situations at this time. And I say this because, you know, I talk to a lot of our people out there, and I get stopped and I get spoken to. I need help with this, or I need help with that. The law heap is real important. The law heap is one of the most important, probably the biggest assistance programs we can offer or have have our people assisted with. I get so many requests, and I say this all due respect. I wish we still had discretionary money available. I could really use it right now to help pay for electricity bills, to help pay for funeral costs, unfortunately. And I say that with all due respect because I have to give my own money at times, and I don't mind doing that, but it's not much. This law heap is so vital. It's so important to help. It goes a long way, and I'm real thankful for that. The Family Violence Prevention Service Program, too, I'm real hopeful that will help the field offices with child protective services and those kids that are mainly looking for foster. I was a foster at one time. I fostered a 16-year-old young man, and it was such a great experience, and I even did it as a delegate. And I did that for over a year. I took care of him and helped him. But if you all get a chance to be a foster parent, please consider that. A lot of our kids need help. A lot of our kids are out there waiting for a nice home to go to. So unfortunately, I had to take him with me to different RDC meetings, and he was always outside in the car, but he had a good experience. This BIA social services, I'm hopeful that's going to be a burial assistance component. We still need burial assistance in some form or fashion. And I have one community, one of my chapters has been hit so hard by COVID, and I mentioned this yesterday on the Northern Navajo Medical Center call that I had with Honorable Karate. I don't think she's here, but we pleaded for help from Ditley Healthcare Center. And Herfino chapter is the largest chapter that I have, and they have suffered the most losses of COVID patients or COVID community members of the 8 chapters I represent. And my chapter president came to me and he said, I need your help. This is getting out of hand. We don't know what to do anymore. So then I turned to Dr. Jim. I asked Dr. Jim for help. I pleaded with her. Yesterday I pleaded with Navajo area to help us. It's really hard as a delegate when you get text messages or when you get communications from your officials letting you know they lost another community member to COVID. When chapters, especially Herfino, are continually digging graves every day, it's hard to hear. And I shouldn't be talking about this, but it breaks my heart. It really does. I really pleaded hard with Dr. Jim, and I pleaded hard with Ms. Rosalind Soda, please help us with Herfino. It's a high number of unvaccinated, I believe, population is what we're thinking, multi-generational living. But that goes back to burial assistance. Every time my chapter president contacts me, he already knows, we got to work with the mortuary, or the family needs to work with the mortuary directly, make sure they're contacted. The other challenges is when one of our Navajo people is off, and I had this experience last week. Unfortunately, the person was transported out of state and passed in Colorado Springs. Then what? How do we deal with those types of scenarios when they have to bring remains back to the nation? And is that the responsibility of IHS, or is that the responsibility of the nation? Then the family has to, of course, raise money to bring those remains home. So it's instances like this that you, as myself, I hear about, I get messages about, and I plead with you, my colleagues, I plead with you, President, Vice President, I plead with everyone in this room. This battle against COVID is long from over, and we still need to remember that we are dealing with a very deadly disease or deadly virus. This new variant that has come about from South Africa is a lot of unknowns. The mutations are a lot different from Delta. We really need to understand this and learn about it more. And I'm really going to pray hard that the vaccines will battle against it. But until then, I just want to say thank you, Ms. Neswick-Gishi, for this. This is a very good list. I actually added it all up to $102 $174,118 total for your non-FRF. Thank you to the funding sources. I hope it really gets down to the field level, to your social workers, to your CPS workers, those people that are out there in the front lines, all the people in Gallup, whatever the Crown Point, wherever they may be, Shiprock, all the offices out there that work every day to help our Navajo people at the Family Services Unit, or whether they're at the TANF office, whoever. We have an office right behind the Crown Point chapter. And you know, I'm really proud of those individuals that are working each and every day. So I want to say thank you to all the CPS workers as well, those that are working to protect our children. So with that, Speaker, I just wanted to mention that and say thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. With that, let me continue on down, colleagues. I do have Honorable Otto So next. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Yate. Thank you for your presentation, Kodo, Department of Public Social Services, and the dollars that came through that are coming down the pipeline. I'm not too sure if the funds hit the banks or the tribal bank here. Akonde, going back to the LIHEAP, low income energy assistant, and I'm not too sure how streamlined the system is now. When COVID started and the CARES Act funds were put in place, I had a scenario with one of my constituents where she applied for months, and she'd been waiting for a response from social services and not even a letter. And I'm not even too sure to this day if she got her propane. And I remember I personally went to Farrell's Gas in Tuba City, and I told her to fill up her tank. And the backup that is there at the offices across the nation, and I'm not too sure if you guys have caught up with those backlogs. And I see that was one of my issues that I had with that program. And I'm hoping that the program has figured out a better way to provide that mechanism, that services to the Navajo people. And I believe she applied with her father. She is actually a coal mine chapter constituent, and Honorable Walker, Linda, but she lives in Tuba City, the community Tuba City, and maybe if you can elaborate on how you guys streamline that process to try to process those checks, because at the time, these checks, there was nobody at the office. I don't know. And I told the homeowner, she kept calling me, 8 o'clock at night, she goes, it's getting cold. How can we get some propane? Need to cook. And I'm sure there's families out there across the nation that were facing the same circumstance. I had another issue with the burial assistant, and there's a burial assistant that are Navajo citizens that live off the reservation, and I believe it was a particular family here in Flagstaff, and the Navajo Nation's response was that, oh, we don't have a contract with that mortuary, so we can't help you. And I remember that. And I had a conversation with you, and the Navajo Nation did not assist that person, and the family was very disappointed. And I had to go back and I had to answer to that family to tell them it's the administration that that has these policies in place, and how, you know, I see but not what di Washington that based on chihin de koko like I said, it's just like the school that our children are counted based off of what Dodie has indicated, that coming to school attendance, and their CIP. That's how Department of the federal government pushes through these federal dollars, and somehow there's a formula geared to the low-income energy assistance and the burial assistance. And our Navajo people, this family did not get any help. Again, the nation just kindly looked away and said, sorry, we can't do anything for you. We don't have a contract. We can't issue anything and the mortuary was Knowles Mortuary. And I remember that we don't have a contract with them, so we don't do business with them. But don't need net. But our Navajo citizens that live off the Navajo Nation, I don't know the policy change that was supposed to go through the process, and how is there a recommendation so that, you know, people are not tied to what the current policy is, because you have to have a contract in place. I would rather see it as if the person qualifies through their census number and their tribal enrollment number, and they show that he or she passed, and they could submit that information, and the check is issued to them directly to the mortuary. But that was not the case. And there was actually families that were trying to raise money on social media, and we had social services policing social media and say, oh, they're raising funds, you can't get help. But where in the law does it say that you can't raise money on social media and so forth? Because these families, when a loved one passes on, you can't just sit there and hope that money is going to come out of the sky and appear there magically and pay for the services. So those are the things that I came across during COVID, and I'm hoping that that's not the same policy that's being moved forth, and our Navajo people are continuing to be those standards or those practices are opposed on our Navajo citizens. And especially at the chapter meetings, and I always tell them, you should go talk to the administration, call the chief of staff, call the president, vice president's office. Whether it's the Navajo Nation general funds or the federal dollars that come through the pipeline. Council did our work and to carry out those funds to provide service. And I know that I talked to Paulson Chaco on this too. I personally gave him calls on this, what's going on. But I'm hoping that these things are not happening out there. I hope there's a lot of things that are streamlined. And if streamlining needs to happen and policy change, I think we really need to have that discussion so that we can do that. And I agree with Honorable Mark Freeland that the discretionary fund issue was a good program. But we had nothing to do with the discretionary fund. That would have helped. Well, I would have been able to help a college student to buy his or her books, help her or him with electric bill, or help them with some sort of tuition money, or someone to pay their electric bill. System. Ako did that initiate that with Bansas case. Ako height add on that. The last one is how are you conveying this out to the general public? To the city. I've been at all the chapter meetings for this year, and the discussion to what we're talking about here has not been brought forth to the chapter, at my chapter. So my thinking is if nothing's brought to my chapter to be told the community to say, this is how much low light heat dollars that we receive, you know, home energy assistance and so forth. And that tells me that the other 109 chapters, there's no communication out there directly. I really hope that Paulson and you do look at that. Now for legislative branch or executive branch or judicial branch, those funds were appropriated directly for the Navajo people. A couple of weeks ago, last month, we had Dr. Pearlie Elliman, and I really commend her. But these social service issues, you're not pushing the monies out there. People need to know these information so that they can apply for those programs at the local level or from at Low Mountain at my brother's chapter, Key Allen Begay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rosso. Let me go on down to Honorable Eugene So.
We might have forgot to put kerosene in there. We are not just that for the but then Dino told I has this thing body the hunter all this on the road there thing. I don't deny this job. She's another tea. I don't deny that. Come in a car bucket. Great odd other. Trust not. Trust JP. I don't. What could be a hundred or be not just later out of a not just. I don't tell you how to car. I can let a condition. You kill a car, I don't. I just want to do here. Nahte, Yan Nati. I go down here, the whole. Those are the ways how we grew up, some of us. There are still some people that are in the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s. That would be China, I think you'd see. The Diego now take at Haljanit up on Hutton. Because there's a Shanna Happis in up on that and that room. Or one housing bandas in the late or based on the village now, care on it and so. Put up on his day. She thought I care on it in laid. And the latest did Adam, one mother nasness. I the part of Hanya, blush. Kaya, get at the year. Could I has got Elon here the whole. I did all the yard house, could all I the air part of Yosna. And I saw one night up, Abin Nasman. That is not it. When she eat in a hundred, Ilya, based on the gigi. Because she could all big channel heavy halia. When we put people in the Navajo housing, we created a lot of gains. We created vicious stocks. Which chance in that you churn us crossing the say, don't me, should they either something they say. The care on it. For see, man, chinapi, then had it. Bahasa. Joban is a case of, say, I'm not a young educated man. I only have experience. That's my education. But I say, she all comes the house. Start at us, 20 is a husband, and they never care any. Yes, that's what each is done set. Hard is it, husband. Hard in that art place, the husband. Con a wish. Had a shower. The Babylon, I'm sure Diego, Kaya, he's in that area, if you had a shower, hard inside their house. What they believe, what they respect. With our Keda, had about Chinny, gain chin. Had all that area. So these are a lot of social issues that we have out there. We need in Chicago, what are we in this case? But it only it is can't in the future we can't predict. We can only we only have to get ready for it. That's it. It's going to get worse. Just like that. Really need in our social way of life on the Navajo Nation. There's another addiction that we really don't know about. I don't want you to take it to heart and thought about it. Okay, so another addiction we have is sexual addiction. These generation right now, these children, you can't. They have that more authority than their parents. So the East aunt that does lean, you get a host either. We don't have that no more. The quiz can now later. Now, that's not you behave in the wagon. You stay there. Later now, you had in the hand, model Jaya as other trades. But not the bus. What I don't hear the whole. Three that the Hosani has three uncles and aunts, but the others, Chiita, but this Ita. You listen to them because they're elderly. Then she could only read a sentence and read now. You have when they got the kid of a stone. I feel that I have the authority to tell them. So we came back because he's on the trip. But I got that children here at the whole, no. that's three sign. You got that, is that, oh, yeah, better than the set, what we'll do it. Shop and your bed, the big sheet, things like that, they'll tell you. That's like I just show, but any kind of negativeness, they all in the in. It's misinterpreted somewhere. In is negativeness. They'll just either. But that has not put on here the whole social service has been put up at the husband and can model on it. You must son up in here the whole. But I got it all over had this. How can we go back? If we don't change the Navajo Nation or even the United States or even the world, we need to re-educate the people. Otherwise, look what happened January 6th. That's where we're headed. Division, divisive, authority. Shishahotni, Tumpe, Tazini, Linhadon, Kititza, Adam Shehat, and Belton Hadan. We're abusing the Second Amendment, and that affects the First Amendment. But this is a critical time. It's just like a pandemic in our nation. We need to get out of this, and we need to go forward. And there's a lot of don't just in our chapter. But we cannot help them all, but unless if we go back and start educating our kids again, being a parent again. Model I don't get this neither. But this neither she say how story with me. Maybe not this we need to do that or else we're gonna ask for money forever. There's no money. We have a lot of crime. We build police department, hire more policemen. Because it's all since now we're trying to equal it as the funds goes up what the when need. But it's all the when need. How about going back to parenting? That would be where our money should be going. It should be in the curriculum, in the education. It's really a must. It's vital. It's urgently needed. Otherwise, we'll go forever ask for money, ask for funds. For other, these people, when I was 6, I got that. It's 390, 100 beta, this strong. You'll say hard as you be taught all this. That's where we're at. We make policemen to go against our kids. This is a Navajo nation. We're Navajo. We're not supposed to be that way. I'm going forward. That crash is out of Bashan. What's going to happen 10, 20 years? The people don't do that, don't parent no more. What's the hard to sneak for that year? You can't sneaky, not sneaky. It's out, I had net. It just says, what you get out of her yagi, you is cheese, cheese or cheese, yeah, go faster. You is cheese to it, into the Hudson. Can't hear it, but it's out there. 8 inches. Cancer none. I don't think the horn should not sneak. Those knees on there. That's where we're at. At Carter, that's the house. I should have a better husband. That's 3 sons. They were old. They were 100 years old, but they knew what was going to be happening. It's because they were there before. I showed it. All that hospital, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So, colleagues, we've been on this discussion topic item for 1 hour now. We have 7 more topics to go in the queue right now. I have Honorable Elmer Brigade and Vice Chair Smith.
Hello. Thank you, Speaker. I wrote Shadido, Ms. Kishi, Kehado. I wrote my question goes to you know that this report that you gave us, all the financial assistance that social service receive, is all these fundings only to serve people that are on the reservation? That's my first question, because a lot of relatives that lives off the reservation, they went through this pandemic, and some of them lost family members out there with COVID. They had a hard time trying to get assistance from social service. Then, like how it was mentioned, that with the mortuaries, there's not that much information out there. Some of these, like for example, out in Winslow and Holbrook, there's these mortuaries, they hardly work with the Navajo Nation. So, so some of them they don't really know much about it. That's my first question. The second one is there's a lot of funding that's going through child care development and block grant. That's 31 million. And then the next one is child care stabilization, 49 million. What kind of plans do you guys have for that? To realize that, you know, that what can be done? Is there any plans to help the people that, you know, there's a child care? How can, is there any prevention that is there within the social service? So many years just like this. Okay, the second question. The third is, how can social service put people back to work? Is there any plans out there how we can educate people that they need to do something? They need to retrain people for employment. Maybe some kind of a training that needs to be done. What asha? What the in that what the other year the husband to learn a trade, to do something, even for house repair. Is there any kind of training that is established for this? Oh, what are going on there? So when can we start training them how to do that? In this case, so that's my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. Now, moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours. And then I'll go back to Ms. Nezukishi.
Good afternoon, Speaker, and those that are still here with us. Thank you for the lunch. It was good. Ms. Gishi, Goshi, I don't want to say the wrong name and go off the wrong track. Needed social services. It's good that we get these grants. And my question is, every one of these that are listed up there, we see the milso. I don't know. The my question is, being a grant, which is a plus on the Navajo Nation side, how long is this, do they open it for another allocation like next year? Or is this just for the time being until this money's spent? Because why I'm saying this is, every time I look at that 14 by 8.5 sheet, I always see federal dollars. Oh, you zombies in it. And it seems like we're not touching those federal dollars, but yet we get grants. When are we going to actually use those federal dollars? And it does give us a black eye when we go to DC and say, we would like to have additional funding, but then they look at it and they say, well, you've got so much money at home, when are you going to use it? That is a big, big problem, especially with the federal government saying, yes, we'd like to fund you. Here's the money available, but first of all, use that money. The second question is, all these dollars here, is this going to be added to the grant? I mean, to the existing K accounts? Or is this going to be a business unit separate for folks that need help? Like, say, for instance, low-income household assistance. That's 3 million, and that's for a population of those that are on the Navajo Nation, almost 200,000. Is that how this is presented? Because what is the numbers that you use for low income? I know that unemployment's high. I know that low income is high, but we always have to have a figure. Is that why they only give us like 3 million? That's the next question. And that also is a question for all the rest of those monies that are up there, like low income home energy assistance, funding for water assistance, on down the list. Okay. Folks always ask, I need help, I need help. And then we tell them, go to social services. And when they go to social services, they come back report saying, we don't know where they're at. Las Kaunadita is a famous phrase now. Is there a way that these folks are can be provided these services, because they need it, and this pandemic is really hurting the Navajo Nation in itself here. Those are my questions, Speaker, and I'd like to someday hear how we're going to actually spend those federal dollars. How are we going to bring them down? How do we adjust that? How does budget finance? Do we do a directive? Do we do a legislation? Do we start imposing sanctions on certain people or departments? Because this has gone on long enough, and next 4 years will be the same thing. There'll be millions of dollars that we have. The last report I had, it's a lot of money in the K accounts, 638. Chinanda. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. With that, let me go back to Ms. Tezuka-Gishi. What is your response?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. For first response, Honorable Delegate Keelan Begay. Oh, my God. Do I skip him and keep going? Okay, so he asked a question regarding the chapters and light bills to be paid. He also talked about the septic systems. So right now in our tribal light heap approved plan,
You can go to the next one. Next response.
Okay. Delegate Freeland had asked about light heap, funeral costs, electricity, responsibilities. So right now with the funeral costs, right now we do have only the 638 burial assistance. And so that one is primarily, we have to be in compliance with the 25 CFR Part 20. It has very strict guidelines as far as what the services that can be provided, who is eligible, individuals. So we can't deviate from that area as well. Regarding the electricity, we are looking at the assistance that needs to be provided. And I know we met with Director Santee Lewis on this housing assistance. So she will be providing more response in that area that may address light bills or other electricity costs that are not particular for home heating expenses. And Delegate Ottoso on LIHEAP, how to streamline the process, backlogs, there's no response. And so right now we are looking at getting away from the old process. The nomination has had a process in place. If you're going to process a check to an individual, you have to do a request for direct payment, RDP. And so when you're trying to type up 200 or 2,000 RDPs, that's a lot of cumbersome project because we have to go to contract accounting. They have to make sure there's funds available, and they look at every single RDP, and then it finally goes across for payment. And so right now with the Navajo school clothing, we're using a data port. So right now with the school clothing, we have processed 2,202 applications to serve 4,459 children. We paid out 1,114,750 individuals as of today at 11:43 because I have the database. And we've done 4 uploads of data port, goes to contract accounting, they see funds are there, and then they print the checks. We're not doing RDPs. And this is what we're trying to do. We work with the controller to say, because we're told you cannot use the data port to pay vendors. Of course, I'm saying why? Well, we can't. Why not? And so these are further discussions that we're having so we can streamline. If someone calls on school clothing, I can look in the database and say, yes, it was sent on this day with this batch. But with LIHEAP, we can't do that because we're struggling internally with our process that we cannot use a data port to pay vendors. So NGOA is here as well. We're having these discussions that we have to submit RDP for every person. That's if we could just put it in the database, data port across, that's going to be much easier. So thank you for that question. Regarding the stuff for when are the policy changes going to occur? Delegate So and Otto So and Delegate Daniel So, we've had our policy legislation that you are going to sponsor since December 2020. It's been a year and we're still waiting for that legislation to go through. So when we're talking about policies need to be changed, this is where we reach out to delegates to assist us in that area so we can do a revisit back in that area. But I agree, it needs to be moving forward. In regards to contracts with burial assistance, that has been a long time process that I do not agree with, and we're working on those changes. Right now, we have 11 contract mortuaries, and you're correct, there's nothing out in the area of Winslow, Flagstaff, Show Low, Blanding, because our predecessors had the assumption that we have to have contracts. Again, we meet with BIA and they said, you guys chose to have contracts. You guys chose to say we're gonna only do 1,300 for cremation. We're only gonna do 1,500 for traditional services and 2,500 for burial. Those are negotiated rates. We're not required to do that. And so these contracts will be expiring on December 30th. We're not doing any contracts. So we've been working with BIA to say we're not required to have these contracts, and it was just our choice from our predecessors. So we work with any mortuary. They don't have to be having a contract with us. And we do pay up to $2,500 for regular burial assistance. And Delegate, so you're correct that our team with the Navajo Family Assistance Services, they were having people sign like a form to say that they did not receive money from Zelle or all these things, and So we're changing that because I was appalled that we're telling people, empty your pockets, we want to see how much money you got. That's not the process. And this is where, again, the policy changes have been in limbo for a year, that we're making those changes that if a person is eligible, according to the Assistant Secretary from Department of Interior, she sets the limit of 2,500. And so that's what the person should be eligible for, not saying, well, let's see what you got donated. Let's see what the Veterans Office gave you. That's not the case, and it's just the mindset change that we're doing. We do have a new supervisor for the Navajo Family Assistance Services that started in September. So these are some progressive changes that we're making so that we don't cause more harm on families. They're already grieving, and here we are trying to nickel and dime to see what else that they have. So we are making those positive changes. In regards to notices not being out there, we have done public hearings. We have also been, when President does his, when they have the notices on KTN on his Facebook, we've been doing some presentations. So if that's something that we have to do again, we can certainly do that. As our town halls, thank you. And as Delegate Begay had mentioned here, he reached out to us to say, can you give us a presentation on your financial assistance services? So that's what we did. It was completed yesterday, and I attended it. I provided remarks and answered. So we make those accommodations if those requests are being made. Regards to Delegate Elmer Begay, our funds only for reservation. So right now, the Navajo Nation, we have our regular LIHEAP block grant. And it's very specific for on Navajo people who reside on the reservation. But with the LIHEAP ARPA funding, because we have a current tribal plan in those 3 states, those allowances are where we can serve any Navajo who resides in the state of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. So that will be able to serve individuals that do not reside on Navajo in the 3 states. Again, this is low-income home energy assistance. In regards to the child care plans, I did provide in my remarks that the Department of Child Care and Development are working on their plans right now to see how they're going to utilize the funding for the child care stabilization and the regular block grant. So they're currently working on it right now. And then you had an excellent question, Delegate Begay, on how to put people back to work. That is what we're doing right now. With our Tribal TANF program, Department for Self-Reliance, they have actually established education and career services, I'd say maybe 4 years ago when I was there. And so we saw that need, that we're part of the Tribal TANF program, you're required to do work participation hours. And so we say a family who is on the TANF block grant, they have to have 24 hours per week of work participation, but yet where were they going to go? We were telling them you have to do it, otherwise you can get sanctioned. So we've changed that. So with education and career services, we're working with individuals to do subsidized employment. And with Chinle chapter, we've been very successful working with them so that we place people there to work, and we pay the chapters back, whatever the wages that were paid. On top of that, we give an additional 10% of administration for operating it. So we are working with chapters in that area. We're also working with bashes. The new bashes that's in Sanders, we had one participant that worked there for 6 months. When her 6 months ended, they hired her as the manager. So she's the manager there now. So we are working with TANF recipients. Now, there's also the Department of Workforce Development, which is under with my colleague, Director Dr. Fowler. She oversees the workforce development. So maybe when she's doing her presentation, she can do that additional response. Also under our TANF program, we also do training for individuals who may be needing maybe to get their high school certificate equivalency. They used to call it GED, now they call it HiSET. We also have been sending many of our TANF customers to universities or colleges to get certificates, vocational training certificates. We're doing a lot of work with UNM where they're getting their CPR, or what is it called? The registered like a nursing certificate, CNA, I'm sorry, CNA. So they're completing the course and then they're getting off TANF. We're also working with blending, where we have individuals who are going through their heavy equipment training. And so they're getting their training certificate. And to get them employed, a lot of times they say, well, they need to have OSHA certification, they have to have their first aid certification. So the department is paying for that. They pay for the registration, they pay for them they drive them up there to blending. So this is where Chief Chaco has to sign our ORMs because they're leaving the Navajo Reservation to drop off our customers there. We pay for their dorm to stay there for 4 days a week. We pay for their meal plan. So everything's paid. So when they complete the 16-week course, they get jobs and they're not on TANF anymore. They have livable wages at this point. So we work with San Juan College as well. So these are the things that we're doing moving forward. One last thing, Delegate Smith, being a grant is open for other allocations or until monies are spent. With the ARPA, those funding, majority are going to be expiring in 2023. And then also the question about will it be added to our regular business unit or a different account? These are all new funding, so they will be given a different business unit, which requires us to go through the 164 review process and to get a new contract number, so they're not added funds. In regards to monies used for low income, right now we're using, we used to use 150% federal poverty guideline. We don't just come up with an amount out of our head. We use these standards. So right now we're using the 60% state median income, which has a higher threshold. In regards to people not being in the office, we currently have 444 employees within the Division of Social Services. We're a big division, so for people to say we're not there, it's gonna be hard to miss 444 employees. The Division of Social Services did work through the pandemic, so we're there. I know that maybe we may not be pleasing everyone, but we're there to provide the direct services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kishi. With that, colleagues, are there any other further comments or questions at this time from Ms. Kishi? Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, Ms. Neswood Gishi, for that. While you were sharing that information, I was taking deep breaths over here because that was a lot and you were going really, really fast. But I want to go back to your December 2020 policy change request. Speaker, can we get an update on and find out when that policy was, if it was submitted, and why it hasn't why it hasn't gone through the process? And Speaker, the reason why I'm asking and I'm requesting this information is because Ms. Neswood Gishi made some really good points that I think really is going to assist our people. And I know that every single one of us in this room have had to, in the last year and a half, had to bury a loved one. And we get mixed information on the burial assistance. At one point, I know that it did come before, I believe it was Naabik'íyáti, and we were told that any assistance on Facebook and Zelle, they couldn't do that. And now we're getting information that it sounds like they can do that. And so, and if it's within the policy to address these types of changes, then that policy change needs to happen. And if it was submitted in December of 2020 and nothing has been done, I would like to know why a legislation hasn't been created. And we recently learned in with Law and Order Committee that sometimes delegates do receive these legislations, but they don't actually submit them for, I guess, dropping of the legislation. So what I want to know is why have these policies not been implemented? Who is dropping the ball in this situation? Because our Navajo people are being affected by these, it sounds like the current policies that are in place, and there have been recommendations. And I, for one, as one delegate, I appreciate when our division directors move forward to make policy changes that address the issues that are happening within the communities, but that are also being addressed to help our Navajo people. And so, Ms. Neswood Gishi, thank you for letting us know about this policy change submission that you have been working on, and that's there. And if there's not a delegate who hasn't sponsored this policy change, I will be happy. I would love to work with you and to get this policy moving, because as I stated, it is assisting and it's going to benefit our people. It sounds like once these policies are in place. And I love the way, thank you for saying, we are, going through that process of telling our Navajo people, how much money did you put into burying your loved one? And what I know that prior to COVID, as Navajo people, when those things happen where we do lose loved ones, our families gather, and we gather to not only share stories, but to open our wallets and our purses, and we share funds that we can assist with. And we pool that money together, and that's what helps us to take care of the cost of funeral arrangements. And so during 2020, when people were posting things on Facebook and Zelle, in my opinion, I think that was the right thing to do, because we couldn't gather anymore. We were told, don't gather, no more than 5 people. So somebody creative thought of this idea of putting it on social media, asking people to donate. And in that process, we started to punish them and say, well, if you got that money, you can't get burial assistance, which to me was wrong. And so at one point, I know that on the floor, I got upset and I called you out on that. So I'm going to say I apologize for doing that. I didn't know that this was an issue, that it was a policy issue. So I apologize for doing that, and I would love to work with you to get this policy change going, because we still are in that situation. In fact, we have a new variant that has not hit the United States yet, as far as we know, but our leaders in the federal government are telling us it's coming. It's only a matter of time before it's here again. And this one is supposed to be, I think it's 18 times more deadly than what the variant is doing right now, which is actually 20 times more deadly than what the original COVID did to our people. So I'm worried that if these policies are not fixed right now, that if there is a new change in leadership in the next year, it's not going to be for another year and a half before we start seeing any changes. So I would love to meet with you to find out what is going on with this policy. And, Speaker, if we can get some assistance from your office to find out, if this policy change was submitted, and if it was submitted, why there's no legislation, especially in light of the fact that this was submitted in December of 2020. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Newman. With that, moving on down, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much. I did, that's not behind the, appreciate it. And the reason why I say this is that this is what is coming from the field. This is coming from our Navajo people. And even and can't say from the beginning of the pandemic, when I was even calling the office, that staff was always there. Can't say that you had staff there, because I called it too, try to get some information. And I remember we had a discussion Haj. Tried calling that office, and it was pertaining to the individual, and then individual here, the family was using the Knowles mortuary, and he was the Coal Mine Canyon constituent of Honorable Thomas Walker. Trying to get answers. That's the reason why I was trying to call that office and need shed some light to them. But at the end of the day, this family that lives off the reservation did not get any help. And it really baffled me that this policy change needs to move forth. And if we can resubmit that policy change, from law and order, we'll go ahead and push it through and work on this, because not too sure if it's a plan of operation change, or is it something that is change entitled to. See if we can get it to us so that we can go ahead and run with it as soon as we can. If there was an incident or there was a scenario yesterday in Ennis, and the same thing. The document was ready 2 years ago, and the Department of Justice and the program was, I guess nobody didn't push it through. I dropped that legislation yesterday. So we'll go ahead and move with it and try to get this policy change put in place so that it will benefit them. And Navajo people shouldn't be subjected to the onsen. The other thing too is just in light of it, the other issue of you see commercials such as burial insurances and so forth, and I think that's something that we really need to get our Navajo people to start looking into and investing into, and how the Navajo Nation, we can try to assist to help these families invest into those insurances. Because if we continue to go at this rate, and with the price of the funeral homes for their services going up and up and up, I've seen one family in Tuba City that lied 5 people away of COVID. And I'm sure
You should be pretty loud.
to go back to social services to get help. We already helped you guys with that, but I don't know. Maybe that was a scenario, but I'm sure there were help. But
It could be
if that family had to cover those financially of 5 individuals from that family personally, and here I had a loved one that passed on, and it cleared $6,000. It's a lot. That's just for one. So that this does not do it, because if it continues to go like this, we're going to bankrupt the nation. One sin. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So, colleagues, we are on the social services presentation. Are there any more questions? Honorable Vince James.
Yes, another speaker. Ado quite kloniki. Ado shate. Those three ako quite na sinne. Ada kui the she nihinas be hanasti do na o kahaki be hanaste. Ada konan the dishni. Le the pesos ada stogi Khalid Ado Hadla, Jade don't incline toast up a car. Any hitch at Koshe, a hot algo cosito. What's a gonna a deal kit at all later. Benina Adishnaniki, AAD the Kodo PowerPoint. AA ya, the chapters, but copies in this Ihoban National. Ado Ada Yinashatil Kitle. Nle Child Care Development Block Grant, 31 million. Haikish. Cho E. Jokot Ako. Akot Benashatil Kio. Walla hey. Naho Division Director, which at Hulnet. Ado H. Ehtahalnet. It's a continuous wheel. Ako. Another division directors, provide us the listing, provide us the documents where these funds are going to be utilized. Not budget forms, not budget detailed justification forms, none hit the attend. At the third meeting that we're going on, listen, only just a general numbered yeah. For division directors no sinigi ban non hosh kantolis. Do la de bana inch kantolis. Bana inch kan kodot ashonde. Je could echo adio anin. Hatnani kala at on loan as it is kai. Nasat otako tens e oko ashon de banan hoshka oko. Because we want to help you as division directors to eliminate all of those calls coming to your office, because we know you and your staff at your division have a lot of tasks to do on a daily basis. That way we don't tell our officials and our constituents, go call the division director. That way we don't make the president look bad and say, hey, we've been trying to ask for this listing for so many months. So what are bana itish kast ashode listing hitche kosse akoko Tom Patero Condon Jonota Igila, here's the 10% in his no. Oh what are numbers or not the bakao hitche konayi ako with no budget justification or detailed out on where these funds are going. Not based of a college when you submit for a grant proposal, you list all the different things that you want to use the funds on. Ada en hitche, beo plehon hitche, kosse ashon de bete. Eya hot aben hitche hanana stitole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time? Not, let me go back to you, Ms. Kishi, if you want to answer. I think there were 2 questions. Then we can continue on down to economic development.
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, for your questions and the support and your comments, so we can move forward on that. And again, regarding individuals, Delegate Ottoso question about the what the legislation is it for upon operation changes or actual policy changes. So currently, we do have our plan of operations will be amended, and that is also in the process as well. We're changing the Navajo Family Assistance Services to a separate standalone, just because they have so many different funding sources. So we are having that we should be going through as well. But the changes that we've been wanting for are actually policy changes, which usually has to go through our oversight, and that's the one that has been pending since December 2020. And Delegate Vince James, I'll work with our team to get the documents so that you can have them for review. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Naabik'íyáti, and thank you for those comments, colleagues. With that, let's continue on down. We do have Mr. J.T. Willie up next with Division of Economic Development. I do believe, Mr. Chaco, he's on the line. Mr. Willie, are you on the line?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, honorable chairwomen and chairmen of the various committees, honorable J.T. Willie, the Division of Economic Development Director, I appreciate you all in attendance today. I do apologize that I'm not there in person, but I did have a scheduled timeout this week, but I wanted to make sure that I was able to commit to providing this important update to honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti committee today. As you see on the screen, there is a highlight of information that's regarding the current external source of funding that will be available to the Navajo Nation and the Division of Economic Development. I do apologize that there's not a formal layout, as we are still in a preliminary stage of application with what is known as the Small Business Credit Initiative. This in the long term is called a State Small Credit Business Initiative. For short is called SSBCI. This program has only been offered through and only to the state level governments. However, under the current American Rescue Plan, there were amendments added to offer this fund source to tribal governments, tribal entities. So therefore, the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development has taken initiatives to apply for this program. The set dollar amount that was allotted to us originally started at 50 million. However, through various conversations and dialogue, as well as additional resources available through the American Rescue Plan, that new fund source now came up to $8,473,758. The State Small Credit Business Initiative designated to the Navajo Nation was done through a collaborative effort with Department of Justice, and we had provided our notice of intent to participate over the summer, which then got extended to fall, and then now into later fall. Deadlines did resume and finally have concluded from the Treasury Department of the federal government. I do believe these changes were happening because of various dialogues that were happening with tribal nations as well as the states on the allocation of such funds. So therefore, we patiently waited to hear back and now been notified that the Navajo Nation has a deadline coming up again to provide additional resources to a deadline coming up on December 11th. And as you can see on the provided presentation, we are preparing for that deadline to approach. And so therefore, this is one deadline, and we do have another deadline to meet by February 11th of 2020. By that time, we will have a definite program to provide to honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council and leadership as to what the SSBCI will do for Navajo Nation businesses and the economy. As you can see, as a brief outline, the upcoming program is outlined by the following that we have justified through 5 various services from the SSBCI. That includes capital access programs, loan guarantee programs, collateral support programs, loan participation programs, and lastly, venture capital programs. Each one of these areas is a vital component as far as business support and capacity. For example, a CAP or capital access program allows and provides a portfolio loan loss revenue for which the lender and borrower contribute a share of the loan. And that's up to 7% that is matched on a dollar for dollar basis with the SSBCI funds. We have examples of businesses looking to venture on Navajo Nation. However, there has been some roadblocks that these businesses have faced. And so therefore, access to capital, collateral support programs, loan guarantees is something that is needed. And it's in hopes that through the SSBCI, we're able to provide that missing component for our Navajo businesses to expand or even to start their development here on the Navajo Nation. I can speak to 3 projects we have been in conversations with to get eligible through the ARPA. However, because of guideline restrictions, those designations have been limited or have been deemed ineligible as we advance forward through these past couple of months. So on the backside, we've had the SSBCI in the works for application to meet some of those needs. And as we move forward, we look to partner. And as you can see on bullet point number 3, the Division of Economic Development is not able to fund this, is not able to operate this capacity in itself. So therefore, we need partners. And I've had those important meetings with partners to participate with us. We had our first meeting a couple weeks ago to discuss what we could do to collaborate and designate these funds to these partners. And those partners are the Navajo CDFI, the Net Chamber, and Change Labs, the SS after the Navajo Nation. Of course, this process will involve maneuvering through a memorandum of agreement, as well as also designation of those entities as an SSBCI component of the Navajo Nation. This is a great partnership that we've always looked to get support from our partners that work with direct one-on-one contact with our Navajo entrepreneurs. And of course, with guidance from the Division of Economic Development, we look to see forth a lot of those ventures in accordance with the SSBCI. And so therefore, our meeting had concluded with such individuals as Derek Watchman, Tom Gordon, as well as Ms. Jessica Stego and Ms. Heather Fleming, who are part of all of these vital components of the Navajo economy. And as we move forward, we have continued to provide communication and contact. We do have a follow-up meeting that's set up next week on Monday. And then from there, we will be finalizing our application for the SSBCI on December 11th. There may be recommendations to add additional components that's unique to the Navajo Nation. We are not subject to the 5 areas identified on the bullet point on the board. We can add additional programs that will further venture or further support Navajo businesses. And even in our preliminary discussions with our partners, it's understandable that 8.4 million was still not enough to meet that capacity for small business support to venture out to seek opportunity from ARPA funds that will be procuring Navajo businesses as they venture forward in development of projects for what has been identified through this legislation that honorable members will be speaking to. So therefore, as we move forward, there may be recommendations to expand capacity to support the SSBCI. However, now that we are still in the preliminary stage, I will be able to have some vital information for members to share with your constituencies starting within the month of December as we finalize what those programs will be, what they will do, and what the application process will look like starting into January, February, March. And as we look to have the program up and going by early spring of 2022. This concludes my report regarding the current discussion of external funds outside of the ARPA designation to the Navajo Nation. So, Mr. Chair, Honorable Speaker, I appreciate your time in allowing me to provide this information this afternoon.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willie, for that presentation. With that, I did hear somebody say speaker.
Speaker, this is Edmund Yazzie, sir.
Yes, Chairman, do you want to speak on the presentation?
Yes, on Mr. Willie's presentation.
Go ahead.
Sir, thank you. Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that's listening, and just want to say, Mr. Willie, thank you for your report, and to all the directors who are reporting to the council today, tomorrow. I'm just going to make this very brief. I just want to thank, Mr. J.T. Willie for helping the Crown Point Hotel and with the leasing, and hoping that we could fund more to that project. Under the new funding that we're going to be getting, millions of dollars that we've gotten, and so for renewing the lease. And so I want to thank also the Mr. Willie and the team for helping to work on the Thompson store in Church Rock. Very big shout out. Okay, and we really appreciate this as a team, that we could work together on this. And Mr. Chapo, I know you're listening too as well, for taking the time to listen and to return calls and on concerns and issues that we got regarding this business issue. So appreciate that. Keep up the good work, and we'll continue to keep our nation under prayer, and we move forward. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, colleagues, any further comments or questions to Mr. Willie's presentation at the time? Honorable Freeland, then Vice Chair Smith, and Honorable Eugene. So, Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Speaker. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Speaker. Mr. President, Vice President, and the staff, directors, and everyone that's still here today. Thank you, Mr. Willie. I appreciate that update and that report on the Division of Economic Development, and just thinking about that potential $84 million. I guess my question, I have two questions. The first one relates to SBA. Are you all working with SBA on any of this planning or development or opportunities for our entrepreneurs? That's my first question. Is there any collaboration with SBA? I was just saying to my colleagues here that it would be a good time to start a business. Ideally, thinking about a development of a business and a marketing plan as well, putting one together for, I hope our entrepreneurs are thoughtful of that. My second question relates to the situation with the microloans and the situation with jump-starting small businesses. How are we going to look at funding? And I hope a lot of this 84 does go towards microloans as well. I don't think I've seen it, but microloans and looking at jump-starting some businesses on Navajo. And when you develop a marketing plan, or when you have this idea, this creative idea about starting a business, you put a lot of effort and thought into it, and then you got to set into motion. And a lot of our Navajo people are creative about doing things like that. And you see a lot of these successful entrepreneurs out there. And I think of a lot of them when I come across them again. And, I'm real hopeful that we can jumpstart the small businesses, but also to help contribute to our economy as well. One other question I had relates to financial literacy. And this could probably be tied into the SBA. Are you all working with SBA on any financial literacy, or helping our entrepreneurs, especially those that are starting, understand better what does financial literacy mean? What is things like overhead or capital, access capital? What are all those terms that they got to understand? Better uses of financial literacy, I guess. And starting from, I don't want to say starting from scratch, but I always remember taking one of my first business classes, and these questions all came up, and I had to thoroughly understand them and vet them. But to be a business person right now, there's a lot of challenges. I could probably comprehend and understand that. But how do we get and position our people to really get started as far as they're fulfilling their dreams on starting small businesses? So those are my questions, and Mr. Willie, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you again, Speaker, and Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti work session, those that are here with us. Is Mr. Willie here with us? Or is he on teleconference? Okay. I guess I won't look for him. My question is, this is a small business credit. As a small business, this credit, is that a grant that's given to the Division of Economic Development? And if so, what does entail in getting funding for their small business or starting up a small business? Understand that there is a deadline December 11th, and there is certain outlines listed out there: loan guaranteed program, collateral, capital assessment program, loan participation program, venture capital program. December 11th of this year is just 10 days away. Are they going to consider to maybe open it up a little further for small businesses? Now, the other question is, some of the small businesses, like say folks that were at one time vending food, like over in Winter Rock, there was several food vendors, and several of them closed down. They have no repercussion to open up, or maybe they ran out of money, or maybe they, because of the COVID-19, how do they apply for that? Because that is their bread and butter at the time when the COVID-19 wasn't around before it hit us. It was kind of like a booming business for them, and they would open up around about 10 o'clock and shut down around about 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Not 10 o'clock in the morning, they'd be open up early in the morning because they would sell breakfast burritos and stuff like that. So they had 6 days out of the week, and Sundays was considered a day off for them. But that's one thing that these vendors are looking at. Are they available to apply for this? And I'm sure there's other small businesses that are out there, like hay vendors. We have hay vendors that are also alongside the road, and they want to sell their agricultural products to ranchers and farmers and those that utilize that for their livestock. And this 84 million, the deadline's by December 11th. What is the cap for that? Is it based off of their proposal or their credit, or how does that work? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. With that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Honorable Eugene So, and then after Honorable Eugene So, I'm going to go back to the presenter, Mr. Willie, for those remarks on the questions that are at hand. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
然后呢，这些我那一家在一起，还有我那的这个就是小，我把这个就是去哪里？那这个是去我个现在呢，那这个是去到空个可以了。On son your paper Mr. Willie, I have asked quite a while back in regards to drainage system. I believe off the reservation, any municipal, any city that or town that can be built, drainage system comes first. If I'm right, let me know how you're going about that part. A good example is my area, Chinling. 191 is a flood area on both sides. We got water coming from all hills and all mesa into that valley. And we have business underwater every now and then, starting with a jumbo auto into the Apache County. And then we got some stations there. Then we got LDS. All across the Wells Fargo, they had to have sandbags in regards to that. So, Kalaho, I want to know how far you're ahead and how much you've got now. I believe that's where a lot of money is going to go to, maybe in the billions, to develop this drainage system across the Navajo Nation where the developments are occurring. Because elsewhere, like Flagstaff down the way here, towards the mountain, they have drainage systems. When you're going down the street, you see a holes on both sides, and then goes into the tunnel, comes back out somewhere down the road in the wash. So that's how it's being used. Since I was an alcoholic, I used to know all the drainage systems down in Gallup, New Mexico. And most of the business over there used to have their dogs swinging both ways. So that is very critical and most needed. That's a long, if you want to plan something, you need a drainage system. Another thing that happened in Chinle was we're trying to find out how to drain the N27. So that's another thing we had a problem with. But going towards Naznini, they have ditches along about every 200 yards. That's where the water develops along the road. So those are the things that I want to see. So Chinle can become another strip all the way to the Valley Star. And we can compete with Las Vegas. And then the second one is how many business people are there on the Navajo Nation that are mainly business people that goes out to each chapter and withdraw land, ask people for their consent. The land consent, so their treaty land. And in the long run, they don't get anything out of it. And then maybe another thing that needs to be thought of is if you're going to take a land out in the area where it's going to be developed, can we relocate those people? Maybe we got some ranches off the reservation, so we don't have a problem with their consent. That's also something to look at. We're going to look at getting land from the people, their treaty land, because they're supposed to be self-sustaining on that land where they're at. And I think that's what the treaty says. So I think there's a word that says mechanical pursuit. The way I understand by layman's term, just by looking at my dictionary, my grandpa gave me, it says to sustain yourself on what you have on the land. That's what it really means in Navajo. And then regarding to the land concerns, another thing that I did ask you too was where the economic development, where the land's going to be located. Is it time that we try to educate the people that live there that will be giving consent, but instead let's make them business people so they can live off the land where they came back in 1868. I think that's what this is all about, keeping the people on their own where they grew up. And I got another question, but I'll try to see you sometime. Thank you.
Maybe we all need to stand up and stretch. Stand up and get that blood flowing. Come on, guys. Only see 1, 2, 3 come to life. All right. Come on. Take a quick breather. Make yourself get that blood flowing again. All right, Shananta, you may be seated now. Thank you, Shania, for those questions. JT Willie, I'll turn the floor over to you. There was Honorable Freeland and also myself, Vice Chair Smith, and Shania, Honorable Eugene So. And the lineup is after that will be Honorable Elmer Begay and also Honorable Vince James and also Honorable Amber Crotty. You have the floor, Shananda, Mr. JT Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And in responding to the questions and concerns, I first and foremost would like to thank Chairman Edmund Yazzie for the remarks and also the feedback and always the continuous support to our regional Navajo Nation, our regional business development office, and also the continued efforts that we are working on with the various projects there for development in Eastern Navajo. The only part that kind of factors against us is time. I really wish that we could accomplish these things on a fast track system, but with all of the recommendations that have been coming from oversight committees, as well as honorable members, those odds and ends have been looking to get fixed during these times for long-term opportunities for not only the Navajo peoples, but also for business growth and development in that process. And moving on to Honorable Freeland's statements about the SBA, Small Business Administration, each one of our regional offices, as well as our Small Business Development Department, coordinate efforts with the SBA's overall consensus of small business support. We have, and we did put together some language from the SBA regarding their programs that they were offering, such as the Paycheck Protection Program, the EIDL, all of those assistance that we're offering during COVID. But even before COVID, they were also in collaboration to develop languages and literatures and programs to small business entrepreneurial support. Speaking to the current times, the SBA, we have applied to also participate in what is known as the Pilot Navigator Program. We have 2 pending applications that have not been finalized as of yet, or we have not heard back from the SBA on their determination to designate Navajo Nation as one of their Pilot Navigator Program awardees. And that is considered a grant program for entrepreneurial support. And that also speaks to the financial literacy and providing those needed initiatives to really support the foundation of what entrepreneurship is. There's also another program that we were assisting through the SBA, or otherly known as the Build Back Better initiative, and that was with Zitlejin chapters with Honorable Percy Deal and the members there. We had coordinated, and also would like to give thanks to my staff, Mr. Douglas Capitan, for leading that effort with the Zitlejin communities on their application, and we provided the technical side to the dialogue, as well as also the submission on behalf of the communities there for a Build Back Better award. We have still been pending feedback from the SBA, Treasury, and oversight of that program to see where we are going to be at on that initiative. There have been other Navajo entities that applied for that Build Back Better program as well. Those include Dana Chamber, Dana College, NTU, and some other local area organizations applied for that program. In regards to microloans, and I'm glad you bring this up, Honorable Freeland, is that the SSBCI has a set aside for what is known as small businesses. So the SSBCI, yes, does meet those capacities of those huge support initiatives for investments and whatnot. However, there is a set aside that's going to be designated for specifically small businesses in regards to a program to assist them, whether they're going to be new or whether they're currently existing for support through these times. And of course, as we look to a pre-COVID sense of how business is done. And so therefore, there will be a specific program known as a small business program for that, for those smaller businesses on the Navajo Nation. In regards to financial literacy as well, there have been numerous programs that were offered through the regional business development offices. Those have been starting to pick up again through virtual components to educate at free of charge. They also include collaborations with the National Center. And I know that through the American Rescue Plan, and this is going into the topic of the designation of funds, but there was applications that were processed for Diné Chamber and Change Labs to initiate that component of entrepreneurial support. And so therefore there is some programs that have been identified and ready to move forward based off of allocation of funds to those external entities such as the Chamber or Change Labs. And even so, that would also be conducted through the SSBCI initiatives at some component. Both organizations have mechanisms put in place to offer those financial literacy programs. And if need be, after our collaborative efforts have been finally developed, we're going to analyze some of those needs necessary in order for us to further develop more programs or more so change the initiatives that take place at the regional business development offices as we look into the 2022 year. In regards to Vice Chair Smith's regarding SSBCI application, this is a designated fund to states and now includes tribal governments. So therefore, I was specific to those entities based off of data, based off of consultations that took place in regards to the allotment of funds that were designated through the Treasury of the American Rescue Plan. The data reflects those that also, based off of the funding received to the Navajo Nation, and much effort that has taken place over the past year of those needed information for enterprise capacities, small business capacities. We did provide that information to Treasury as well as to our partners that we have been working with, Director Santi Lewis's office. And so that was some of the measurements that were conducted through tribal consultations and based off of the data submitted to the Treasury of what those SSBCI fund allotments would be for entities, for the state governments as well, and now including the tribal governments. And there was a specific set aside that was put in place through the American Rescue Plan. The measurement of the SSBCI is conducted through two components. One is the creation of jobs, and two is the expansion and capacity of businesses. So you spoke to those vendors, food vendors. They do and will be able to apply for this program once those applications have been developed with our partners through Change Labs, Navajo CDFI, and lastly, Diné Chamber on what those would look like for entrepreneurial support. There's also another entity located on Navajo that is gearing towards such initiatives for agricultural business initiatives, and that they're located out of the Church Rock Industrial Park area there at the NTU Incubator, the Native American Fund that's located out there. Once I finalize our report here, and after we have the final 5 programs put in place, I'll include that section on there, which also is an entity that does support small businesses, Navajo Native American owned businesses. And so therefore, in regards to Honorable So's remarks of the drainage and infrastructure, there is the recent infrastructure bill that was signed into law that has been part of our dialogue within the division of regarding easement, regarding road drainage, and even bridge infrastructure for some business support. And so therefore, that is part of our dialogue and will be part of our requests as we move forward to see what those designations would look at. I did receive the memorandum back on November 22nd, which was addressed to Director Silversmith, Dr. Jim, and also myself in regards to the concerns for drainage and also the support for infrastructure out there in the Chinle region. As we continue those conversations, Honorable So will be updated respectively as we go through those conversations. And of course, we do have over 200 businesses that are designated through the business site leasing process here on Navajo, and we have over 6,000 individual sole proprietors identified on and off the Navajo Nation who applied for funding through the CARES funds. And so therefore, through the consultations that some of these businesses went through, the notice to them as entrepreneurs was, of course, to, use this as a component to stay ahead, as well as also to reinvest in yourself as a sole proprietor. And I know majority of these businesses, there's a percentage that are located on the Navajo Nation. We do have all the data available on our website, and I can also forward those information for review. And of course, we're going to be going into the American Rescue Plan on allocation of funding used for small business support, which will carry out those initiatives again and further develop that data needed. In the conclusion to this portion of my response, I also would like to notify that we have brought on an economist on board with Division of Economic Development. Miss Alicia Murphy has started with us, and this has been she's going a week of employment. And through the process of getting her on board, it took us about 3 years to get to this point. And so therefore, as we move forward, a lot of data is needed. And so Miss Murphy right now has been in that process. She will be part of these vital conversations and will be providing feedback as need be to honorable members as we start carrying out a lot of our initiatives. And of course, in speaking to the SSBCI will be a vital component. She'll be offering in feedback of what those demographics look like and what kind of data we can collect moving forward for the long run and benefit of Navajo businesses. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Smith and honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Thank you, Mr. J.T. Willie, for that response to our questions that were posed by the 24th Navajo Nation Council. At this point in time, I will turn the floor over to Shita from Delcon, Arizona. Honorable Elmer Begay, you have the floor.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith. I don't know my little brother though, so let J.T. Willie. Thanks for your report. I have a question. I know that you've been helping some of my constituents out in Greasewood and Dalcon area regarding the small business. So one example that they're trying to get with you from Greasewood was trying to they didn't get that assistant for small business and the artisan and then the some assistant that they're supposed to get the Asian it's going to be part of this the $84 million. That's my question. First one. The second one is you know that there's a growth development out in Dalcon area. I think all the delegates here they've been telling me that they've seen some development, a big tremendous development out in Dalcon area. So right now we see that what we worry about is the employment there, like IHS. There's going to be over 250 employees there when the construction is completed with the hospital. So they need a place to eat, a place to stay, and they need to shop locally. And we all know that IHS is really have an issue with retention and recruitment for professional staff there. So is there any other, how we can, maybe discuss this or meet on it? So, but, the reason why I'm saying that is I think the local vendors there, like for example, there's a new one there, Indigenous Place, which provides notary republic, and then also has some, you can place your mail there, and they can do packaging and things like that. They're running real good, but the only thing is people don't know about them. They're too busy and they don't have enough, I guess, income to place an adequate sign or any kind of an advertisement. So I was thinking into that, is there a way that we could put a, maybe within this funding somewhere, that we could put a marquee billboard where it shows that if you're driving on the road and what you would need, these kind of small businesses that are in the area. So maybe we could advertise, help them out like that. So that will be how we can, when can we discuss this? That's my question. So thank you.
Question for those questions posed to JT Willie. Moving on down the list, we have Honorable Shanella Vince James. Is Shanella here? Okay, I see Shanella. You have the floor, Shanella.
Yeah, Nana, Shanale, other protent speaker. Ado Nana Shel Kahasing, so Hajin Masane, Honorable Amber Crowdy, Lord. On us, Atle, Nil Gars, the Ayilali, not all the Gali, hard to say, I love what Chassin. Hard she special order by Liali. Oh, it's a dollar. So, I had, she's not Ash. Shana, Sile, a hard to shake a bit, a yabe, Hanate, this little. Director JT Willie. Ado, Kodo, Bahnadish Kido Lehigi, Eya Ganado, Morris, gas station is closing down in 2 days on Friday after providing 59 years of service to the community of Ganado and the surrounding area. 59 years is a long time providing that kind of service, so cahoots and thank you to the Morris family. In this kind of a situation, are they able to still seek assistance for the time that they were operating during the COVID? Ako akwaiki akotat ahon nahaz aniki lakait au ade nanashin aniki lakait au akwaiki nan la or that ya or certificate that the kodne that okay you didn't re-sign the business lease adnla or that aho ako shesizido kodo bahna adish kido leko. Do they still qualify under the small business credit? Ako kwaiki bahna adish kido le. Nana number 2. DOJ disapprove the Jedito marketplace. They don't fall under the criteria. No, memo in regards to that, 10 million don't need so ego, if it's taken off the list, then what is your next step as where these fundings are going to be spent? Jedito is in a very unique geographical area. Aden hidden ya hajo pa things and There's no convenience store or such close by that they can run to. And they fall under the Navajo Land Commission, ako HPL do MPL in Naabik'íyáti and now ako. How is it that you are moving forward after we discussed and we received a notice from DOJ regarding the Jedito marketplace of $10 million? Ako, that was on your listing. And so, if so, where are you seeking to get the resource and the funds to move forward with this project again? Ako akwagi pahna adish kitole Sile, Director JT Willie. Ako bahas dole. Kaya shanale.
Agoshi, here la Chanela, those are good questions. Kadeya, nas nadodli. Shmayaja, Honorable Member Crotty, Georgij, Nandole. Mike Labano, hey, Kauchi. Yamayaja.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Chair, I'd like to ask, she has JT Willie. So this sounds like it's the first time being presented to leadership. Budget and Finance, we haven't received an update on how this funding was going to be allocated or the partnership. And it doesn't look like Resource and Development were updated. So I would request Pro Tem if we could get an outline with additional information. On my PowerPoint presentation, it just gives the high-level summary of the amount. It's not what was provided in the presentation. The second part is in terms of grants that are going through, we would need to know when this money was available to the Department of Economic Development, and also in terms of Office of Management and Budget, how is it going to go through our internal process? And we should know when the funding is going to be made available, and what type of outreach is the division going to create for the different agencies. And my last question was, I did not hear a focus or a priority on health-related small businesses. We do know the long-term effects of COVID require oxygen, require assisted living, and currently, according to IHS, as yesterday in the report, there are no local beds available for long-term care. And so these are opportunities where we can build and scale up our health industry, but there has been no, I just really haven't seen a plan in terms of what is going to be prioritized and how we could scale up what we need for the COVID response. So if there's limited supplies, if there's limited hospital beds, if there's limited services, then what's the collaborative effort to try to get these to meet the needs of our people? Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Agushi, thank you, Honorable Crotty. There's a request from Honorable Crotty to get an outline of the PowerPoint. JT Willie, could you provide that or email that to Honorable Crotty? At this point in time, I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to JT Willie, and I will turn the gavel back over to our speaker. He's back, so thank you for being here this afternoon. So we still have plenty to go. I think we have 6 more. So JT Willie, you have the floor. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Smith. Shiche Otto, in response to the comments and feedback received, first, Shania, Honorable Elmer Begay, the small business support under the CARES program is identified as a defunded program. So therefore, this was part of the approval that took place, and we have submitted those budgets to the Office of Management and Budget, and of course now working with the FRF office and Mr. Platero, who's been put in place now to get this program funded. I do have a staff member assigned, Mr. Nota Silversmith, who's been a vital component in assisting the FRF office, as well as also providing feedback in regarding the CARE Small Business Program. So yes, as you have mentioned, we have been working endlessly with those individual entrepreneurs. I consult with many of them on the daily, seeking when those applications will open. And we have been waiting to get a final designation of those funds in those accounts so that we can get maneuvering the program forward again. I hate to, as they say, put the wagon before the horse and not have the funds available. Then we end up waiting again for designation of funds to get it put in place after an application gets processed through us. So I wanted to have a more consensus and concise deadline designated in order to have a successful program. And that set aside to answer the question is separate from the SSBCI. SSBCI is a external fund coming to the Navajo Nation. The defunded CARES program is a funds that ARPA, and that's about 31.8 million to support those artisan and businesses that did not have the opportunity last go round. And those are a priority to meet once we get the program up and going. We do have a database of about 500 individuals who were not funded through that program that we're going to be working with as we start going live again. It's in my hopes that we have everything put in place to start going live by January of 2022. This includes all of the components to operate, including staff, in order to designate and assist in those application processes. As we move forward, I do appreciate the notification again, and yes, we are aware of the Delcon Hospital that's soon to be complete there, and that is needed venues for the physicians, medical staff, and new employment opportunities that would be taking place. Since this would be a new fund, they would not be eligible through the ARPA for economic development. However, there are other resources of funding that will be available to us, including sales tax funds, including hotel occupancy tax funds. Those are kind of like the last resources we're looking at right now because we want to see where we can expedite some of these projects through current availability of funding before we look at the nation's resources to support these projects. So yes, we have been working on those. Our Fort Defiance Regional Office, Ms. Libby Valteau and her team are the designated oversight for this region. And of course, we can set up those follow-up meetings. And again, and regarding marquee billboards for small business support, that is, and again, as Honorable Freeland mentioned, this is a great time for businesses to start. That could be a component or even considered a new business to look at opening up such opportunities to provide marquee electronic billboards throughout Navajo. I know the Division of Natural Resources, Parks and Recreation had entertained some dialogue within the past 2 years regarding electronic billboards. Those kind of ran in the 90,000s, 100,000s. I do have the contact information that we can probably work with the local. I just would need to know who would want to be designated the moving source for those types of projects and that we can work with. And I'm pretty sure we do have partners readily available to move on such investment opportunities when we look at those small business supports. Shania, Honorable James, at the Fort Defiance RBDO have been working on finalizing the service of Moras. Same, we share the same feeling of a business looking to close, not based off of um, pressure or anything like that, but just on their own choices to move on. And of course, trying to find another developer to come in to continue operation, whether it's similar to or an expansion of a different area there located within Ganado. And so since they were in business through this past year, they would be eligible for those funds. We are finalizing, again, both the SSBCI as well as the defunded program that we're looking to reopen through the division based off of the two. The first and foremost is going to be the defunded program within the division to administer. And I do have a set list of, again, of prioritized individuals that I'm working with within your particular areas that did not get opportunity last time that we're looking to provide that support moving forward. So the main team that I have put in place have been waiting to get the green light to start moving forward. So those are part of our priorities as we get the green light to open up that program once again. Regarding Jedito, everything was put in place. Everything was finalized. Documents were submitted. The reviews were done. The RBDO, Mr. Mike at City, Libby Valto, everyone had put everything in place that we needed it. And Ms. Holion had submitted everything. And of course, the feedback was it was not eligible for ARPA funds. However, it's again part of those other initiatives that we were looking to work with, which include like Crown Point Hotel, Church Rock Convenience Store, and others that we want to provide continuous support for. So therefore, SSBCI is going to be another opportunity. At this point right now, it's going to be considered re-strategizing with the developer that will be coming in to look at other mechanisms for fund opportunities. And of course, the last component of that will be included in the division's 5-year plan, which is for use of Navajo Nation assets starting in 2022. But our mechanism again has been trying to resource those external funding that are available to us before we look at some of the sales tax funds to support some of these projects. The best component and relationship that we have with some developers is that they come in and also provide their support for these businesses through financial capacities on their side through the SSBCI. That also will be able to meet that need as far as venture capital programs, loan participation programs, collateral support programs. So that is also a continued effort that we're going to be maneuvering through, and we'll provide updates as we go into the next couple of months. Shema and Bakrati, always thank you very much for the support and continuous outreach to the division and to our Shiprock RBDO. This again is very preliminary. We haven't finalized a lot of the mechanisms of the SSBCI, so therefore none of that information has been provided to the oversight or to our various committees, just because we wanted to have our components put in place before we start sharing information. We want to be able to have a finalized strategy, and that will be happening starting after December 11th when we submit that first or the second application of what the SSBCI program will look like for the Navajo Nation. The 83 million is not available to us just yet. We have to work towards that process. So December 11th, February 11th, and whatever other deadline they're going to put in place for us to provide information regarding the program will be coming up. So after we have some confidence of where we are at in that process, then at that point, Treasury will release those funds to the Navajo Nation. I'm assuming it's going to be similar to how ARPA had worked, and of course, working with our partners within the Office of Management and Budget of that internal process to outreach. And in regards to outreach to the different agencies would also be a component that we're going to be maneuvering through so that we have a good plan, a marketing plan, an outreach plan, a strategy put in place for what this program would do. Again, it would not only be coming from Division of Economic Development, but would also include our partners out there from the Net Chamber, Change Labs, and Navajo CDFI, our regional offices throughout the Navajo Nation, our small business development, tourism, another big component, and as well, and I'm glad you bring up the health-related small businesses through the ARPA process, and I'm going off subject, but we had signed off on a medical drone transport project that was looking to do economic support in the medical area. It's a whole new field for us. So again, it's more understanding of where that will go. I know we do have a lot of health-related small businesses out there. We have them on our radar because some of them did apply for the CARES funds and receive funding from us. Some did not. And so those are also a priority for us to support once we get that program up and going by January of 2022. So as we move forward, that's another area of conversation that we need to have as far as health-related small businesses here on the Navajo Nation. Mr. Chair, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willie. That, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions for Mr. Willie at this time? There are none. Honorable Otto. Hold on, Mr. Willie, we've got one more question and then we'll go on about your business. Honorable Otto, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ado adit ja adit ashin son hikna huntin net do panigin here. Ado the SPSS for the small business loan. I know that you have tribal ranchers that are Navajo tribal ranchers that are registered with Department of Economic Development. And how does this, how can this small business loan and the areas that you spoke about that benefits the economic development, though the growth and so forth, and how can this loan benefit our tribal ranchers out there that actually are registered with you, with the Department of Economic Development? De sto dashin so na ye ikin de lado ye aje ye ego ko ye ina ye dik alcohol ko. Just wanted to see if we can shed some light to that. Then the other component is the farming aspect. We have farmers out there that farm at a small scale pertaining to their home, but there's other farmers that actually have larger farms and they farm and they sell on the road. To our tribal ranchers and for our Navajo farmers, how can this opportunity benefit them and the communication with the RDBOs out there at each area? How will that communication be communicated to those ranchers and farmers? So, yeah.
Any other further questions or comments, colleagues? There's none. Let me go back to you, Mr. Willie, for response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable So for the question, and I'm glad you brought this up because that is one reason why we have included our other partners to join us on this program for the State Small Credit Business Initiative, or as SBCI. The outreach to these entities, including ranchers, including farmers, a lot of our partners have communications with those entities, the Net Chamber, Change Labs, as well as also Navajo CDFI, and even ours, even within the division, have created a communication database with these individuals because of their application through us at some point for small business support through the pandemic. And so therefore, the continuous effort to meet their needs is based off of those programs that we identified. And in some cases, for the tribal ranchers and agricultural based entities, business entities would be looking at the small business support. And as I mentioned earlier to Delegate Freeland, who kind of asked the same question as to were we to support smaller businesses, and that's where the qualification would be, unless they're kind of like a bigger capacity ranch. And some are. We do have some here on Navajo, and that we would look at some areas regarding capital access programs, loan guarantees, or even in some cases, loan participation in order to provide that equity for some of these businesses to get back on their feet or even expand their collateral capacity as businesses. And in any business, you know, in the case here on the Navajo Nation, our goal and our intention is to leverage that support in order to be able to have businesses stand on their own. And I always ask this question to some of these businesses: is the day one of opening up your business, where you at on your operating costs to support your needs as an entrepreneur? And I want to make sure that we've have identified and provided all that support to that component of where you have businesses standing on their own 2 feet to support themselves. And I understand that through the pandemic, many of these businesses use their vital resources, their reserves, in order to keep paying paychecks to their employees. And so therefore they exhausted everything in their collateral ability, and they're now in the gaining. But as I have said, that is not going to be the same as it was before the pandemic. We're now at a point now where it's taking time for these smaller businesses, particularly those in the agricultural industry, because they weren't able to provide their service of goods as much as such businesses that were, like, say, for example, in the cleaning business. This was like a good year for them. And so therefore, it's kind of leveraging where that opportunity and support will work for us. But every area that we can meet, we want to be able to provide that support for them and to be able to identify additional resources. So that's why with the 3 partners we're working with, we want to be able to identify even new programs that will be developed of the SSBCI. We're not restricted to just the 5 components. There may be a component needed that will say agro-based businesses support programs. And if that's the consensus of the data of what we're going to be finalizing within the next 2 weeks, then that will be added to it, but probably on a bigger scale basis, which will include other areas and components in regards for similar to our ranchers, farmers, and agro-based businesses. Naabik'íyáti yet for that question, Mr. Chair, Honorable Speaker, I'm turning it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. That, colleagues, continuing on down, as there was no more requests for Mr. Willie. Thank you very much, Mr. Willie, for your presentation this afternoon. That, we are continuing on down on the ARPA non-FRF funding. We are on now to Division of Community Development. Dr. Yellowman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti. And good afternoon to President Jonathan Nez, Vice President Lizer, Chief of Staff, colleagues, and to our partners from the enterprises, good afternoon. And to our council delegates who are also calling in, and many listeners on the line as well, Yate. I am joined here with a colleague from the Division of Community Development, CHID, Mr. Pat Delguy, who will be providing additional information. And we have 3 additional funds that DCD were very fortunate to that we sought after and we were fortunate to receive. Before we go to the housing improvement dollars and the ICDBG funding, I'll cover the potable water briefly here. Throughout the summer, we've had some ongoing conversations with BIA, acting director at the time, Superintendent Lester Sosi, and then now Mr. Mahoja. But during the summertime, we engaged with BIA on potable water, and this is in the amount of 3,025,688. And originally, the BIA Navajo Region Branch of Engineering received this amount. We are just the designated point of contact. We did consult with NDOH because we're still operating under the Health Command structure as to how to distribute these waters. NDOH consulted back with us that it would be at DCD's discretion as to where to deliver the potable water. So as such, we've been meeting occasionally or quite often with the branch of engineering from BIA, and they are utilizing an IDIQ process to distribute water. We originally marked over 208 locations throughout the Navajo Nation for water to be distributed, which included senior centers and chapter houses. But we were consulted by NDOH that some of the senior centers were not at capacity or did not have the capacity to hold water, bottled water, so we moved that down to 110 locations where our rural addressing is working with the IDIQ and developing the plus co-locations for these areas. We have not distributed all of the water to the exception of one community, and that was Rama, because back in August, they experienced a water breakage. They had one of their wells shut down. So we did issue some potable water under an emergency to Rama. So we're still moving forward with distributing water to the 109 chapters following. So that's just a brief update. The Navajo Nation, we do not have these funds. We're the point of contact, and we're working with BIA on the 3 million, and it is being distributed through an IDIQ through BIA. So that is an update on the potable water. The next is we did receive funds under the home improvement at 9,916,686. We do have a PowerPoint presentation to share with members of council on this amount of funds. And then the following amount, the 3.4 million, that was actually a grant that we wrote last year. It was one of the grants that we wrote during the height of the pandemic. Unfortunately, we were not funded at the time, but through consultation meetings, we advocated that those tribes that were not funded during the height of the COVID would be reconsidered this year as a priority. And we were very fortunate to get funded this year under the Intimate Threat Grant. And that's the second portion of the 3 million that we'll be presenting on. So, Mr. Speaker, if it's okay, I'd like to give some time over to Mr. Delguy, who will be incorporating these funds already into an existing account as they are program funds that we are already a part of or we're already implementing. So if I can do that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to introduce Mr. Delguy. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Yate, no, so, yeah, no, committee, Nabi members, community members, and also staff and all those listening. Shea Patrick Dalganchia, Department Manager for Community Housing Infrastructure Department. Don the Enchla, couple Enchla, Sanji Kine, Bashin, Torichini, Dashichi, Adahan, Dashinala. I'll go ahead and do a quick presentation on the BIA home improvement program regarding their ARPA funding, which we received a notice word letter back in August of 2021. And so through tribal consultation, right before the award was issued, we, as mentioned by Ms. Yellowman, that we had to prepare for any upcoming ARPA funding coming down from Washington through federal agencies, and this was one of them. And so we, at the time, tried to get some CARES Act funding, which we were unable to get due to timeline to construct homes within the time or deadline provided. And so we kept this application and information readily available, possibly for any upcoming further or any other funding coming through the nation. So fortunately, American Rescue Plan Act came about, and we provided information to the BIA headquarters and provided talking points and the reasons for housing needed on the Navajo Nation. And BIA funds to be distributed based on tribal population and land base. Also, housing improvement program has an existing mechanism through their regular housing funding program, their annual allocations. Also, they have a policy in place to administer ARPA funds, and then also a potential list that we were able to generate from previous applications submitted back in 2018, 2019 for unfunded applicants, housing improvement program applicants. So we are currently reviewing those applications. May require reassessments due to possible changes in housing situations may have changed with the applicant. So we have to conduct additional home assessments to make sure some of these homes have existing home site lease or proof of home site lease in place, and then infrastructure availability for their new home. Also, we plan to prioritize the application to gear toward more of burnout homes, homelessness, and multi-generation homes and dilapidated homes. And I'm pretty sure you all at the chapter level see homes in this kind of condition. We get requests from families from these communities requesting for new homes, and it still continues. And they know about ARPA funds coming to the nation, and they know about the BIA ARPA funds. And so that's what we have going on right now for the housing improvement program. Next slide, please. And so right now, We have a list, potential list right now for 86 homes for the BIA ARPA funding. And we plan to utilize the 9.9 million toward those homes. And this will include also soft costs, which is administration and construction. And so right now we have the notice, like I said, back in August, a word from the BIA Navajo Regional Office. And we'll be conducting the 86 home assessments. And there are plans right now to sit down with our division team and discuss contractual services with Homes Direct, which is a modular manufacturing company down in Phoenix, Buckeye, and Chandler area. We had the pleasure of meeting with some representatives there in their office and also taking a tour of their factories and facilities. And so we sat down, we talked to them about what the process and how the process should, I guess, begin with the nation. And so they're willing to help in any way they can. They know our condition, they know our situation here on Navajo Nation. And so, so due to the timeline we have with this ARPA funding, we have
Speaker.
not too much time to construct some of these homes, so we decided to go with the modular homes for the 86 applicants. And later in the slide, we'll go ahead and provide a breakdown of cost comparison between a contract
Speaker,
and a
question.
modular home.
Privilege. So this, I know there's none, but sorry. Janai, sorry
Question
to
on
dis-
privilege, Honorable Vince James.
Sorry to interrupt. This PowerPoint, the slide is not part of our packet. So there's a lot of questions that I have, even in regards to the previous slides. Though it's not part of this
Okay.
packet that was given to us.
Do you have that? Do you have that presentation? They're emailing it to Manny right now, and Manny's gonna send that out to everyone.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty. We
Yes.
need all this information.
Okay.
I requested it a few days ago in preparation for this work session. And I keep hearing, let's work together as one. You can't work together when you don't know what the other entity is doing. We need the information.
Well, I don't know what you have in your hand right there, Madam Chair. Everybody.
This is the whole listing for the FRF funding.
Okay.
So who's ever online right now, this council, we're being presented first time ever on 620 that is granted to Navajo Nation. So this is the first time that this committee is hearing this information. This is a huge red flag. We need to have this information, Speaker. I'm not sure if your office was provided. I don't think so, but we have ranchers, we have healthcare providers texting, saying, how can we benefit from this money? And I can't give them an answer because no one has given me information about the 622 million.
Okay, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, I'm going back to that's the reason why we're having this discussion right now, to deliver this information to you. That's from my understanding from the executive side. so the total amount. So what you're saying, let's go back to what housing improvement. So this is why Mr. Dalgai is explaining 9.9 million, what the 9.9 million would be utilized. I know some of the dollars that, let's start off with OD and Division of or Social Services was giving today. When they explained what they're getting, I can't give you what BIA, or what they're utilizing their whole allocated funds. I know that there's questions about Head Start funding, so if there's individual more questions about the FRF or non-FRF funding, I hope to know that the staff, Paulson, that your team members are getting that information back, that the delegates are trying to understand where these dollars are broken down into, and that's what they really need. That's the dollars that are going to be allocated to wherever in the notion of the whole government, so that these dollars can get to the people. So I have not gotten that information, Madam Chair Amicrati. The only thing I have been given, that I myself have been given, is what you see here before you. And what you're talking about, let's go back to the last one. I don't know when the housing improvement program or the potable water program is going to be implemented. I don't know when that is going to be implemented. That's why I'm depending on the executive offices to explain that to you all, or my colleagues here today. That's what was expected. That's what I expected in order for them to give that information to you. So if you're talking about a breakdown for each one of these areas, then Paulson, chief of staff, all the division directors, it would be helpful to get that information. But I don't know, as indicated, I don't know even if we start back from the beginning, from education, we said, where's Head Start funding going? They probably, Ms. Ghani, let me go back to, you've received the money, but we don't know where it's at. There's no budget in place yet. They're just holding the funds still. BIA got $171 million. Those dollars have been allocated to the schools. So we know where that one is, because those two forms were given out. The 63,000 to the error for education, Ms. Ghani, I don't believe she's put a budget together for that. I haven't heard that. And Tommy just now sent an email to Dene College and Navajo Technical College to say, what are they going to do with the 16.8 and 16.9 million? But I haven't got that information back. I'm trying to keep up to make sure that my staff is accountable to as well. So social services, we go down to social services. Child care block grant, 31.3 million. Understanding that they're still putting the budget together on that one. Child sustainability, family violence, low income. Apparently there's some dollars already in there for the 1.8. So if we can keep going down by what they're asking, that's the reason why they're here, so you can get that information from them. But it's under my understanding, Madam Chair Crotty, that I can't explain why they haven't put the budgets together and put that through the process. It seems like they're starting to do that now, just for the fact that they're barely getting the funds. So once these budgets are in place and they go through the 164 process, then they can be executed. That's my understanding of what's going on. But I can't explain for every one of them. That's the reason why Mr. Dalgai is here to explain on his section what's housing improvement. If you're gonna, I don't know what they're gonna do. Mr. Dalgai, if you're asking him what is he gonna do with the 9.9 million, I'm pretty sure he's explaining right now that he hasn't received the full funding, or they're going through the 164 process. And they're going to go ahead and, I don't know if it's a 50-50 formula, or if they're going to do matching funds through SHID, or if they're going to put that all through low-income housing assistance for elders. I have no idea. And that's the reason why that they need to explain that to you all here today, and that's why I want them to explain to my colleagues here, what is these dollars? Because one of the big things is, I don't want to do a duplication of programs. Like to say, like, if there's housing assistance that for our chapters, I don't want our chapters to get housing assistance over here when then is it for an elderly program only? Or is it for a medium income family only? I want to make sure that Mr. Dalgai is indicating that his program is for such and such a program where it's not overlapping or it won't inundate another ARPA program. So I can't answer that question for you, Madam Chair, because I don't have that information. I'm barely getting that information today from from the executive team members. So if there's anything further for breakdown, I think what we could say, for Chief, we need to have a further breakdown of where these dollars are going through, but it's my understanding too that most of these funds haven't been given to the Navajo Nation coffers yet. These were just what was approved in the ARPA legislation in Congress, and this is what is expected to come to the nation over the next couple of years. That's my understanding, Madam Chair. A majority of these are not at the Navajo Nation coffers yet. This is just what was in the legislation, the big congressional legislation that was passed back in May. That's my understanding. Paulson, can you assist me?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. As I indicated earlier on for some of those that were in the room early this morning, is that these are non-FRF dollars. The president instructed and directed programs to apply and get grants up and beyond the $2 billion. And that's what it is. We have 622 million as it is as we shared on the screen, and which each one of you have a copy of. That's what we're planning for. As we develop these plans, we're going to move into another area in a little, Santi's going to describe. We received $55 million for housing assistance program. That money, $5 million has been distributed into the bank. We're still in the process of developing plans for all of these, some of these. Some of the division directors already explained their plans and they're already implementing it. Some are in various stages of implementation. So when you ask the question, give me that list. In addition to the $2 billion that we're trying to, in addition to the $2 billion that we are now moving forward, those are all in different stages. And again, this is unprecedented. We have $3 billion. No time in the history of the Navajo Nation have we received $3 billion. And to move that kind of money through the Navajo Nation system, doing all the project planning, project development, is going to take some effort on the part of all the division directors. And Speaker is correct. Those will be developed, and hopefully we can get some of these more specific plans developed as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to clarify that I really wanted to make sure that this was presented to all my colleagues, that we know that there's other monies that's coming to the nation over the next couple of years. And it seems like it's not entirely here yet, but it was approved by Congress, so it'll eventually be here. And I know that, I don't know, some of these have deadlines and some of these don't have deadlines, like 638 funds. And I think that could be explained too as well. I know that the majority of them do not have deadlines. So I just want to say, if there's any further guidance from the executive branch to present to my colleagues, I would appreciate that, so that we can make sure that their questions are answered, because they have a responsibility to go back to their constituents who are going to ask, how can we utilize these funds in order to benefit from what the nation has received. So, and I think that that's the question at the end of the day my colleagues are looking for, is to say, where are these dollars gonna go, and how can my Navajo people apply for them so that they can benefit from them? That's what the questions are gonna be asked of my colleagues when they go to their chapter meetings or when they see their constituents out there at the front lines. So, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I want to recognize that we did receive this PowerPoint presentation, and the concern is we're not receiving information. I understand these are non-FRF funding, clear. My issue is we're not receiving the information on the work session that has been publicly out there for 3 days. So I want to point fingers, no. I want the information, because I'm gonna send it to my chapters, and they want the information. The other area too is I have not heard from any of the presentations when they're gonna provide or have those budgets ready. And so if it needs committee oversight, I think that's what we have to discuss. These grants go right to 164B and do not need oversight. But that 164B can always be changed. Title II can always be changed. And so if you're not willing to provide the budgets to the committees or to the delegates, then we have to amend language to get that information. And I think that's where we're at right now. Can you freely give us this information, Chief Chaco? Send it in a link if it's too much. But the people need to know what's happening, and if someone knows that they're on this HIP listing, and now they know there's funding coming in, that gives someone hope this winter that this is great. But how are we providing that information to them? Or else, I don't know how else to ask for this information. It's been via email, and I think this is my 3rd time today requesting information. Thank you.
What I'm hearing then, thank you, Madam Chair, for the further clarity. And now I guess I know what you're asking for. You're asking for the individual budget. Oh, what? Okay. The breakdown of the information is what we use for each one of the presentations. Like, you're giving us a high-level presentation, but it's the breakdown of the information, if we could get that one. Is there another, this is the only, is there any further PowerPoint from Santi or Garrett or Chris Vicente, Dr. Jill Jim or Mr. Jesse Delmar that you're gonna go over? Could you get that information to Mr. Rico and send that out?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the Navajo Nation Council. The question, and that's what I posed to the division directors, is that they need to have their PowerPoint presentation provided, and we do have that information. And Tim, can you provide that information to the council delegates? Send it to Mr. Rico right now, and then we'll probably have to print that out. So, thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. There was a question of privilege. You have a question of privilege, Honorable Freeland?
No, Speaker, just a comment regarding this conversation.
Wait, it's a question of privilege because we interrupted a presentation.
Okay, I just want to make a point, Speaker and my colleagues, thank you. First of all, I was looking at this list here, this Excel list. We all have copies of it. And just studying it and thoroughly looking at it, even more comprehensively, I was able to understand that where this money is actually coming from. Of course, you explained it, Speaker, but this was how this was done was either through the US Treasury or competitively submissions were made for competitive grants. And somebody had to do this work, obviously, for us to get this money, whether that's executive branch or the division directors, I don't know who, but somebody got us an additional 600 million plus. So we should be, of course, saying thank you and being grateful for that. But yes, additionally, we do need the information, that's understandable. But the way this works is we have the 2 billion, and then we got an additional 600 million on top of it that was competitive, that Treasury and all the federal agencies said, look, here's some additional money that tribes can apply for, all the federal recognized tribes. And if you look at on this form, it does have the breakdowns even by formula. And it stipulates how, where things are in the process. So I just want to make that comment and just for myself, how I understand it, Speaker and my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pat Gilman, you and your team, go back to you on your presentation.
Thank you, Speaker. We did send this presentation. It's 4 pages. It's just a breakdown of what we're sharing here. So that will be sent out to everybody through Mr. Rico. And thank you, Delegate Prati, for your concerns, Delegate James as well. Delegate Freeland, we do have to write for these grants. And the intimate threat grant, we wrote for that last year. We did not get funded. So we have additional weekends and evenings that we're writing for these grants, and they're coming in various forms, and they're coming in at various times. And we still have not fully established some of the fund managements needed for the execution of these funds. Some of these funds are so large that they require staff to be hired. So up until this point, respectfully, we've done quite a bit of work without FRF or ARPA funds, to the exception that Mr. Patero has now started the ARPA office, and our budgets for our 10% admin have recently been now available, which he'll probably speak on that. And in the event that those become available in the next week or so and we're able to utilize those funds, then we can start acting on hiring individuals to help us implement these grants and funds. But up until now, we've been doing this on top of our daily operations to the nation. So we'll go ahead and continue. Just moving on to the next slide, I'll just have Mr. Delguy wrap up here. It's actually the last slide, and it's just a breakdown of some of the cost estimates that we've been working on with NECA on some of these cost estimates and potential contractors and subcontractors that we might have to engage with. So Mr. Delguy, if you could wrap up on this last page.
Okay, thank you again, Chair, Speaker. And the slideshow that we're showing here is a comparison cost. Up on top, you have the option of a general contractor, subcontractors to build homes. And so we have 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, and we're using an average of about $200 per square foot. And if we're talking a 1 bedroom, for example, we have, like I mentioned, 86 homes. Out of the 86 homes, 49 homes are single household members, 1 household member. So we're looking at around 7.5 million to construct 49 homes, and so on. And so we're reaching total altogether for 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, total of 15 million altogether. And so that exceeds the 9.9 million that PIA received. So we're not going to be able to cover and the whole 86 homes. But if we were to go modular, I have a quote from Champion Homes, Schultz, and Clayton Homes. These are modular homes. They're built more sturdy than a regular mobile home. They have half-inch sheetrock, tape and textured. We provided the necessary specifications to Homes Direct on the size of walls that we need to meet our I guess the Navajo Nation here, our land status and the conditions that we go through here, all 4 seasons. So we provided that information to the representative. And so if we were to go with these modular homes, we could serve all 86 homes and still have a balance left over to assist additional eligible HIP applicants. And we've included, like I mentioned earlier, a soft cost, which is the administration cost of $500,000 out of that 9.9 million to cover for personnel, program manager, senior accountant, and eligibility technician. And so we're left with a construction cost of 9.4 million. So Nabi members, this is the presentation for the housing improvement program. Then also there was ICDBG too, so for cistern and septic systems, which we also were awarded, and the award notice should be coming out. They told us this week to Office of the President, and so we're still waiting on that award letter. So we were awarded the full amount, 3.4 million, to construct over about 66 homes with cistern and septic systems, and with the help and partnership with NTUA, NECA, and Water Resources. So thank you.
That conclude your presentation, Dr. Yelvin? Yes. Thank you. That, colleagues. Did that email go out? Thank you. That, is there any questions or Honorable Rich James comments of Honorable James? Honorable Keon begin. Honorable Rich James, 4 years.
Here has another. Ado Shema, Dr. Yellerman. Identification net. So the not us. The Patrick Delegate. Yat Echo. See the listing under the housing improvement. The 9 million. Lay at the end allocation. It says plan due 6/11. In regards to this listing here, what kind of plan are you submitting? Ado Nana Dide Kodo on the first PowerPoint to go. ADG, the housing improvement, portable water, Indian Community Development Block Grant, sole homeowner, Indian House Block Grant, emergency rental. You guys got that number. How did you obtain those numbers for slide 8 and 9 on the first PowerPoint that we got? The one that's on the screen. Okay, how did you get to those numbers? And what kind of research, what kind of work did you guys do? What kind of proposal did you guys submit to get to that number? Okay, how much of each of these numbers is identified to each of the agencies throughout the Navajo Nation? Or is it distributed by delegates district to give us an understanding of where these funds are going? Out of the housing improvement is the 9 million. How much is going to my district? And then so forth down the line, the portable water, that 3 million. How many of that is going to my district? You guys are going to probably move forward on working with through ASC with the chapters to orientate the chapters in this. That way I can go back to my chapters and inform them. Get yourself prepared at the chapter. This is how much is coming, sifting down to my district region at the chapter level. Are high priorities. Who are the high priorities individuals? Do we work with CHR to figure out where we need these funds to go at the chapter level? How many of these funds, that overall amount, how much is coming to me as my district? And that will go for my colleagues as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vince James. With that, Honorable Keon Begay, where's yours? This is the lineup. I have Honorable Vince James, then Honorable Keon Begay, then Honorable Almer Begay, and then Honorable Freeland.
Speaker. The Dana Plateau Resource Development Committee, Bonsi, I'm glad NECA, ADO, NTUA, that's it, I think they call the HAZ. The cost of a lot of these infrastructure. It all is not much. A cocoa to a baby in Chicodo, Satoda, the base of the Yoke, like water line, though power line that heavy. Although when it comes to housing, why is it it's always that we know there's a great need of housing out there. I should out of the amount of people that we have on the nation, the formula that's the jo hot ego Latin that the base from Hana jo one such case. A couple one that I need a go that has on the yard 8 or the 8 Big at the could Flagstaff, Phoenix, social that Nasi and Lake one, especially if you're going if you're coming from a Payson, Lay with Fort Medell, but last you cut push it one neck at Adi Nana. I don't they Flagstaff, that's not a Hakili shit. Haleho years that are the hotel one eat. I don't know what your South Tucson, not that the Kinin, Santan or Cave Creek. That anyway, Halate out RGQ one I eat egg on Hilla 8 on the that's it. Well, from my chapter, five chapters, Ziki haven't even seen one that's been built or have not been told that there's a new house being built or has been built in your district. Based on application, I mean, I hesitate to say this, but the Natanshin that is in the land, and I believe some may have the Dashinda Kunda Kagoti Ajit OU application that's awesome. ARG that's over to the what the Shah. I mean, this morning, for those at Cylinder, Mr. Otto So, staff the item on hitahi loto. First thing out of her mouth was, why can't you guys build homes around here? Housing. So, what is the problem of building homes on the Navajo Nation? Of course, we met with the EPA, the Art Clearance, the Fish and Wildlife, and Land Department. Again, they go out there fishing. A lot of these home builders, Phoenix, not Albuquerque, these are home builders of one day you need no. I mean, these electricians from around the state, they come out and help out, get these electricity being connected to our Navajo people's home, light up Navajo, yeah. Maybe NHA or housing program. These builders, what Egon see is because don't hit that I can get based on that need to based on that other open has on it a seeking hinanish other project in to go it I don't show hey I can go back to your area to on hit it put the late a lot in deep one don't listen about 9 million, especially 86 homes need obviously. 11 or almost 20 chapters probably not going to get any homes out of this particular pot. If one chapter is getting more than one, that decreases more chapters not going to get any homes. So each of the chapters are receiving 15 or 20 homes. Some one way or another, Khalid Alad like Dikat, Lachinaka, that Agdo into a Shato, Natsu, be puppet of ill, Quato, main trunk line, get the Ajit, the house. It's that way, nothing one they for net sound or they put argo for that. So the bond test case. So did all huge all policy, Nigo, the Quagibe. Especially in the area of broadband, called on that you later, need not peace on that you later even grant the date that no base was in that on that the non late paper chain, Naho take la Arjun in the key hot, a hacking lasted in the baby chair, Naho take key artist or I see need either. Down that ion, voice put the house plant take go, put the Shahona that the president if you had what. Though you go paste it, but not there. This is not good. I think had see, Bahas no shit that say, ion. I guess the band is Sunday, I lowered my tone. But my point to what I was trying to get at was that chapter to get up and not a up a see chapter to beat the hot, better chapter be hot, better governor that there's 80 the hot, the hot nigger for she quite get ayo chapters and then give it on near shohe. Here to then to out on hand Saha case to the window has added when a letter hit it not and hit it next to what the snow a could do. Hot out for sad, then you not on none. A court dealer hate, a dick at one foot, neither one no, or the quick or she that in either in each aid do hip do other could this last so has argent arpanan F parents has argent ego conquer the codo, Dutcher at the Hanna, Bunde could Ashla at the Arger 1500 yard argent Nina, go a argent that I have one bench, that on the trot, but no. Don't get lots of the non-nature artists of the Shakot Ada, Shizing. Bahanas, the national day that Asha Hashinzad, Nakesh, that's a Tad Bagan, sa ang ko ko bit a lab be kishin a lab on that in kind of on the date o you o policy to restriction be he in the ko ye go so lo a la in needs and a ko kwa ya should be Mr. Speaker, to President's Office, stand out of brother Chief of Staff in Lindigate, Hashit Ato Nidiki Ikat. How many homes will we see by next year, if not by summer? Ashnet Lahawan Fatni Nidabohnetza, economic development that the Nido Ado in the census of the band that state. Don't know you not count about the land that not over you could do el how or being redistricted community that article and think that then that it be its article it's article because a lot of our Navajo lives off the reservation. Ko halit ala koto ko betit na betit is a kong one has other kong kaya has a kong ha tele that no la it ne it's a yet la yat it or the so koto da ko shiro kwake the out there one hotel the ins out there one hotel the net not based on out there one hotel the no hotel and then didn't keep a just a ko ye go shit a shitty at the jashi compase or then didn't give last at didn't give at the fishing one family one home is consists of about 3 to 4 households put out net about and go out it should be not the kodo septic tank but only to show it slash it not at na hada the people been do or next on the machine ka do ta or kon den yo hada ti no ka na hada ba ban la so that haki arjun la of course haki chapter has the community has the job kon no si akonta to ka we can be able to go to Washington go to all these chapters this so to down out ba ha si that's on the chapter meeting go to ha without going eat at the evening go to the yale kitchen because the based on only any work for me that chapter I shot that I done that cool the or either that in the detail has or detail based on then getting better house now that on has also the niveau nayet not the cook at today on that $2 billion at that national that the fish or that of ne on national with could have nayet not the ko ben na ko halet ala ti hawan den git a yet to do alla ko pe sa pani ne la khait ela ado ti katin da che kon da che to be chi dates in da de shi ta pe shi o de khun ka ta che hata hati na ko to na ta ha tet e ko ot na ya to ka ton da ki lai de to ko sa da ba ta chun de ho e ti ka ko to o yu ji o la pa sa hi ka pe chi ye ti so Eric Kodoshit Shizido Bahanana seat speaker. So again, I really like to know as Kodosh Nalia Hatzi of the homes that are going to be built, how many will be built in my district as well. 5 chapters that I represent. Lana Khayla ko a quaggy Shizido Topanight with other Kodosha. Kushi never nego to Kagi or you pictures of each other did the ship asho with the notes in zinc got then Allah never caught it just Allah never they caught it out of the national with on that the whole just oh qua a one done choya to be either one could a foundation that only the bond that just to stabilize a lot of these homes that are beginning to fall apart. So what but I like to say this on record. Other than that, is what and latte. So if yat yat on how after the things and the gishit or you could order is out other could it's that hey go now take a digi bahai he gave the nabi haneta quite nest in the dot with other he done later article not was indeed on social media. So ADG quite issues as in the Yego and then didn't give Pahanana seat of those in dire need of homes and those are in dire need of getting a home on their homeland of one Kaya didn't give Navajo Nation, not eat it unless it need to be the cathedral HAE at arts for the gym. For what action, I'm not the speaker, but I could also didn't give Pahanana seat on there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keon Begay, Shay. Colleagues, I have Honorable Almer Begay, then Honorable Freeland, and Honorable Otto So for questions on Division of Community Development. Colleagues, I just want to remind you the time now is 4 o'clock. We have this room until 6 p.m. this evening. We still have to go over housing, transportation, broadband, health services, and public safety. And then tomorrow we have to go over the legislation, but mind you, colleagues, that there still is another presentation from Mel and Ms. Barbroff on the overview of the legislation. So just keep that in mind, colleagues. We still have a lot to do to go over, not only the non-FRF, but also the expenditure plan as well. Honorable Almer Begay, floor is yours.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you for that. I don't that just only get to Dr. Element. I don't that should Mr. Delguy. Thank you for the information. I think it's now we got the information. This is this is new to us, and we're trying to look into it. And then we're trying to I guess how these homes will be built. First of all, you know that how many people already for this, like you already it's on there that you guys are already working with 86 home site leases that are already approved it. So the reason why I'm saying this is the outcome chapter has been already working with try to work with NHA. Even the land is already withdrawn, and then for them to start building homes. But it seems like NHA, you had to go through about 12 different departments. Each of them had different orientation you had to go through. Like it starts from how to select lands. We told them we don't need to do that, but they say that you have to do this. This fundings that we're going to help you out with, you have to go through all that. No, this like there's one department cannot do another department's job. It's like the infrastructure is here, this land is here, it's already withdrawn, it's already been art clearance on that idea. All we need to do is, can we somebody design this for elderly and veterans home, and with the parks, we wanted somebody to draw. They cannot do that. So even now, the outcome chapter is already going into grants. So they got another person coming in to do that, the designing. So we're working about with 5 chapters right now. They're living in NHA homes. They're looking for homes. So we can say the elderly, you have a home. If you want a home, you can build within that outcome withdrawn land. No. So right now, this what we're talking about here is, can this funds be used like that? It can be used at one chapter, but have other recipients to live in the area. And then my second question is, why can't you just give chapter the fundings? These certified chapters, they can do procurement. Just like I said, they know how to handle funds. And there's people that knows how to, local contractors can build homes for them. Just give the money to them. They can build homes. Give money to the chapters, the certified chapters. We don't have to go through the DCD, but DCD project manager, they know how to run projects. they can just look over these certified chapters because you're already overlooking all these chapters. That will be another suggestion that I would like to see. How is it going to work if we can do that? Just to help from my chapters. So, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Naabik'íyáti. With that, Honorable Freeland, where's yours? And then Honorable Otto So, then I'll come back to you, Dr. Yellowman.
Speaker? Okay. Speaker, thank you. Everyone that's still here, my colleagues and the staff and division directors, and it's been a good discussion and I'm learning a lot today, so thank you. Dr. Yellowman and Mr. Dalgai, I first of all want to say thank you, Mr. Dalgai, of course, to involved with Division of Community Development. And I say this because we had an elder who a tornado hit her house in Herfano and it took off her roof completely. And I called Dr. Yellowman and she got a hold of Mr. Dalgai, and Mr. Dalgai responded to me. The next day they were out there with the chapter officials making an assessment. So, even though they're stretched thin, CHID is still out there providing services to our people. And I got a very appreciative call from my chapter president about a week later saying that materials were delivered and they're currently rebuilding her house right now. So thank you to Division Community Development for that. Just looking at that PowerPoint in relation to the BIA ARPA Housing Funding Award, the last slide 4 is the one that really catches my attention. And what my brother mentioned as Honorable Kiela Begay, why is it so difficult to build homes on the Navajo Nation? I think that's the underlying question we need to ask ourselves. Why is it so hard or difficult for us to build homes on the Navajo Nation? There's so many processes that we have to go through, that's why. That's how I see it. And for me, this slide is very clear. You do a comparison of stick bill, let's say the 49 homes. You do 49 homes for 7.5 million. That already clears out the majority of that $9 million. Now you do comparison to 86 modular homes. You could get almost twice the double amount for 7.4 million. Or you look at the bottom portion, which is the manufactured option as well, 86 additional homes for another 7.6 million. So I guess the big underlying question is, how are we going to approach this? Are we going to do stick bill? Are we going to do modular? And I think our people will be happy with either or because it's a new home. The issue, of course, then is home site lease. The issue then is infrastructure. The issue then is how are we going to get this completed for them? And I for myself, I can say this because I know specifically from my area what the big housing need is. And would it be more time consuming to do stick bill than rather to get all these manufactured homes to us directly? So something for us to ponder and consider, for us to really think about. Do we want to build the 49 or 50 homes versus getting an additional 30 on top of it? So we got to kind of weigh those options very carefully. My other question, I know this is probably going to be answered in relation to the regular ARPA discussion, but homes that have, or families that have burnouts, and how are we going to deal with the debris removal, debris cleaning, part of the regular ARPA, but how are we going to deal with those families, and how are we going to help them get a new home as well? My of course evolves around, I don't want to call it remodeling, but home improvement, I guess, is a good word, a good term. And especially now, how are we going to help our people weatherize? And, you know, I think of a elder that we went to in Herfino, and thank goodness that the chapter was able to give her a new wood stove. But you saw the conditions of her home, and it was patched up. The roof was patched up. We don't know if there's black mold in there or what, but the home should probably just be torn down, and she should be given a new home, was our thought. You know, there's issues with the roof. You know, it's really, when you go out and visit our people's homes, it makes you want to do as much as you can as a delegate to help them. You know, for ourselves, we have to remind ourselves to be humble and be appreciative of what we have, and I'm thankful for that. You know, and then just to see that elder's living condition, along with others. You know, went to a Korea War veteran home and saw his living conditions, but outside there's always blue barrels, there's always blue containers outside for water, and those are that's the reality of the current living conditions that our people are dealing with. And yet they're still thankful, they're still living humbly. What they have is simple, and you know, for us to enhance their life. So I just wanted to make those comments, Speaker, and the last slide, slide 4. We really got to consider a comparison. I don't know who's going to make this decision. It's going to be the council or president. I don't know, but we can get more homes on the manufacturer side versus doing stick bill, and just something for us to consider as well. So, thank you, Pat. Thank you to your team. Mr. Payochi is ready to come home. I believe they're ready to claim him in White Rock and Lake Valley. So I think they're going to register him to vote out there. So, Edia, thank you. Speaker.
Thank you. That, let me go on down. Honorable Otto, so, what's yours?
For the presentation, I did Chinale, Dr. Purwilm, and Do, I did Mr. Delguy. So this grant that the information that has been provided to this body pertaining to the federal dollars that will be coming through the pipeline and and maybe we're still waiting, but these dollars are coming down the pipeline. And housing is something that is I always stated that in the council. The Navajo Nation is in a housing crisis. Even the 23rd Council, President Begay, and I do agree with Honorable Kealan Begay and Honorable Mark Freeland. You know, what is the holdup to build one home? Alcohol needed net one there's multiple families in one home. I can relate to many families in the Western Agency that live in one home and multiple families in there. I like this last scenario of the mobile home aspect, modular units. And I think that's something that we could look at to address individual Navajo citizens who have existing home sites right now, approved home site lease. That way we can get these mobile modular homes purchased and deliver them directly to the site. And don't need to hire the carpenter and things like that. And I don't like Naabik'íyáti. So na adna a shishikeya no na chan kinatija. We end up defeating that purpose. But somewhere we need to really address housing. And I appreciate the grant writing and then the additional resources, the money is coming in for housing. The other thing too is that I think, where is NHA, TDHE? None let you pay so they haven't built one home. Nay, lay the home one you did done. Maybe if we could look at this model, what has been brought forth to us, and maybe we can buy mobile homes and instead modular homes and get people into homes. The other is that I guess in order to address the housing, many years ago, home improvement program used to get a lot of funding from the federal government, and I believe at the time during the when the Shirley administration came in, the priority at Tibic was changed. The audit base of hidden was changed to public safety, and that's what allowed the funds to decrease in the home improvement area. The more fundings came through the pipeline to the nation in forms of public safety. Is it time to look at that priority that we prepare at Tibic each year for housing? Because other than that, we're going to have to pay for housing ourselves from the nation. Every year we do carryovers for programs that hoard monies. And maybe if we could harness all those carryovers and give it to community development and say, buy modular homes for these families out there. That way, at the end of the year, if a program does not use their dollars, you end up giving it to community development to buy a modular home or build a home for that family out there. Not the Shnini, I think with the amount of carryovers that happen with the nation, carryovers, nothing. I don't even at the local level, at the chapter, there's always carryovers every year. Maybe at the local level, the chapters carry over. You take that dollars and allow them to build homes or purchase mobile homes for Navajo citizens out there. And I think, Navajos would want that. I don't think a Navajo citizen, any other Navajo citizen wouldn't want a home if they're in the need of a home. My gosh, we've got people living in G-shed units out there. Gosh, onsen. I really like this presentation and the breakdown and the scenario, the three scenarios that you have here. And the other thing too is, why don't council appropriate in the same amount, $10 million to match this grant, and let's purchase 172 mobile homes. That way we could help 172 families across the Navajo Nation move into new homes. There's burnouts out there. I just like to indicate that. Thank you.
So I'll go back to Dr. Yellowman at this time for response.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, honorable leaders of the 24th Council, Naabik'íyáti, and those calling in are still on the line, and to my trusty colleagues who are still here, thank you. Shiaj Vince James, Delegate Vince James, Kialan Begay, and Elmer Begay, Delegate Elmer Begay, and Chanela Otto, Delegate Freeland. There were some questions that I can answer, and then I'll go into individual questions you've had. For the formulas, the 9.9 million, those were very similar to how the CARES Act funds were distributed or allocated. It's part of those formulas. Um, when the, like now happening, the Build Back Better, 1.7 trillion, a certain amount was allocated to tribes. This is part of those allocations that were identified that would go to tribal communities. The potable water, same, that's a BIA fund. Those funds will stay at BIA. We're the point of contact, and we're acting as distributors for BIA for that potable water. As far as the ICDBG, we wrote for that grant last year for a community that wanted to do a well drill, but unfortunately, we were not funded. But fortunately, that community was funded through New Mexico state allocation for their wells, and so the community ended up getting funded. We were not awarded this grant last year. We wrote again this year for the 3.4 million, and identified the 66 community members that could benefit from that. And majority of these projects have to be construction ready, so that we can submit for these funds right away. As soon as we know that the funds of obligation or the NOFA is going to be issued, we try really hard to jump on those NOFAs, so that we don't lose out on these funds. So we were fortunate to have a listing of 66 residents that could benefit. And when we saw the NOFA for this ICDBG, we submitted it right away. So that's how we got these allocated funds. As for some of the questions that came from various delegates on what does it look like for my district, the housing improvement, the HIP funds, the 9.9, this is a pre-existing program. This program and this office already exists through CHID. And the CHID program, and Delegate Kialan Begay asked this question, why haven't homes been built over the years? Many of you asked this question. From 2011 all the way to 2021, that's 10 years. Within those time frames, HIP was allocated roughly between 1.1 million to 2 million consecutively throughout those 10 years. And collectively from 2011 to 2000, this is really important information, but from 2011 to 2021, collectively, the program only received a little over 9 million. But in 1 year, this year in 2021, we received 9.9 million. What we received this year is what the program received for the last 10 years. So they had funding challenges, and Anita Shanella also said that that's probably roughly the same time that some funding focus changed. We were directly impacted by that. So from 2011 to 2021, we collectively only received less than 10 million that went to the CHID program. This year in 2021, we received this 9.9 million. That being said, the listing that comes from this presentation, the 88 homes, is a compilation of individual homes and families that were on the waiting list from 2017, 18, 19, 2020, and 2021 who've been on this waiting list, and that comprises of the 86 homes. These individual families have already submitted and been waiting on this waiting list and have some approvals going through this process. The other part to your question is DCD, CHID, we do not hold the TDHE. By holding the TDHE, they institute and collect the Navajo Indian Housing Plan on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And because of that, NHA focuses primarily on clustered homes or NHA locations, where CHID, as a result, we focus on scattered. If we have provided recommendations to the TDHE, to RDC and leadership, and we still have those recommendations available. And I think it's really important how we handle and care for the TDHE. The TDHE is like a golden egg, and we need to protect it. I'll keep going down the list here. Some similar questions from delegates, Delegate Vince James, Shanella Ottoso, Kialan Begay, and Elmer. What does this look like for each of my districts? The 9.9 is program funds that have arrived to the nation, but our housing ARPA proposal, which I believe will be presented tomorrow, we do have that down by districts. We do have build and modular proposals for the 40 million that we're presenting to council tomorrow by district, and then the total amount we've been requesting for is 50 million, but we broke that down for 40 million for new construction and new build. The remaining 10 million will go to renovation and weatherization by district. We're also including 2 programs that do not exist within the Navajo Nation. The programs that do not exist are the burnout assistance. And currently, program-wise, there's no way to communicate when a family experiences a burnout to DPS and then maybe to CHID. That line of communication does not exist. So we need to build a program that sustains addressing burnout. Unfortunately, right now, and very sadly, we learn of some of our burnouts through social media, and that's no way to address the needs of burnout. The other is that we have debris removal that needs to be addressed. There's no program for that. It does not exist under a program. EPA does address some debris removal by way of commercial, but not residential. And you can travel into almost any community throughout Navajo Nation and you will see a burned down home somewhere. So we do not have the program or the program funds to address our own Navajo families who have experienced burnout. The last thing I want to share, well, actually there's a few more questions here. The last one is to my knowledge, funds from within the Navajo Nation may not at this magnitude have really been allocated to a program or division to address housing. I have presented some program or some way of addressing these funds. For example, similar to Kialan Begay, in year 1 of this administration, he had an education trust fund that he wanted to establish. He wanted to establish a $50 million trust fund education, and with the interest of that, use that to scholarships. I proposed something very similar to our team, that if we were to propose a $50 million trust fund and utilize some of those interests, we could build homes for our own Navajo people. Because we do not possess the TDHE. We need discretionary, or we need less restrictive funds because right now the CHID operates almost on 100% federal dollars. Other than their federal dollars that they receive, we as Navajo Nation do not allocate funds specifically for housing or housing assistance. So there are some ways that we could work with leadership to address housing or allow for some less restrictive funds to assist us in housing. This is important because we at DCD and CHID, we receive a lot of requests from leadership, from delegates, that are very heartbreaking. We have families that live in tents, or families that they lose a roof to a hurricane. We just don't have the less restrictive funds to address emergencies. Coupled with, we have a very long process to procure materials and supplies. Unless there's a community that has a team in place or PEP workers that can assist in some of these, that's what makes some of this viable. But we do want to add that in our proposal for ARPA housing tomorrow, we want to expand on the PEP program, which will allow for possible or proposed additional training for PEP workers and to sustain PEP workers through the life of ARPA. Our current PEP program only allows for certain temporary provisions, but we really need to be investing in local carpenters and local assistants at the local level, so that when we get a emergency or we get a burnout, we have local PEP workers to help us. Right now, that just doesn't exist. Lastly, then I'll turn to Mr. Delga if there's anything I left out. Chanela, he commented on the use of modular homes. We did do a couple site visits. We're mainly concerned in several areas for modular homes. One is, can they build to ADA compliance? And two, can they build for extra construction viability for elders who need reinforcements in their bathroom, like extra bar rails? Those are some of our main concerns when we looked at direct homes. Similar to our construction companies, we've been working with NECA and Dr. Nygren on working with our local construction companies to be able to address ADA compliance and durability and stability during the construction phase for extra railings for our elders. The other thing that we need to be prepared for is land preparation for trailers. If we go in the direction with modular homes, there has to be a lot of land preparation. So we need to make sure that we're making those connections with our CHID construction site supervisors to make sure that there's land preparation for these modular homes. And then lastly, there are additional funds in the home loan program that Dr. Lewis or Santi Lewis will be sharing shortly. But in that 55 million, there's eligible costs for education, home assistance education. Because if the nation right now is going to invest in more than 50 million or any amount that we're talking about right now in new homes, we do need to educate our community members about being new homeowners. When I think about purchasing these modular homes, those new homeowners need to understand how to get insurance to those homes. They also need to know how to maintain these homes. They also need to know how to address any type of home ownership maintenance that may come with a new home, whether it's modular or stick built. There are some funding available in that 55 million that will allow for home education. So those are just some responses that I want to share. Delegate Elmer Begay brought up an excellent point about certified chapters. Last year, we had some advisement about chapters being high risk for some of these federal dollars. I think we really need to revisit what we can do to invest in local chapters and local leadership. But ultimately, we are responsible for some of these federal dollars. We do have to, OOC and Mr. Platero, the ARPA office, they do have to do monitoring and reporting. And then we are subject for any type of audits. So as long as we can work out those discussions and support local chapters, I'm for that. So I just want to add that. The other thing is another response to what the holdup is although tomorrow in our proposal for ARPA, we do propose by region, by the 24 delegate region, there are some limitations to that proposal because of the land status. And that is some ongoing concerns and challenges that we're going to be faced with. And not all agencies and not all delegates have equity in the type of land status. So there are some challenges that certain delegates face, and those are some limitations and some challenges we're going to have to address. One last thing, when we put up here the 86 numbers or the 86 families, that was one listing. We also work closely with the Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office. The Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office, they, by decades, have been federally imposed upon on land freezes without having to identify a certain population, which would be the descendants of the former Bennett Freeze area. They're, like many people, heavily impacted by not having the ability to build homes or make home improvements in their own community. So we have been working with the Navajo Hopi Land Office to identify potential families in the event that we do get funded or there's additional funds that we can help address for those communities. But again, that's not to say that we're making special considerations to this population. They've just been heavily impacted by federal impositions. Thank you, Speaker. And Mr. Delga may have some responses to follow up on that.
Yate, Nan, Speaker, and also members and everyone listening in. Just mentioned earlier, Delegate James on prioritizing, how is that going to be determined? We'd like to look at these 86 homes as at a certain level. And I think the main priority that we're looking at is homes with approved home site lease. And without an approved home site lease, services can be provided, additional services, meeting utilities. Some of these homes have nearby existing utilities, some within certain amount of feet. We'd like to also work with utility companies in providing some services or hookups to these new homes that will be built or purchased. And so that's another discussion that will be forthcoming with some of the partners. And so under the ARPA, there was a waiver as far as income, which they waived for eligibility. So what we're looking at is the home site lease, then also elderly and disabled. So those are several of the categories that we'll be looking at as far as prioritizing some of these applicants. And again, to also Delegate Cal Gay, as far as homes and selected applicants for both, also Delegate James asking how many homes will be. We have a potential list I mentioned, and I can share that with the delegates at a later time. And so I can provide that list, and it's a working list. So based upon assessments, some of these homes may have, some of these applicants may have received homes already. Some of them may have moved, or some of them, may have deceased. So these are kind of information that we'll need to gather, and if any of these situations do arise, other applicants will be looked at, eligible applicants based on their application they provided. So as mentioned, this is an existing program. So we have a lot of applicants that were unfunded, and we'd like to serve those homes and those applicants that were unable to get funded, and just minor, I guess, obstacles that we're going to have to address to get some of these homes looked at and served. So this is what we have right now as far as the 9.9 million under the housing improvement program. So I'll quit it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delgay and Dr. Gilman. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I do have Madam Chair Charles. This is who I have in the lineup. Madam Chair Charles Newton, then Honorable Eugene So, then Madam Chair Amber Crotty, then Honorable Brown, and Honorable Otto So. Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Shatilla Speaker Damon, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Delgay and Ms. Yellowman. The first question that I have is, I know that you did talk briefly about the importance of, let's see, basically, the home assistance education. My question in regards to that, you brought up insurance. I know in 2007, my family experienced a burnout. And I remember at that time, I believe it was Joe Shirley was the president. And he came into our community, came to my mom and dad's home, and promised them that they would get a home. And to this day, my mother will not allow any of us, any of her children, to build her a home because she has faith in the government, that the government will not let her down. And so my mother now currently lives in a hogan with no electricity, no water. And for the Washington, D.C. office, I was hoping that they would be in here. My mom walks a distance from her hogan to probably the wall outside there in the hallway. That's how far her outhouse is located. In the middle of Shiprock, her outhouse. In dead winter, with a walker being in her late 80s, in the middle of the night has to get up and go walk outside to use her restroom. So that is what we see here on Navajo every single day. I think each one of us knows a family like that. And so we tell my mom, Mom, let us just build you a house. And she says, no, I would promise this. And that happens to a lot of our elders. I think a lot of our elders, when you tell them that you're going to do something, it's just that notion that you're going to follow through. So in terms of burnouts and in terms of home ownership education, My first question is the housing code. Do we currently on Navajo Nation, I mean, I know the answer to this, but do we have a housing code? And the reason I ask this question is because I remember a couple of years prior, we tried to get insurance for them, housing insurance. And that was one of the questions that was asked was, does your home meet the housing code? And we didn't know where to even get the answer to that question. But ultimately, we found out that it didn't meet the housing code. And so because of that, insurance would not insure the home, which later resulted in my parents experiencing a burnout. So when we're talking about homes, when we're talking about these ideas that are being presented, I think we need to ask ourselves as lawmakers is, do we have a housing code in place for our Navajo people? It has been shared with us by other delegates, when you visit families, we already know that a lot of their homes have to be addressed. And I think that, if we had a housing code in place, we would be able to identify and assess the homes that need to be fixed to at least at a minimum meet the housing codes that are in place. But my understanding is we don't have a housing code. And so a lot of our families who do experience burnouts, they don't have the insurance to cover them, and they lose everything in the process, and then we don't have any funding to provide to them as a nation. And so you did talk about that. One alternative is in addressing the housing issues is to establish, my understanding is maybe to do something along the lines of I think, what did you say? A trust fund. We need less restrictive funds, so one solution may be to establish a trust fund. I think that it would take years to be able to get to where we need to be able to address the housing here on Navajo Nation, but at least it's a start. And so what I want to ask you is, have you started in developing an idea for this trust fund? Because I support it, and I think that it's something that does need to happen, especially when we're talking about families who are experiencing burnouts. And I agree with you that, we are learning about burnouts through social media, which really shouldn't be the case. I know that I have asked my chapter, Shiprock chapter, how many families have come in asking for assistance with homes? I don't ever get an answer from them. When I ask for a document, show me documents, applications should have been filled out. I don't get that information. And what is really frustrating is when my constituents, people in my community who come out and say, I stopped at the chapter and they told me that there's no funding. And I asked them, did you request for that information in writing? So that if it's in writing, you can give it to me and I can scan a copy and send it to DCD. Along with any time a person is denied any type of funding, in my opinion, I think that our chapter coordinators and our chapter managers, they should be providing that information so that we as delegates know the reason why they're being denied. If it's funding issues, then we have the information in front of us to say, you know what, in 2020, I've got a list of 25 people who were denied funding because there was no money in the chapter. It makes it very hard for me when I see that there's money there in the chapter. And so I think a lot of it is being on the same page and collecting information. It's no wonder our people believe that only elected officials' families get assistance. Because when you're verbally told you're being denied for something, you can't argue against that. You have no proof. And so what I always tell my community members and what I always say on social media is, if you get denied for something, you have every right to ask for a denial letter so that we know why you were denied. Because verbally doesn't work anymore. So when we're talking about these housing, these funds going to housing and it being a top priority, I think as one delegate, I want to know why. If a person is denied housing, I want to know the reason why. I want it on a document so I can say, oh, that's the reason. And that will give me a reason to go to Division of Community Development to say, look, this document was given by the chapter. What can we do to help this family? In that same process, I think we get a lot of our Navajo people who get denied verbally and they don't understand the process. So when they're explaining it, it doesn't, for me, I've run into multiple times where I'm not understanding what they're trying to explain to me. And that's why I always say, go back, go get a denial letter. And then when you get that denial letter, you come back and you give it to me. But I can tell you with Shiprock, that's not what's happening. And I've been very critical about with my chapter, because when we're trying to help our people and it's up to one person making the decision who is making verbal denials, how do you help that family using verbal denials? And so that makes it very difficult. So when we're talking about addressing issues with housing and this 9.9 million, I think that there needs to be a proper paper trail in place. So with these 86 homes, as I think Delegate Crotty pointed out, we need more information. What are the, how are you guys determining? And I know that you guys said that from 2017 to 2021, that there were people on a wait list, and that's how you determined the 86 homes. I appreciate that information. But at the same time, like, what are the criterias that you guys are taking into consideration when you guys are determining which families are receiving these 86 homes? Because again, going back to this issue, if a chapter is verbally denying people, how do we know that this 86 number is actually more, or, I'm guessing that there's more people out there. I don't know if only, it's hard to imagine from 2017 to 2021 that only 86 homes or 86 families have come out to say that we need homes. And that's where I need that documentation. And then the other question that I have is, with the 9.9 million, we're talking about 86 brand new homes. Is there going to be, and to me, it sounds like it's not going to happen, but do you guys already have funding that's going to help to be included for renovation? Because we do have some homes where people are living in modular homes and the floors are giving out. So if we could help to replace their floors, that would be great. Or even the windows, if we could get them winterized. And I know that we do have a program, or we used to have a program with winterization, if we can get that information as well. So I would like to know that information. What I'd also like to know, Speaker, is we have DCD here who is, who's provided us information about money that they've received, how they're planning to help with these 86 homes, but we don't have NHA in the room. Speaker, why, I guess I would like to know how much money, how much CARES money did NHA get? What did they do with that money? How much ARPA money did NHA get, and what have they done with that money? Because we cannot put this whole thing on Division of Community Development and tell them that they have to address the whole housing issue on the Navajo Nation. when it has been shared with us that the funding for the, I'm trying to look at my notes, I'm sorry, the TDHE, when they haven't been receiving those funds. And it was pointed out during this presentation, Ms. Yellowman, I know that you paused a couple of times. I was listening and I was taking notes. I know that you said that 9.9 million was awarded funding for just this 1 year, and that was for HIP money, 9.9 million in 1 year. When from 2011 to 2021, 10 years, HIP was allocated between 1.2 and $2 million collectively, which means that technically from 2011 to 2021, they received $9 million. So roughly. So I understand what you're saying, and I understand, now I guess I understand what the issue is with housing. And that's why I said at the very beginning, I do agree with this trust fund. I agree with this trust fund idea that is out there, but I would also like to propose an idea, and I'm sure this idea has already been proposed. But I know that recently NECA changed their policy. So they're no longer building out, they're building up. We have in Shiprock a building that used to be a wool building that has been sitting there for years. And I know that somebody currently has been leasing it, but nothing really has been done. I wonder, with this trust fund, and if we're talking about putting money back into the Navajo Nation and employing our blue-collar workers, why can we not work with NECA to have them build modular homes for our Navajo people? To me, that just makes sense. That's circulating Navajo money, and it's putting our people back to work. And I know, like I said, in Shiprock, there's that facility that we could start off with, and we could start working to put a dent into this issue. And it was also explained during this presentation that when we're talking about modular homes, we have to look at not only the home itself, but we have to ensure that they're ADA compliant. And we recently held a press conference with our disabled Navajo people. And that was one of the biggest issues is with housing. How many homes are ADA compliant? So if we had NECA building these homes, we could ensure that they're ADA compliant. And we could design these homes for Navajo land because we know what kind of land we have here. And I'm talking about land, when we're talking about clay, when we're talking about, hard sand, when we're talking about, fine sand, we know our land. So why not work to try to develop this trust fund, work with NECA? NECA could employ more Navajo people. We could build these homes and we could get them out. And they would all be built in-house. And it would just be a matter of shipping them out and getting them built on site. So again, with the presentation provided today, I'm trying to think outside the box, like what can we do to try to address housing issues on the Navajo Nation? And the first thing that we need to do is we need to establish a housing code, which will make it easy for our insurance companies to insure the homes here on Navajo, especially when we're talking about burnout. We also need we need information speaker from NHA. I just got word that they get around, they have 62 million, but I don't even know if that 62 million includes CARES money and ARPA money. And then most importantly, what I want to know is, what is NHA doing when we have burnouts? And I understand that they offer housing for a certain short time period, but it's 3 months, 30 days. 30 days, they offer housing for 30 days for a burnout. That to me is not, I mean, it's ridiculous because you cannot rebuild a home in 30 days after you just went through a house fire. So what I want to know from NHA, and I'm hoping that we can get this information, is number one, how much CARES money did they get? Number two, how much ARPA money did they get? And then number three, how much money do they currently have? And I think we got information about how many homes they have not built. And we have said it before that NHA really is not working right now. But if they're sitting on millions of dollars right now, how do we take that information back to our communities to say, we have millions of dollars, but we're just not building? So if I could get that information, because we're getting information right now on housing. And then as far as earlier, there was a question posed by Delegate Otto about duplication of services. I think if we could get a full rundown of how much money has been allocated for housing, that will help us in how much money we can allocate in the FRF and whether that's considered to be a duplication of services. So, Speaker, again, if we can get that information and if I can get my questions answered, specifically, again, about the housing code, the burnouts, what are we doing for them currently, you know, the NHA dollars, and then the last one is money for new homes, including renovation. And then the last, I guess maybe the last thing is, what can we do in NECA? You are in my community. And I've said it time and time again, but you guys never reach out. Reach out to me and let's start working on this idea, because I would love to be able to employ our blue collar workers there in a community instead of having to send them out to Phoenix, Salt Lake, Denver, Albuquerque, to the metropolitan areas. And I think that many of our workers want to stay home with their families, but there's just no jobs available throughout Navajo Nation. So this may be one way that we can start working to try to bring jobs back here to the nation. So I am here and I'm hoping that we can have that discussion. If we can have it with NHA and also DCD, I think that, you know, with all of our brains being put together, we can develop at least a start-off plan that we can start working on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, for those questions. Just to answer, can't speak for NHA, but you have staff writing that memo now. That will be sent out this evening to NHA. We will request that information from Navajo Housing Authority. With that, I do have Honorable Eugene So, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, Honorable Brown, and Honorable Otto So for questions from Dr. Yellowman on this in the queue. We still have Vicente Lewis for housing, Garrett Silversmith, Chris Vicente on broadband, Dr. Jill Jim with health services, and Jesse Delmar on public safety. And we have 45 minutes left, colleagues. That, Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Yes, Chair. I was just thinking about how come we can't put houses down. A few years back, when I was a young man, my grandpa and my dad used to use a wagon to go up into the mountains. The wagon, and just separated it and put logs on them. And we cut them down with an axe. That's how there were 6 homes that was built right there where the development is right now in Chinle. So those 6 homes, one burnt down. So that's how houses were made in those days. And rocks were brought in from the mesas to put foundation. That's how houses were made. Another way that my sister made a house, she was a single parent. She was working, she brought a few materials at a time every time she got paid. By the time she got everything, the family on weekends built that house. You know, that's how we used to be, helping each other. Clan-wise, we help. Today, it's way different, maybe about 99% different. 位置啊，说哪里吸引完的等，好呢。So I think we had a meeting, Dr. Yellen, in regards to build some houses for people that are homeless and with no strings attached, to get some funds where we can build houses with no strings attached. All these other like home site lease, etc., without that. Some houses areas already disturbed, and they live there almost their lives. We can build a house without even having a home site lease. Some families are still living that way, plan-wise, they help each other. So those are how we met, and then I would put that aside, I guess, because this money came in. And also the OPA fund is to be respected. We pray for our people out in the chapters that lost some families, relatives. Our condolences to them all. Some suffered and got out of it. And we still need to take care of ourselves, to take care of them. So please, I ask for please to don't let us, Navajo Nation Council, and our chapter officials campaign with these funds. I believe this is going on in our areas, in the chapters. This fund needs to be respected because we lost people. So the former council delegates, the former chapter officials didn't have the money to build a house. At that time, people tried to get a house, but there was no funds. Right now, we got this. And I think we should use it wisely to try to help the people out there. So now we didn't have the funds at that time, and now we got the funds, and some people are using it to campaign with. This is ARPA fund. This is for our people. It's not a campaign fund that the Congress gave us, so we can campaign. So we didn't ask for this pandemic, and we didn't ask for this COVID. We didn't ask for it. It came. We need to realize that it happened, and we have to do as much as we can with what we have. Since the fund is there, we need to use it for the people out there, 100%, almost 100%. Each division, whatever projects they have proposed to use ARPA fund, or ARPA fund, needs to cover everybody on the Navajo Nation. Every person, I think it's over 40,000. If it can help them, each division with their proposal, if it's going to help all the people, Navajo people, I'll go for it. Not just a small fraction, to use it as a Band-Aid. So, that's 1,548, that was the last count I saw. That's a lot of Navajos. And this fund needs to be respected. We don't need to run around all over the place and saying, where do you need help? What do you want? I'll get it for you with this funds we have. And another thing that really bothers me is we don't have a big project. That's for 100 years, 10, 20, 50, 100 years. The most important thing is that I'll ask the social service, was parenting. That's number one. If we can do that, this place is going to look like heaven. That's a dream. How can we do it? We don't have to really ask for funds. We can all help each other again. And then we need watersheds. The major watershed, there's 5 watersheds that was proposed because Nikikeya Nahatanesta. Tonagona Hatanesta. We need to take care of that for our younger generation. We should not be talking to the seventh generation. These are the people that we need to get this land back in order for them. We need big projects. Keeping the water on the Navajo Nation, we can do that. It doesn't have to go into San Juan or Little Colorado, or we can keep it here if we can have a good watershed. And that water is going to go back into the aquifer. It can recollect, then our windmill can reach it again. That's a big project. That's what we need. This is for 50 years, 100 years. Do we have that plan? And then, like I told J.T. Wooley, drainage system, that's what we need. We don't have it in every development on the Navajo Nation. What Naabik'íyáti, that business. On this case, if I would get money, I would go for that one. Because this would really help in years to come. Not just next year or 5 years, 10 years. What are they been then? So those are some of the funds that when we get it, we just band-aid it. Open our each up, because you trailer they be trailer we just put some buildings out there. Almost, and it's a bigger chapter. Maybe 3-story, 4-story, so we can compact the offices in there. That's where we should put the money too. Then we're going to have land for economic development. I feel that we should put on this. I wish I could have money to help my younger generation into the 7th generation. No, tears came to my eyes the other day at the chambers at Veterans Park. My little Sitsui, he was on her laptop, and mom, my daughter said, she's going to class now. And she was in the back seat and watching going to class. And there was 12 others that were also in class. We came far. Some smoke sticking over here. We walked to school. We never had bus. So would somebody would like to do a big project that will keep the reservation going, bring back a natural resource, bring back the water, bring back the parenting. When state lease and permits, it conflicts with our laws, with our code. Fundamental law. We need to fix that too. That's the number one job, is to fix that lease permit, do something with it. I think every they're already withdrawn, but we push lease in there and what raising permit. The other family, siblings, then use permit. Homicide lease is very out of order. It conflicts. People don't live in circles on the Navajo Nation. That's what the homicide lease says. Only half a mile you can sign up on the homicide. They never look at the CFR where the sheep units are different within on their permits. If it was only 5 sheep units, yeah, it would have been good. But there's ways around their house. There are people building out there over half a mile from a person with a grazing permit. Somebody should have saw that. But I don't want that. Like I said, fundamental law, 1 acre beyond only dena gandolis. Not change and so keda edota. Lean out of Hodlona. That's against our Title I. It's a conflicting. I don't know how that happened. We overlooked that. And so much, and so these permits it's gotta go. It's really against our own way of life. We need to figure out how we can put cash back on the Navajo Nation. Is it where we're headed? Is that what we want? Is that what we want? That would save a lot of money. Save a lot of money. People can help each other again. This really bothers me. My colleagues and all the people that are here. Or we're going to plan, or we'll just forget about it. I would really want something like that. And I think every one of you want that. We have bus stop at every house. Before, when the bus came about, all the families stays in one area and they play. They know each other. Even from one family, a brother and sister's family, we don't even know the kids without Kida. It's so funny with leasing permits. So that's hard to swallow, but that's what I would really dream for. Something that's big projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. Next, I have Madam Chair Amber Crotty on community development, then Honorable Brown, then Honorable Otto So. And time now is 5:30, colleagues. Madam Chair Crotty, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I think a lot of these questions and suggestions could have been avoided if leadership was invited to these conversations regarding housing. So I have a text here asking to be part of those discussions, and a text from Mr. Taco saying that we'll extend the invitation. That never happened. And that's why we're here for so many hours talking and trying to understand what's being planned, because I haven't heard from one delegate that was provided this information prior to today. The other issue, Speaker, that I have is in terms of some of what's been proposed and some of these policy changes. We could have those conversations, and then we would need that high-level summary. But as you know, as former chair of Budget and Finance, a $50 million trust fund, you're not going to earn enough interest income, to make a dent in the 35,000+ homes that Navajo Nation needs. I think, and especially how the market has been playing and how you have to draw that down, and trust funds require money managers, it requires administrative oversight. So I think we should have that conversation. But more importantly, Speaker, we can directly invest Navajo Nation dollars into housing, a multi-million-dollar investment, just like what we did for gaming. We're sitting in this building because Navajo Nation leadership at one time loan gaming to $225 million. Why wouldn't we create a similar proposal to meet the housing needs of our people and not just manufacturing from these outside competitors who really don't care about our people because they will repo a trailer in the middle of the night. But how can we get like NTU, who has a construction program, to start building up the homes? Instead of just looking at getting a permanent PEP, where's our federal workforce development program to say we're going to build up this workforce and you're going to pick up a hammer and you're going to learn how to be part of this new economy? Because the challenge will always be is there's no equity in the land. And so it's even beyond just someone understanding how to maintain their home or insurance. We as a nation have to think about housing just like how we give preference to gaming. They couldn't build this without us. And we should give that same preference to our people. Because if we could get them housing, that's what law enforcement needs. How many officers need a home? How many doctors need a home? How many teachers need a home? How many people in this room need a home? And so I think if we could do that direct investment, and I've asked, I think Chairman Henry stepped out, if we can do that as a council right now, without the strings, without the federal regulations, but we have to put down a proposal because we'll need a rate of return, we'll need a solid plan, and we don't need a Navajo front. We need to pull together and get this solid housing plan. So the last thing that I want to mention is partnering with Navajo Technical University on their program, and that's right there at 2. Delegate Charlene So's San Juan College has a program. They're auctioning off a home right now for $55,000. Following up with NECA and now how they're building vertical homes or whatever they have this huge site too. We could have a manufacturing site there. We have Durango. We have Tuscany Mountain. Is pulling together their milling service down south program. There's enough energy and knowledge here to create that opportunity. And I think people need to live in safe homes. When we talk about holes in the floors, we can't even replace roofs because if we put a brand new roof on there, the walls will collapse or there's black mold in the walls. And so we have to take this seriously, and that's why I want to drill into this housing portion, because it's 9.9 million. We don't know where those homes were. And then in the big legislation, the first one, you have another 100 million. But I don't see the plan on how we're going to create that. I hear Tuba City, I hear other areas, but for Northern Agency, there has to be a plan. An executive cannot forget that we have voters and constituents in Northern Agency that need homes. We have constituents in Eastern Agency that need homes. And that's why it's a Navajo Nation plan. And if that's too, I always think maybe that's too much, then give us the money and we'll do it for ourselves. Give Northern Agency chapters and regions a regional housing project, and we'll work with NECA and we'll get it done for ourselves. But last time our money was line item vetoed. So it wasn't that CARES funding was expiring soon. It was a line item veto that stopped that regional housing from what this council voted on. So we have to have the right history, and we want to move forward. And so thank you, Speaker, for the time and the energy, but it's very frustrating to know that if housing is such a critical need, um, why isn't everybody invited to the table? And if that invitation isn't extended, that's fine. Just approve the funding and we'll get it done ourselves. But we won't forget. We'll know that we'll do it ourselves. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Naabik'íyáti, for those comments. Before I go back to Dr. Yellowman for if there's any response, I do have Honorable Brown who's in the queue, so I'm gonna go over to you, Honorable Brown, and then Honorable Otto, and I think that's probably it. And then we'll go back to closing remarks at this point from Dr. Yellowman, and I'll turn it back over to you, Paul. Honorable Brown.
Ayate, Chair, Ado, Base Sponsor, and the Edo Shipne, here, Quaggy, the Nasi Lee, the Ado, Beso, no Tahigi, the Key, Ado, make it the Naya, Beso Quaggy, Benigevich, which Holia, Quaidit Anna, Nation Carnilia, the Quaggy, Beso Chodo, in Dini, Quaggy, Big Eel, Ado Hawan, Ninigi. Well, the first point that I wanted to bring up was, and this was brought up, what I understand is currently I work with University of Utah, the School of Architect and the School of Engineer, and also with Design Build Bluff. They have been building homes on Navajo in San Juan County successfully the past 22 years. We just had an open house about 2 weeks ago. A young Navajo family, and we had the students there involved. So what I'm hearing from my colleagues is halit adodni. So I have a solution. we created a 501c3, and we have been pretty successful so far in building houses at a very low cost. And what I heard from Dr. Yellowman and Mr. Dalagai is, teaching our Navajo families. So we have a Navajo sweat equity housing project. Sweat equity meaning we have Navajo families who are involved in the building. They're also involved in working with the architect students, with the architects, and creating their own floor plans for their house and their families, the location that they live in. So with that, when I met with the students and with the families there, my understanding is we don't have a building code on the Navajo Nation. So I think with this issue, the other thing is moving forward, and I think I know NHA has what, 300 million that they need to spend, and they're on the third rule, meaning that they did not spend money for the past 3 years. So when they came before us to the Budget and Finance Committee, interim CEO, Mr. Waseta, reported to Budget and Finance Committee that they will be giving back over $20 million back to HUD. Imagine what we can do with $20 million building homes for Navajo families. I know that, so that's a huge disappointment. I think we as leadership also, and the HUD and the HASDA guideline, there is a clause in there which states that they cannot, at least about 85% they cannot bill for our Navajo families who have even a low paying job. They have to be below the federal poverty income guideline. And I think we as Navajo Nation Council and Office of the President and Vice President, if we can strategically work together and meet with HUD to change that ruling also, I think that's one of the main reasons why that they these fundings are not being expended, along with the lock system, the turnover rate that's within Navajo Housing Authority and the board also. Akoho di ajigi di kwe behez ani el yagi ilachait nanel eo nas kazo anal yago nkid nen kideo kid akoho and what I'm learning with our 501c3 with our sweat equity housing is we're collaborating and working with other organizations also because of this work. And the reason why we started this work with our nonprofit, with our 3 chapters for Chilchimbito, Danahoto, and Kayenta was the chapters and myself, we were really frustrated with the Navajo Nation. We are frustrated waiting for these houses to be built for our people. And we know that this is less restrictive. And I know that Nikin Kinandish as elected leadership to change some of these policies. And recently, when we talk about the burnouts, what I've noticed the past few years, being on my 7th year on this council, it seems like during the winter, usually it's the trailers and modular homes. When families put in stove improperly or the wrong stove kits, they end up losing the home. I know when I work with the Kayenta fire station, they reported to me, that one of the most tragic things that they've seen is during the winter when they build a fire in a modular home or a trailer. I think it was in Cameron area. It burned up so fast that the family was unable to get out of the house. When they showed up, the family with the young kids could not get out. They had to watch the young Navajo family and their children. I know that is hard information, but they burned to death in front of the firefighters. So I think in this council, with a lot of these funding that are coming, it is our responsibility to plan for adequate housing with real foundation. What I learned from the firefighters is these modular homes and the amount of wind that we get, it's constantly shifting. It moves back and forth on a regular basis. And the wires inside, they're just stapled in there, and that erodes, and then it creates these sparks within the wall, and that's how some of these modular homes burn, and especially the older homes. And then and they said, they reported to us that a home, especially in the wind, it can burn really fast and quickly. So with our Nahat'ilid initiative, we want to build quality homes for our Navajo people that's safe and energy efficient. Some of our people to the state cannot afford to pay their utility bills. They still owe a lot of money. And they're looking, with LIHEAP, we got the report from LIHEAP earlier. I still have people requesting additional funding. So what our people are requesting from leadership is, the Navajo Nation has billions and billions of dollars now. Where is that money? When is it going to come to us? When are we going to receive this help? The other thing with the burnout that in Chilchimbito, there's a Navajo, there's a family, they were paying for insurance for their home, for their house. And when their home burned down, the insurance told them, well, you are not eligible, even though you paid every month into this insurance, because you don't have fire hydrants in Chilchimbito area outside the school. And I think this is where the nation, and I guess it'll be just more education to our Navajo people who are thinking about buying insurance for their homes who do not have fire hydrants in the vicinity. I did bring this up to risk management when we did have a 2-day meeting in Albuquerque. I know that I'm not sure what happened to that conversation there. Ado, what else? So again, colleagues, and I think as oversight, and maybe just as a 24th Navajo Nation Council, we did request through Budget and Finance to have Navajo Housing Authority come back before Naabik'íyáti with HUD and also their board president, so we can adequately address even that single clause for the federal poverty income guideline. And what this does to our people is, what I was told is from our people, no, I can't get a job. I'm on the waiting list for NHA. No, I can't do this. Even though if it's low paying, I'm gonna get knocked off the list. I really need that home for my family. So what is that doing to our people? It's keeping our people in a poverty mentality. And is that really by design? Is it by design by HUD? Is it by design by non-Navajos who created these policies for Navajo? And I know that it's our job to change these policies. And that would be an action of the 24th Navajo Nation Council to work with the United States Congress to change some of these, or even just HUD. So that's why we requested to meet with HUD and look at some of these policies that need to be changed. The other thing with our sweat equity is we were focusing on our working class Navajo people. When we hear, there are a lot of Navajo people who are highly educated and highly skilled, but when they get offered a job with IHS, with the schools, they don't have housing available for them. So housing is a big reason why our own people are not coming back to Navajo Nation. Akoho Hawanigi Deyo Kid. And we have some good news. We got a little bit of money just from writing grants. It's enough money to build 2 homes within the 3 communities. We will be selecting a family, a working class Navajo, just because we're looking at a young doctor who got his PhD, but unfortunately right now, he was working at Crown Point IHS, but he's a young gentleman, and he said that, you know, he's looking to settle down and you know, find a partner, I guess. But he had to go out off of Navajo Nation with his highly skilled PhD off the Navajo Nation because there was no housing available for him in Kayenta and the surrounding areas. He tried to apply for housing in Page, but it was too much for him to pay with all the bills that he has to pay, paying back his student loan and everything also. So queso. And previously, the past 22 years, these Navajo families have been putting in their sweat, and now that's we're teaching our people, for some of them, with this I guess mentality is what I would, and empowering them to build their own homes. So we'll continue to work with your office, with Navajo Nation Community Development, with the CHID, CDBG, and HIP program, and NHA, and how can we be more creative? And we have already shown that we can build houses under 50,000. No, actually the most, well, I think for supplies was 70,000 for a family of, I believe there was 5 parents and 3 kids. The last family was about 50,000, and a lot of that was volunteerism. So Fabian is also is in masonry. So what he kept telling us was, he put in his own sweat, him and his wife, And with that, what he promised us was what we wanted to happen. He will be volunteering at building the next house also, and he doesn't expect to be paid. And I think when this council requests to be creative and innovative in community projects, we are doing it. Imagine what we can do if NHA HUD gave us about that $20 million. We do have a name list. And before, when I was a legislative assistant, I did work closely with USDA and the St. Michael's office. They showed me their list of our Navajo families that are on the waiting list in St. Michael's and to the city. There was literally almost like a booklet of our Navajo families still waiting for housing. So it's a disgrace that our people have to continue to wait. Now we have the funds. I think the next big thing would be, I'm interested from community development, from CHID and HIP program. We're gonna have to start hiring a lot of our Navajo people, our construction workers. I'm really interested to see your plans, if you have a listing of our Navajo carpenters, electricians, and plumbers. So we are working closely with some of these individuals already. We want to build that capacity so we will not be scrambling at the last minute for this also. So ADG, and the other part to this is how can we leverage some of these fundings through CHID, HIP, and any HUD dollars, the Nahaza dollars, CDFI, also the Navajo Nation credit services. To help our Navajo families build some of these cost-efficient houses with their own sweat. Yeah.
Thank you very much with that, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. That was the last question. Honorable Otto Stove, we have 8 minutes. That's plenty of time for a response to. We have to be out of here by 6, colleagues.
Hey, thank you very much. One area is that, well, the housing, around this dialogue, this discussion really needs to happen. How can we continue to build more homes? And one area is that maybe if we could get our legal counsel, Department of Justice, to start looking at if the Navajo Nation can allow a certain percentage of the TDHE to go to community development, because 20 million being reverted back to the federal government, that's NHA's doing for not building those homes. But yet, Navajo leadership is going to get scrutinized for that. And if it's possible, Department of Justice and our legal counsel is dividing up the TDHE based off a percentage is doable. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go over to Dr. Yellowman for a response.
Thank you, Speaker, and good evening, honorable members of the 24th Council, and those still on the line with us this evening. First was Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. Some comments and questions and concern about chapter, maybe the discretionary funds or process for those funds at the chapter level. And then there was a comment made about verbal denials. Certainly, there's chapter policies and procedures at the local chapter level that we would have to inquire about. But coming into this position, I do really try to encourage our staff that DCD, we just don't give the money to the chapter, so to speak. Our role is to ensure that at the chapter level, the funds reach the community. So that is a concern for us. And the gate should not be at the chapter. We need to see the funds go all the way into the community. So we do want to make sure that we're looking into that. And we've had other dialogue and meetings with other chapters regarding the policies and procedures for the discretionary funds. So that's something that we could discuss and have a meeting on. Also with Delegate Charles Newton, we do rely on the international house codes. That's not to say that the Navajo Nation does not have a house code. NHA does have a house code, a Navajo Nation house code or housing code. But we at DCD have been working on our, which is not even proper to say. We should be working on a collective Navajo Nation house code, but NHA does have a Navajo Nation house code, housing code. We have been drafting in the last 3 years a Navajo Nation housing code for the Navajo Nation, similar to solid waste. Similar to solid waste,
Hello. Yes, Madam Chair, Charles Newman.
Speaker Shitila, I'm trying to pay attention to what the response is coming from DCD, and I know that there's conversations that are happening on the side, so I would appreciate it if you could take your conversation outside so that those of us who are listening can hear the responses from DCD. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, if you're having conversations, please take it outside, or we still have a presenter and it's overpowering. Thank you very much. Dr. Yellowman, go ahead.
Thank you. So the need for a Navajo Nation housing code is very important and needed. It does set the groundwork for how we proceed, but we do rely on an international housing code. That being said, similar to solid waste, somebody has to manage the solid waste program, and then you have someone like EPA who enforces it. So DCD, we can't create the housing code and then we can't monitor it, or we can't do the compliance at the same time. There has to be another entity that monitors the compliance. We can't build our own homes and then provide compliance over it at the same time. So there has to be a design where we build the Navajo Nation housing code. We could build the homes under DCD, but we'd have to find another entity to monitor or enforce it. So that's very similar to solid waste. We can create the solid waste management program at DCD, but we would need EPA to enforce it. So that's where we have some hangups, but we've been working with Mr. Jay-Z on the Navajo Nation housing code along with CHID. We do have some final drafts that we just run out of time at the end of the day that we need to get to that. So Jay-Z will work on that again some more. Lastly, Mr. Delguy can go into a little bit more detail as to the application process, as to what goes into the application process. Is there more than 86 families out there in need? Yes, there are. These happen to be families that applied for HIP and they were on the HIP waiting list. There's also lists that are at the chapter level. There's individuals or families that have been identified through the land use planning and certain assessments at the community level. We just been compromised that if we solicit for that information, we're giving the Navajo people the impression that we're going to follow through with the housing. That's not to say that we don't want that information. We just want to make sure that we have a plan to deliver if we're going to solicit that. So we find ourselves in a very difficult position in making sure that we're careful in soliciting for that type of information. The other is there's been a lot of conversation about CARES or NHA, and that sounds like that might be addressed in the next couple day or so. And then they've been invited to council, I believe. So those are some areas that we can touch on for Charles Newton. Lastly, with Delegate Charles Newton, my mom is 84, and I just apologize because I would feel so bad if my mom had to go out at night and walk to an outhouse. We do our best as her children to make sure that we can give her firewood or these things. So we do hear these concerns and stories throughout Navajo Nation, and it's difficult to hear. Delegate Eugene, so I actually appreciate your comment that you made this morning. You said that if we take care of our Navajo families and homes, we wouldn't rely on federal dollars so much to address crime. You said crime, you said jails, and you said violence. And it's very similar to housing. And there's so many traditional aspects of why housing is important. It's not always just the infrastructure side of that, but addressing housing throughout the Navajo Nation for our families would say a lot about our leaders right now, if that's something we can move forward on. Delegate Crotty, I do want to credit that we have a staff here who's been here for over 20 years and can speak to some of the testimonies as to what and when housing was funded or not possibly funded in the past. And a lot of our staff who've been with the nation for 20 plus years have weathered administrations. And so if we could really collectively agree that this is what we want to do moving forward, and there is possible investments to be made, that would be good for all of us here. And I think could be something that is feasible, and we could be the administration collectively that invests in housing. Delegate Nate Brown, we work closely with Delegate Nate Brown's chapters in their quest to work with a nonprofit 501c3, and we are in communications with his chapters and ensuring that some of those projects can get completed at his local level. One of the things that is challenging working with grants is sometimes grants want a matching dollar or a matching commitment from the nation. And that's something that we've had to work with Delegate Brown on, is sometimes the Navajo Nation can't match traditionally what some communities do when you apply for a grant. And there's been some challenges that we've came across working with a grant, but sounds like we can continue to move forward. Delegate Odoso Chanela, the TDHE. As I understand it, the TDHE will require some type of a statutory amendment, and it becomes a great responsibility to the executive branch. But there are some tribes out there that manage and have consideration as to how they would split the TDHE. The larger question is what kind of jeopardy happens if we don't adjust the TDHE? Those would be some bigger questions, because I think it was Delegate Raymond Smith said, here we are, we go to the federal government, we ask for funds, but we're certainly not protecting the funds that we've already been given for housing. There's multiple ways to address NHA. We've provided recommendations on the TDHE. We've provided some recommendations through the President's office, through Chief Chaco, on assisting NHA right now. And Mr. Delgai has been reaching out to NHA to provide some type of assistance. And so we will continue to do that through the President's office. And then lastly, two things. One is we've been working with Mr. Jay-Z in assisting President Jonathan Nez's interest and hopes of establishing a manufacturing company or manufacturing entity. We presented this plan, the manufacturing company, to Navajo Hopi Land Commission. It is available, or it is ready to be really seriously looked at as far as what it would look like if we establish a manufacturing company at various sites throughout the Navajo Nation. It can be an economic development venture or provide economic stability, but also would address the Navajo Nation's housing need by way of creating and building manufacturing homes on the Navajo Nation. The other thing along those lines is we have been working closely with NECA, and we greatly appreciate our partnership with NECA and how that has come about. I can't say why DCD did not utilize NECA, but NECA has expanded our capacity to address so many projects in the last 3 years, and we appreciate that. Because of some of the housing visits that we have done in the last 6 months or so, especially during COVID, one of the greatest assets that we have established is working with the CHRs. It's the CHRs who are way in remote homes, assisting elderlies, veterans, grandparents who have direct knowledge as to the type of access they need when they're working with their clients, that we have been reaching out to CHRs to assist us in working with NECA in designing homes that would be ADA compliant and be accessible to working with elders that our CHRs are knowledgeable about. So we've been working towards that collaboration since we've done some home visits, and NECA has been very open to what we agreed on. Is just why build a regular home and then in 5 years come back and make it ADA compliant when they become an elder. We agreed that from here on out, when we have discussions on homes, it would be ADA compliant, just because that's really a large population of who we serve. We serve elders, a lot of the families that we anticipate to help or assist are elders. Some are veterans. Many of them live in very remote rural areas, and many of them do have to walk out into the night to their outhouses or wheel themselves out there. So those are some of the site visits that we have completed, and even without a site visit, we already have families that live in similar conditions. I think that's the majority of the questions. Mr. Dalgai here can complete the remaining if we have a minute.
Yes, sir. Dalgai here for.
Delegate, so just to kind of touch upon what Delegate Newton had questioned on or comment on insurance. All modular homes that we've got received information on during our meeting is that they have warranty availability for these manufacturers, and then insurance can also be available. Some modular units have the availability of providing insurance providers also, my understanding. So that's a possibility there. But for a stick-built home here on the nation, there will be a request of possibly most likely a request of appraisals done for insurance. So we've come across those type of situations. And then renovations are not included right now in the ARPA HIP funding, but with the other funding that we are looking at under the Navajo Nation ARPA, we have funding for renovation to assist with repairs, roof repairs, do some weatherizations, and so that was what I wanted to touch along and add to the answers for Delegate Moon. So I'll quit it. Other than that, Ms. Yeoman has covered pretty much everything else. So yeah, no, thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, Community Development, for your section of the presentation today. Dr. Yeoman and Delegate ko present daw aro adit ayo sige gonda ni divide ida. So believe the facility we're supposed to be here till 6 o'clock, so aja odd kit additional I don't I'm gonna go ahead and go forth and excuse community development for the presentations are completed. And moving forth, I'm going to go ahead and move to recess at 6:12 p.m. Pendanshin, 9 o'clock, we will convene again. Not just FYI, there's about another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. Okay, so tomorrow, delegates, we're going to get the reports and we're going to go into, the legislation tomorrow. So bring your red pins and your highlighters and your black and blue pins. So have a good evening and enjoy your dinner. Bonnet.